Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC. Now you know it's flat, below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curve Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitaly Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Names Burley, J Mels 24, Yu Unamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video, together with links to become an affiliate to sell copies of Measured Flat, which is also linked below this video. So my book's been out for about a week now, and it's sold tremendously well. Delighted with everybody who has purchased a copy. Massive thank you to all of you if you have purchased a copy. Also, leave a review if you've read it and you enjoyed it. Leave a review on Books Online, and hopefully those will be published in due course. I understand from my publisher that the website has come under a tremendous degree of attacks, scrutiny, traffic. It's been wonderful. So from that perspective, he's delighted with the outcome. Also, although it has caused a little bit of a backlog with some technical issues as a result of something like, I think he said 25,000 spam bot attacks that he'd suffered over the 7 days since the book's been available. So someone definitely wants to suppress the information. Regardless, if you have purchased a book, please do leave a review on Books Online. But with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Hey, Discord. I'm not actually logged into Discord, and there's even a couple of people in there. Should really do that first.
Here and there, but
there we go. Sorry to interrupt. I just hadn't linked to Discord after saying in my intro that I'm going to join up with it, and I wasn't even in there. Hello.
Well, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. That's what you're facing right now, Nathan.
Come again?
That sounds heavy.
I was going to say, bloody hellfire. And the fire of brimstone came down upon man and his evil ways.
No, well, what I'm saying is what you say, you don't want to hear it, but your phraseology, your crippling phraseology, Earth Measured Flat, is a direct assault against the heliocentric religious beliefs.
Oh, yeah, I know. I say it's not that big a deal. They say, burn him immediately! Remove him from the internet! May all of his presence be scoured from any eyes who see him. No, I'm very grateful to our Lord and Saviour for making it possible to flog a book. You wouldn't think it would cause such a big stir, but it has, which is good and it's bad, right? Obviously, there's no such thing as bad publicity. The fact that there's loads of trolls who want to immediately pour scorn on my book and come up with the crappiest suggestions, like, it's not very good because of the grammar. Like, I'm quite happy with the grammar. If anybody's going to critique me on how I speak and therefore write, screw you. It's like, that's how I speak. So from that point of view, I don't care. When people say there's next critique in the line, there's no flat earth measurements in it. There's no measurements in it. You're like, you're having a laugh, right? there's a reference to flat earth about every 10 lines. But wishful thinking on the part of people who don't want it to exist. But simultaneously, amongst the negative Nellies of the opposing side who obviously don't want to hear it. There's plenty of people who are moving to the front of the line to say how fantastic it is, and thank you very much if you're one of those people. Someone sent me $50 today. They're like, I really like the book. Here's $50. I'm like, frickin' hell, that's a bonus. I was like, can you leave a review? Thanks very much. But you don't expect somebody to buy a book. Obviously, they've handed over $15. So to send me, it was just shy of £50, British pounds, as a thank you. You're like, wow, that speaks volumes. Hopefully, like I say, a few people will produce reviews and stick them on books online. Yeah, did I mention? I can't remember the exact number, but there's been tens of thousands of spam bot attacks on the website. I was being told by Chick the other day. It was like, fortunately, I've got very good security, but it has caused some minor issues with something like the password reset program had a little bit of a hiccup as a result. Not that it was any particularly major issue, it just meant people were getting a slight delay when they were trying to reset the passwords if they were happening to try and do that. That's now been resolved. Haven't heard anything yet from the audiobook guy or the translation guys, but that'll be the next thing on the list, as I keep telling. Every time someone says, is there going to be a hard copy, I'm like, next thing on the list is audiobook and translations. Don't think I can get away with having these windows open. It's just too blowy on the microphone. It's really hot here today. It's lovely, in fact. Problem is, if I leave the windows open, all of the blinds that I've got clank, which is annoying. And then when the wind actually comes and relieves you of the heat, it's obviously blowing on the capsule of the microphone. You can steer it, even though I do have a softie on it. Anyway, Liam sent a couple of videos for me to cover. One was response to Brian's logic, saying 50 official sources that show Brian's logic's wrong. And the other one was this chick that we've covered once before, very easy on the eye, Asian-looking girl, Star Stuff. Can you remember her? Accused herself of speaking slowly. I don't know if I would agree. Speaking.
Yeah, I remember that post. Yeah, the canal one.
I can't remember what she covered.
Yeah, it was the Suez Canal, I think it was.
Oh, yes, now you say it, I do remember. Yes, she was covering the Suez Canal and the lack of drop over distance, meaning that there's a drop over distance. Very amusing.
Unreal.
Indeed.
What did she cover it with?
I have no idea. I've
blanket?
not watched the video. I watched 2 seconds of it to check that we had sound from it. I can't remember what she said on this particular occasion. But we'll cover that in the live show. Let's put her up on screen. I put her in the title of the live stream, so I don't see there's any harm starting with her.
I watched a few minutes of a Brian video last night. I got notified, but I mean, that video probably came out like 3 days ago, and I probably just got notified yesterday.
But the video that the other chick's responding to, I say chick, it might be a guy. It was some androgynous-looking fellow or woman. I have no idea. Wouldn't want to be guilty of misgendering. It's either a rather feminine-looking guy or a tomboy. You know what I mean? I just couldn't tell from the thumbnail that Liam sent me.
Brian who? Cox?
That tomboy was covering Brian's logic. Again, I haven't watched either video, so I don't know what she's covering about Brian's logic, but it was something like 50 official responses that show Brian's logic's wrong or something like that.
Ooh, I mean, if it was wrong 50 times, I mean...
Is he still debunking the globe?
You're asking me, and I keep telling you, I haven't watched it, I don't know. But today we're covering this chick. Hold, again, I don't know what she's going to say in this, I've no idea. It's about the Earth spin. So we're going to be, oh God, it's going to be Coriolis based, fun. And daytime moon. Why does the daytime moon need explaining? Does that need an explanation? I didn't know it needed explaining. Am I missing something? Straight away, before even opening the video and going through it. Why does the daytime moon need explaining exactly?
Well, obviously, if there's a moon in the daytime, you're on a sphere.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really see the correlation being... I don't really follow. Maybe that's the point. Who knows? We'll find out.
The only thing I can think of is like those old arguments, like when I first got into the subject, was how do you have a gibbous moon during the daytime on a globe or some shit?
Yeah, I remember doing that too. I did the same thing. While I'm playing dumb, I did do the exact same thing 12 years ago. It was one of the first things I was like, how does this work in the heliocentric model? So I can empathise.
You got it wrong. This can only happen on a globe, not on a flat Earth.
To be in a globe, suggesting that we take orbital mechanics as the explanation for the light's movements, is to suggest that you can be in a glorified protractor. Speaking of which, did you see Ronnie and... I've forgotten the other guy's name. I always go to call him Reggie because that's the Cray twins. What's the other guy called? Awake Souls is the channel. And it's...
I'm not sure, Nathan. Is that the video I shared in Master B?
Yeah, I trimmed it up. So you were talking about it and said you liked the song in the intro, which I think was titled Measured Flat, but like a rocky song.
I think that was Surf Daddy going on about the theme tune.
Okay. I mean, I've got a limited amount of love for the song that they played. It was more that I especially liked when they talked about me.
I like the lyrics. It's hard to hear the lyrics, but they do have it closed caption. They were pretty on with the lyrics. Now the two dudes, I don't like at all. They're like gatekeeping. We've been in this forever, and we know about models and. Ugh.
Yeah, they came on here a couple of times with their, Feast of Nonsense.
If I remember rightly, this seemed pretty cool and pretty fair with what they were saying about Nathan's book and the contents of.
Yeah, they're definitely pro FED.
But
They're not totally pro, because what Nathan's punting destroys their ability to be the gatekeepers.
Well, I've never heard them say anything derogatory about FED or Nathan. But then again, I don't watch them. It's only what I hear through you guys.
In this video, they had everything negative to say about everyone else except Nathan. But the only reason they couldn't say anything about Nathan is because he doesn't claim a model that they can say is a shill.
where's your flat Earth model?
Yes, he does claim a model. It's his freaking equatorial plane. His equator, man. He's trapped and imprisoned in the north.
Wait, what? Oh.
But yeah, in response to the DDS attacks that the dweebs have been doing on the publisher's website for the book, it's pretty ridiculous. It's not enough attacking Nathan and his family. I've got to attack the publisher. Sad. Pathetic.
Well, that's all they got. Yeah, think about it. That's all they have to do. Character assassinate.
You know, it is weird how Nathan come out with a book and he gets more hate than like if like a neo-Nazi was to publish a book about his philosophy on like racism and 21st century, but Nathan gets more hate than that. It's funny.
Nathan Oakley, worse than a Nazi.
Well, normally when that comes up in a political debate, it's somebody suggesting that the First Amendment isn't there to protect things that people like hearing. It's not there to protect your controversial view. It's to protect the view of the guy that you don't want to hear, right? As weird as that may sound. So people can get confused about what the First Amendment is for. Obviously, it doesn't apply here. If anything, we're far more strict in the UK about what you can and can't say. And you can definitely get arrested far easier or far sooner for far less in the UK than you can in the States. But nevertheless, the idea of protected speech is to protect, and normally when someone's making this example, not necessarily me, they insert the neo-Nazi example, right? Interestingly, I heard a guy who often talks in that kind of way, he's now deceased, but George Carlin was talking about this, and he was saying certain words can get you immediately arrested, right? But certain words are completely benign. You can say whatever you like. And then he says something like tuberculosis or asthma. He says something like a medical condition. He says you can say that as much as you like and you're never going to get locked up for it. He says it might cause a bit of a panic if you said it in a hospital or something, but ultimately it's never going to get you locked up. And he says that, but there's other words that are completely benign, will never get you locked up. And then lo and behold, the word out of his mouth as the example was topography. He says you can say that word, it'll never get you in any trouble. And I gasped when he said it. I was like, topography? I was like, that's your example of a word that you can talk about and it won't get you in any trouble? Shut him down immediately. He's talking about the topographical changes in Rise Over Run being flat. You know what I mean? I was like, au contraire, George Carlin. You'd turn your grave if you knew how ironic it was that you'd use that particular word. But I've said it in the last 6 months, maybe longer. These terms, generally speaking, go without saying, right? The flatness of Earth's topography goes without saying. It's never going to offend anybody when you put it into a geographical categorization. Everybody's happy to accept sea level when you talk about it in a geographical context. When you talk about it in a scientific context, which obviously we understand it's not, but for the person that thinks it is, suddenly it's a massive deal, because to oppose it is to oppose the Western world religious worldview of heliocentrism. Therefore, very controversial when you talk about the topographical deviations of Earth's flat surface. You know, that'll get you cancelled in modern equivalent, right? Not necessarily locked up, but definitely cancelled.
And don't dare write a book about it. Ooh. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Very, very well. How are you all?
Well, doing great here.
Doing good, are you? You've been driving some drop over distance, have you? Fantastic. Pleased to hear it.
The quab is level.
Yeah, indeed it is. After one of the participants from the Discord servers over the weekend was suggesting that I'll try and do the voice. Sunrise and sunsets actually disprove a flat Earth. Hopefully I've done a reasonable facsimile of the gentleman who suggested that. So I thought about it for a second. I thought, I wonder how, generally speaking, rise is defined in mathematical and geographical terminology. So I had a quick look. So in other words, I just, as dull as this may sound, I just typed in rise definitions, or rise mathematical definition, rise geographical definition, and just see, what's going to come up as a general idea of what rise came. And 9 times out of 10, it described the word with respect to a plane in terms of the vertical with respect to the horizontal. And if it was going to tie it to something practical, it was almost always tied to rise over run. So after nabbing a few of the little sections of each of the definition and pasting them with the hyperlink to find my way back to it at a later date, I just thought that's an interesting way of looking at this terminology that we've taken for granted for probably the best part of at least 10 years when it comes to certain phrases that are put into globe versus anti-globe rhetoric. And one of those things is specifically the rise and setting, or rising and falling, if you will, of the sun, when suggested to be on an automatic assumption of a sphere. Now, in terms of orbital mechanics, the descriptions from within a ball on an equatorial plane with a protractor described around your position is something that was favoured, or indeed enjoyed, by a couple of YouTube videographers, Ronnie and the other guy's name I cannot remember. I'm really sorry. If someone will remind me, the Awake Souls guy. But there's 2 guys, one of which I'm familiar with because I've done shows with him in the past, probably about 11 years ago now, but a long time ago when I was first entering into this subject. Certainly Ronnie was around while I was entering into the subject, sniffing around, and he's been joined by another guy on, like I say, the channel called Awake Souls, and they were kind enough to go out and point out that they'd bought a book and were looking forward to reading it and having me on their show. So my wife's also started putting the press release out, so I think she's put 2 or 3 press releases out, and as I've said in previous shows, we want to take our time in terms of the communication with each individual that does get a press release, and if it takes 6 months to put them all out to individuals one at a time of the 100 people on the list, then so be it, if it takes that long. But I want to literally contact people in a more personal way rather than just blanket sending out what do they call it, a mail merge, which is just sending multiple emails all at once to a list of contacts. I don't really want to do that. I do want to send each individual that I've acquired from you guys, the audience that is, contact information and suggestions of YouTubers that might be appropriate to have me sit in front of and promote the book and talk about Measured Flat specifically. So like I say, I'll start contacting those. The people that had already been primed by Eli, that's Killer Priest, Vinny, who's in contact with Vinny, with Killer Priest, and indeed Bro Sanchez, are the 3 that have been contacted thus far. And as I say, throughout the coming weeks, my able assistant, actually my wife, will be contacting various individuals about the book, and hopefully I'll get to be on some different YouTube shows. So same goes now for the 4th in that particular list, which would be Awake Souls. So at some point I'm sure I'll appear on their show talking about the book. And I just like the way they phrased the realisation of something that they've obviously come to the same conclusion with regard to. And while Ronnie was giving the specific example, his counterpart on that show on Awake Souls channel specifically said that I'd come to the conclusion in his phraseology that it just is measured flat. And he described it having a common baseline. And when he said it, it gave me goosebumps. I've got to be honest. It's like, yeah, exactly. It isn't that complicated. And when you phrase it in such a slick way, it will, raise eyebrows or raise goosebumps in my case, because it is just that simple. Earth is just measured flat, and it wasn't that complicated. And the pre-show I was talking about George Carlin talking about this in reference to words that you'd say and get you locked up if people were to hear them, or in modern times, because this was from the late 70s, 79 I think the bit was from. In modern day it would be on social media if you published something specifically. Publish and be damned, but the words that can get you damned are listed by George Carlin in the skit. But he also lists words that won't get you in any trouble, which is benign medical conditions, and he made it a joke by saying you might get in some trouble if you said it in a hospital. But then his example of something that was completely benign according to him was topography, was it? Topography, if I could say it. He said, if you say topography, no one's going to have any issue with you. And when he said it, I had a sharp intake of breath. I'm like, well, no, because it's over here in his use of it in geography. It's completely benign. It goes without saying how Earth is measured flat. The topographical deviations from sea level are seemingly benign. Now, maybe he was saying that with a nod, but it didn't seem like it to me. I'm sure someone will dig out this 1979 particular skit from George Carlin when he was alive. But when I contrast it, it is in contrast to the globe and anti-globe labelled flat Earth that sit in this science category that they're not in any fair right supposed to be in. because it's a topographical discussion that's flat in terms of Earth's measurements. So it's nice to see Awake Souls doing a plug. Hopefully it will end up going on their show. Maybe it'll be the first I end up going on. But it was nice to hear somebody who's gone out of their way to buy a book talk about their praises for the way that stuff's getting phrased, having not fully read the book yet. They were quick to disclaim that they hadn't fully read through it. They just literally got it that day. So yeah, hopefully they'll do a little review. Speaking of which, if you have bought the book, go and give it a review. So on Books Online, there is a little section that you can put a little review in. If you wanted to make a review of the book, that'd be greatly received. As I say, people have been contacting me via email to tell me how delighted they are with the material. Just turn that into book format, as in review for the book format, and then it'll obviously benefit the sales of the book. So hopefully a few of you will take a couple of minutes of your time to write 2 or 3 sentences in positive review. I'll encourage that it should be a positive review for the book. So hopefully some of you can express some of those sentiments that you've already contacted me about personally via email. In some instances, giving me money, which is a bit of a shocker when someone says, I bought your book, loved it, here's money. You're like, wow, that's a bonus. Thank you very much indeed. I'm absolutely flattered. So yes, it's been extremely well received in the last couple of days. As I say, initially it was just the trolls that were super keen to get hold of it and condemn it to all hell, spam bot the publisher's website, cause all sorts of chaos. But that's also good publicity, the fact that it's caused a stir in the opponent's camp to the point where they were instantly writing review material and publishing it and doing online reviews and video reviews and, admittedly with a tone of condemnation, but generally speaking, if something is benign, you ignore it. It's like when we compare ourselves to the people who cover ghosts or Bigfoot. It's like most of the public won't get up in arms because someone's out there saying Bigfoot's real or ghosts are real. You just kind of roll your eyes if you're, unaffected by it. You might have suddenly suffered a loss or a tragedy and therefore might be on some level affected by it in some weird way if they're talking about spirits or ghosts or something. But for the most part, the public will just ignore them. Some people will expose certain individuals as charlatans if they are charlatans. But for, as I say, the most part, if something's benign, people just ignore it. Whereas the visceral response that my book has had would definitely suggest that that is not the case in the eye of my opponent, so-called, because there is no debate. Earth's just measured flat, which then obviously explains why there's been such a visceral response from the opposing side immediately, which I kind of wasn't expecting. Well, at least I wasn't expecting the volume of it and the severity of it. But people be people, right? And you can read about exactly that in the book at a certain level. So if you want to read about some of the people and the crazy stuff that they do, some of it towards me, some of it in regards to the subject itself, that's also contained in the book. So there are various different anecdotal accounts of the crazy behaviour that I've encountered over the last 12 years. And it does make for interesting reading, as people have been noting to me. Go ahead, Neil.
How did you not expect that?
I didn't expect the immediacy of it, so I obviously assumed, because I was saying to you guys, hey, how you found the book? Have you read it yet? And one day it was like, yeah, I've got up to page whatever, and I'm on chapter whatever. And you're like, okay, well, hopefully, you'll get to the end of it, and we'll get your opinions on it. And as we've gone along, we've got those opinions. And that was kind of how I assumed that the general reaction to it would trickle in. But within a day, the opposing side had read it and were giving me spelling errors. And I'm like, oh, thank you very much. Now, they didn't obviously realise what a use that was, how very useful it was, in fact, especially when it comes to the piracy of the book. So there's been certain individuals that have downloaded thousands of copies of this book. So it's been downloaded in huge numbers, to my understanding. But there's certain now hallmarks in the book that mark it as being a stolen version, basically. It's copyright material, obviously. I'm doing it for commercial ends. I'm doing it to make money and feed the kids and keep the lights on and pay the mortgage. It's a commercial endeavour. In other words, I want it to sell as opposed to give it away when people just decide to steal it. But it's earmarked itself. So when certain people review it and you go, hang on a second, that's got all the hallmarks of a stolen version of the book. Why? So I've already drafted an email to one particular individual where I'm going to say, obviously I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but could you just confirm your order number so we can see that you haven't actually got stolen material being covered in your videos? Because it does seem to be the case that people who are opposing me have decided that they'd rather brandish themselves as thieves than support me in any financial way, even if they're going to be publishing material and making money off the back of it in review format, which does kind of... I'm a little bit shocked, I thought I priced it relatively cheaply, like not expensive. Again, another shout out to Ronnie and Awake Souls, because they said exactly that. They went, like, the book's cheap. I was like, good, I'm glad that you see it that way, because it took a long time to write. It's obviously a culmination of a lot of years of experience in the subject matter. I've put my heart into it as much as I possibly can. If you don't like necessarily the grammar that I use or the phraseology, that's just how I write. So I'm not going to make any apologetics for that if people want to be critical of the syntax. But ultimately speaking, the book is of a value, to my opponents. They're keen to want to steal it, it seems, and so in some instances expose that they've got a stolen copy through various different tells that let you know that it's a pirated version. But ultimately speaking, it's just, like I say, an overwhelming response. There's lots to talk about in terms of the amount of response I've got from the opposing side, some of which who have admittedly decided that they'd rather sink to the level of being capable of being branded a thief than support me in any way, shape or form, in spite of them wanting to engage with it. Even if you want to engage with something on the negative side of the discussion, doesn't mean you get to get it for free and justified in stealing stuff that I'm literally doing to keep food on the table. But there we go, that's the degeneracy of our opponents in this regard. They are, like I say, content to lower themselves to scummy thievery when it comes to just wanting to react to something that I've written that they also simultaneously say, nothing to see here, there's not any measurements in it, no one look. It's very amusing how they've reacted in this kind of ambiguous way.
Listen,
Anyway.
But a lot of these scummy dweeby people have been profiting off you and misrepresenting you for years, then they can't even pay a few quid for a bloody honest book review.
Yeah, as I say, it's $14.97 if you want to review the book, but you feel it's unjustified giving me $15. It's like, well, just don't do it. Just, rather than going out and stealing it, it's like, obviously, if you want it, you desire it, and therefore it's worth paying for. Now, if you're like, well, no, I'm not going to support you, well, don't. That's fine. You don't have to buy a copy, but just stealing a copy just seems especially scummy. And there will be a few people that end up getting called out. Elderbear already has proven that he's of a stealing variety. He's more than content to thieve it and then just lie through his back teeth continuously about, oh no, I'm allowed to get a shared copy on Amazon. And you're like, don't bullshit me. If you were justified in actually purchasing it, you'd immediately verify that. Just give me an order number or the name of the person that had purchased it. You wouldn't have any embarrassment about that. In fact, you'd take great delight in showing me to be wrong when I call these people thieves. You're like, no, I'm now going to prove that you unjustifiably are calling me a thief by proving you wrong and giving you an order number. Now, no one's done that, but there's been several people who want to critique and review the book, one of which who was quick to say, I'm not paying for it, and then quickly everyone around him realised that made him capable of being branded a thief. So they're like, no, he got a free copy, he was gifted it. You're like, bullshit. The amount of people that have said, I want to give another copy to someone else, I have purchased 2 copies, are in the, half a dozen to a dozen different people, and each and every time they contact me and tell me. So they're like, they want me to be aware that they've bought multiple copies so they can distribute them. They want to give a friend a copy, and they've bought 2 downloads so they can give the download link to the person that they want to gift it to, which is, admirable. Now, often those people will send me a PayPal to tell me that they've done it. They'll be like, here's $30. Thank you, love the book, really enjoyed it. I've downloaded 2 copies because I want to share it, etc., etc., etc. So I'm acutely aware when these things happen. But the thieves want to say, no, it was given to me as a gift. You're like, yeah, bullshit. You don't think I sniff out a bullshitter. We all know what a bullshitter is. But like I say, thankfully, there's a few hallmarks of the stolen copies now, and you can spot them. If you know what you're looking for, it's really obvious. But there we go. Interesting that so many people on the opposing side, I'm assured, that thousands of people have downloaded a copy of this book now. So amazing reaction. Fantastic, in fact. And profitable. The whole purpose of doing it was to bring in an income. It was a struggle on YouTube, ad apocalypses and whatever they call them when they suddenly wipe out half your income on YouTube ad revenue. Not that that's my main source of revenue, but it is a source of revenue, so it does obviously affect me when it's tarnished in any way by YouTube for whatever reason, censorship mostly. But for me, it's like something that needs addressing when you can't literally put out any more material than you are given the amount of hours in the day that you've got to do this sort of stuff. So having a book sell alongside what I do on YouTube is incredibly useful because it has immediately generated a decent revenue. So I'm absolutely over the moon. I'm really, really pleased. I might buy myself a new pencil. Maybe a biro. I mean, I don't think I can quite afford a fountain pen yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Things might improve. Anyway, have any of you actually got to the end of it? Because it'd be great to see some of you guys. I'd love to see review by Len, review by Neil, review by Patrick, review by whoever, you know. Be nice to see some reviews from some familiar names appear on the website. Same for all of you. If you're out there and you've read it, just go and write a review. You know, leave some enjoyable parts that you enjoyed. Suggest whether or not you'd recommend it to a friend. Give it a star rating and post it on the website. I can't wait to read a few reviews from you. But I'm sure some of the people who are less inclined to be concerned about getting through it in the immediate, future because they've suddenly got something to lose because they've read about how flat Earth is measured. That's my opponents. The rest of you are fairly casual about getting through it in your own good time, which is how it should be, right? It should be an enjoyable process to read a book. You should do it for the pleasure of it.
I've been getting pissed all weekend for my birthday, so I didn't really get round to it, and I forgot to put it on my phone to read on the train.
You August birthday as well, so there's at least 4 of us on the panel that have got August birthdays. Amazing.
Hello, Leo.
Say again?
Fellow Leo.
Yeah, we all are, it seems. Or a good chunk of us. Interesting. So we have actually got a video to cover today. Shock and awe. This is... And the actual tab that's got the win. There we go. This is called Flat Earthers versus Reality. Earth's Spin. The Daytime Moon Explained. And it's by Star Stuff, who we have covered once before with the Suez Canal. So the lack of drop over distance when measuring rise over run with horizontal linear distance is suggested to have a drop in the horizontal distance that has no drop, according to her last critique of the Suez Canal, which was laughably implausible and defiant of the measurements of Earth's flat surface in the run of rise over run, when measuring how much deviation in the vertical a canal would have from the horizontal measured flat Earth miles, or kilometres. I'm not sure entirely what this video will have entail. I'm slightly perturbed by the fact that we might end up covering Coriolis effect. So before we even get into it, I might just do that as a disclaimer now so that it's just on record. Has anybody got anything to say before I just launch into a 2-minute explanation of what Coriolis effect is? Because I'm in no doubt this will have it covered in the video.
If anything, put her maybe in 1.5 speed or double speed, because from what I remember, she talks rather slowly. And you can, even in double speed, she's still quite understandable. But no, if we do cover Coriolis, I did enjoy the Coriolis chapter in the book. I have read that, and I think that your explanation of it was quite useful.
Okay, because when one deck got to it, it's like, I don't like this chapter. It's a bit much. And then last time he spoke, he was a lot less negative about it. He's like, he suggested that he had to read the chapter through twice. That was as negative he got on the live show. But he was like, he contacted me to say, bloody hell, this is a bit heavy going. Could you not shorten it a bit?
I'm not going to say I didn't have to read it twice and read through it. I'm reading it through, like, I'm trying to pull into the character of somebody who hasn't heard of you before and is looking into this. So from that aspect, I was trying to see if what you're explaining will sink in, one, on how ridiculous it is and how hard it is. So I appreciated that it's like, if you're looking at this and thinking this is crazy, you're not alone. It's meant to be that way.
Yeah, it's a difficult subject to cover.
Yeah.
But have you read all the way through that chapter?
Yes, I finally got through it, yeah.
And what was your general impression having read it through?
That it explained Coriolis well without going into too much of the details, but enough that even someone who's new to the topic reading it will be, confused isn't the right word, but will realize how jargonized everything is and how everything about heliocentrism is hard and complicated, and you're not a scientist. Yeah. I was watching the McToon.
I will come back to that. We'll come back to that
Well, I was
later.
watching McToon, but he was saying that, but I'm a scientist and you're not.
Very amusing. Yeah, we'll cover that. So I've released a video that's a debate between myself and McToon. So McToon saying you beat your kids, me saying you've contradicted yourself, and I can prove it. And then the rumpus that ensues. So I said this in the last few shows. If McToon hadn't made a big deal about the fact that Buck Sodbuster had caught him in a lie, a completely contradictory statement about elevation angles, quote, having nothing to do with Earth's surface, end quote, McToon, and then being described explicitly almost moments later by McBuck as meeting the Earth's surface at a point. So these two statements are incongruent with one another. And I've pointed that out to McToon, saying, well, you know, you're in a contradiction with another so-called friendly on your own side, in this case, Buck Sodbuster. Now, during that interaction, that back and forth, Len, who's on the panel now, digs out a clip from somebody who'd posted it in the video as we were live, where McToon explicitly starts detailing elevation angles with diagrammatical examples of them being from the surface. And then he says, from the surface. And then he chuckles of flat Earth, because it's a flat Earth elevation angle, in the description from about 4 years ago. So I'm playing this clip into the Discord server that McToon is attending, that I'm also attending for a random live show, and pointing out to him that he's contradicting himself with his own words when he denies the elevation angle having anything to do with Earth's surface. Now, this isn't necessary and is entirely moot. Elevation means from the surface, so it's not like I need Toon to confirm this. And the fact that he's got to lie about it and then dig a deeper and deeper grave because someone's opposed him on his own side, in this case Burke, meant that he drew unnecessary attention to his own deceit, making it a bigger deal than it needed to be. In other words, if he'd have just kept his mouth shut, everyone would have forgotten about it already. But it's very amusing to hear him caught out in this lie and then tell me that I beat my kids as a response. Very telling and very amusing as he's stuttering away, trying to cover the fact that he's in contradiction with both himself in a clip that he's trying to rumpus. He also, very amusing, suggested that the clip I'd played of him specifically detailing surface level for altitude angle measurement acquisition was just out of context trimmed up clips, while he spams the chat so that people can't hear this clip being played of random trimmed up clips of me saying, do not swear on my show, and that's the scientific method, you idiot, and things that are completely out of context. In other words, it's the greatest demonstration of projection from an opponent that's losing, caught in a lie, by suggesting that I'm playing out-of-context clips while he literally plays out-of-context clips of me. Very, very amusing watching. So there you go. There's the plug, so we don't have to talk about it anymore, because I want to get back to Coriolis explanations, which I will now do. Oh, then again, my panel might want to talk on that particular thing before we do launch into Coriolis. Did any of you want to add anything about the 17-minute long video that was published yesterday, where I trimmed out the debate between McToon and myself? Go ahead, get it out.
Yes, I do. It's funny because first they said you didn't understand. Then it was you chopped it up and just playing things out of context. So, yeah, it's like you say, it's projection. If anybody is still subscribed to him, then they're out of their minds after that.
But Neil, he's a super duper scientist.
Yeah, That was funny.
kept saying, well, you're just a YouTuber and I'm a scientist. And some guy in the background's like, what is this nonsense? I'm going to call this crap out. What are you talking about? Telling him he just doesn't understand because he's a YouTuber and you're a scientist? Really? You're going to appeal to your credentials as a rebuttal? What complete garbage. Now, this isn't me pointing it out. Me, I'd have just eaten that crap to stay on topic. But it was just amusing that someone in the sidelines called it out on the spot. But yeah, he still repeatedly used it. Like, you're just a YouTuber. It's like, regardless of my status in terms of what I am, yeah, I am. I'm happy to admit it. I'm just a YouTuber. But I can still recognise a violation of the law of non-contradiction. If one person says, this has, Toon, quote, nothing to do with the surface, end quote, and another guy says, this meets the Earth's surface at a point, these two things are completely incompatible with one another. Again, thanks to Len going and digging out a clip, I've got Toon's own words saying, from the surface, completely contradicting the, quote, nothing to do with the surface suggestion. Why is he having to lie? Well, because he's measured Earth flat in Antarctica. You know, having me tell him down the phone when he's alleged to be there going, what are you going to make to say about this sun that's 24 hours in my presence. I'm like, well, you're measuring Earth flat. He tried to deflect the measurements, in this case from a flat Earth that he's made. And it's obviously very painful and left him in a position where he's got to lie about what he said, or lie about what he's measured, or lie about what Toon and Here are completely incongruent with one another when it comes to. It's like, yeah, the web of lies gets bigger and bigger and bigger when it comes to measuring Earth flat, which we all do. But there we go, such is life. I've trimmed it out, check it out. It's called Toon stuttering when caught in a flat Earth measurement lie. It's a 17-minute video. It's on my videos in the main channel on Nathan Oakley 1980 if you want to check it out. It came out yesterday, or 12 hours ago, give or take. Anyway, right, anything else? Or we'll move on to Coriolis and this star, whatever she's called. What's she called again?
You want to shout out the super chat before starting the video?
Yeah, I should really. Let's do that. So shout out to LJ69. Would be great if you write a book with Dubé next. I've got nothing against doing anything with Eric Dubé. Be nice if he actually spoke to me about the book I've just written, to be honest. That'd be a wonderful start, given it's probably got the biggest YouTube channel in terms of this subject. I would hope that he would recognise the 12 years of effort that have gone into putting this book together in terms of the experience required to demonstrably show an audience or have an audience read about the Earth being measured flat in all circumstances. Hopefully that'll prick his attention to some mild degree. We shall see. Hopefully, we'll see. Anyway, anything else? Debate. They also covered that on Awake Souls, as I was plugging the fact that they'd just recently bought a copy of the book and might even have me on their show to promote it. They were critiquing Eric Dubé in their show that they critiqued my book in, or suggested that they bought a copy and I actually did a review of the book, but you know what I mean. They were talking about Eric Dubé and Flat Earth Asshole and Jaron and a few others. McToon as well, they were mentioning on that particular video.
We're mainly mentioning them lots saying the like shills pushing a false model, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, they've always had a bee in their bonnet for people that are suggesting that they've got a model of Earth and how it functions. And I can empathise. It's like, I appreciate where I don't need to make unnecessary claims. I'm no cartographer, back to McToon's critique, which is true. I'm just a YouTuber. So making videos about the subject of flat Earth, recognising inconsistencies with sphere Earth rhetoric for the last, let's say 8 years prior to the last 2 or 3, was what I did. So, you know, I can understand that there's a lot of people out there that want to invest in, and do invest in, mentally, not financially. Although you could argue the two are the same, and sometimes they are. People have got AE maps that they want to sell with the Gleason's as it is version of that particular map being on a poster or a clock or a model or whatever it is that they want to flog. And from that perspective, you know, having something to sell is nice. If you struggle to be producing content and making money just from the ad revenue as a flat Earth YouTuber would, I can totally understand. But I've never bought into the idea of flogging some map that isn't mine, that I didn't produce, and in some instances I've invalidated. So with the As It Is map, the Gleason's, or azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection, as its full name would be more accurately given, that particular projection is something that I've invalidated, and almost immediately after coming to the subject, seeing so many people almost idolised this particular worldview map, was something that I wanted to check if it was actually valid. And it wasn't. You know, it didn't function correctly with the sun. It was out by an hour in 2 different locations at 2 different separate times on 2 different Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live events. So you go, well, that just makes it wrong. Now, as Jaron said when it was put to him how wrong it was shown to be when he was part of the group that was debunking it, he was like, oh, it was only an hour out. So he's defending it so it could be burnt as a straw man, which kind of seemed very shilly when Jaron was alleged to go to Antarctica to burn this model as a straw man when he was already part of the group that had shown that it was wrong. Now, like I say, he was quick to offer his excuses that, oh, well, so what, it was only an hour out. You're like, what, wrong? Yeah, wrong. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's the only model that I've put any effort into actually showing whether it's got any validity in terms of the sun's movement, and it wasn't. So at that point, it's like, well, taking it to an alleged trip south, that's a flat Earth direction, to an area where you can observe a 24-hour sun, that's measure it flat with azimuth and altitude, and then say that you've debunked a map that I'd already debunked, didn't really ever have any validity to me. It didn't have any value. It didn't have any worth in terms of its positioning as a suggested argument to take apart. That's basically a straw man, as far as I'm concerned. But when the people who are alleged to be supporting your own position albeit by stereotype, that's the flat earth position, in this case Jaron and Whitsitt. It seemed odd that, especially with Jaron, when he'd taken part in that particular event all those years ago, was keen to stand on the side of a model that was eventually going to get burnt as a straw man, when in reality, as I was phoned up and told about, "Hi Nathan, we're measuring Earth flat here." I paraphrased what Toon said in a sarcastic, jovial way. But that's essentially what had happened. They've gone down there, they've measured Earth flat with altitude and azimuth, and then burnt a straw man of a model that had already been debunked by me and many others when we tracked the sun live for 24-hour periods 2 years ago. We did it twice. We did 2 separate events. So it's not like this is an unfamiliar argument, as it's a 10-year-old argument now that's been, there and on my channel. It's been pinned. If you look at the front page of the homepage, tracking the sun on a flat Earth live is one of the first things that gets noted. You okay? Charity shop.
Yeah, the tracking the sun didn't debunk the flat Earth. It debunked that global projection, because that's all it is. It's just a North Pole-centric globe projection.
Exactly. Yeah, the as it is map is just a globe projection. But where does the globe come from? Well, by deriving the sphericity of a protractor to wrap around your position on an equatorial plane that can work or function as a back engineering, if you will, of the flat Earth angles that we take from a planar surface when we measure the lights in the sky. So this system, that's a centralized system inside the ball with the angles projected out through the globe as a protractor to the celestial sphere, converted into this sun-centric system by the Roman Catholic Church, is what you end up with to suggest that you have a sphere beneath your feet. But for it to be congruent with the actual measurements, you have to derive it inside a ball, like I say, as a glorified protractor. So nobody's ever going to measure the world from within inside a ball, and that concept comes from flat Earth measurements. So you can produce a ball to then project in an azimuthal style, like a conical style, with the outside edge of the bottom of the ball being projected onto the extremities of the map. That would be why it looks like it's got an outside edge ice wall that people then infer has got some legitimacy when you take Captain Cook's voyage at 74,000 miles that he took. And you're like, okay, have you, number one, verified that this isn't anything beyond a propagandized story, and actually checked or measured any of the validity of this projection of a globe that's been derived from flat Earth measurements in the first instance? Because if you had, you'd realise that the goose chase you're about to take part in is nullified by the measurements that create all of the models along the line. That is to say, step 1, measure Earth flat. Step 2, project a latitude system around your position hemispherically from a plane. Step 3, project said plane onto the ball to call it a globe and suggest that is the surface. Step 4, project said globe back in an azimuthal equidistant projection from a North Pole-centric position to give you this map that's known as the Gleasons. To then say that's the world? No, it's a very convoluted projection with lots of distortions. So no, and it doesn't function if you actually check it to verify the position of the sun when cross-referencing the sun, its position on the ground, that's an actual measurement, of the terra firma in real time with the as-it-is map, and contrast and compare to time and date suggestion of where the sun should appear at a given time and location. If it doesn't match, it's wrong. And it didn't. So it's wrong. Anyway.
Yeah, I've brought up, like, how many different globe projections are there? There's loads of weird and wonderful projections, but are any of them correct? They all seem to distort continents and land masses. So it's their issue. The only correct maps, in my opinion, are the OS maps, where they're practically used and practically correct.
Yeah, the small ones, like the Ordnance Survey. But this is all dealt with in a chapter of my book called The Offing, where I specifically go through the expansion of the known territories into the known worlds and the reasons why we have lots of distorted maps. So the propagandization that people envisage when you talk about being propagandized is normally in print or in screen format. Most people don't consider the propagandization that is employed through maps. Now, it happened to be one of the very first things I was exposed to by Martin Leitker, who formerly, before being known as Flat Earth British, was known as Mappy Martin, because that's what he was obsessed with. So the propagandization and, moreover, the movement of people. yeah, in a very nefarious way, is done with the propagandization of those people through maps and mapping, and has been for centuries. If you want to move, essentially, slaves into an area to colonize it, then you need a means of doing it. The maps is one of those means. In more recent times, the gerrymandering of certain lines can be done or altered or achieved through the manipulation of mapping the territories with the lines that are all imaginary conventions that are detailed on said maps. So the propagandization of people is done in this country. If you look at Ireland, the separation of Ireland has been done to divide and rule the people. Now, I'm not going to get into the troubles of Northern Ireland in this specific episode of Flat Earth Debate, but it is akin to this divide and rule mentality that is done explicitly with maps. And for anybody who's about my age, they will be acutely aware of the troubles in Northern Ireland that have only recently tempered themselves for the British public. So those loyalists and extremists over in Northern Ireland that will eventually resurface, I'm sure, probably in the not too distant future, the dormancy of them currently will be altered by something that sets off that particular set of troubles again. It will be another one of history's repetitions, I am in no doubt. But the point here is...
It's already happened, Nathan, but that's a different topic.
I did not know that. I don't pay attention to the news, so I'm not at all surprised when you say that. But my point is that the gerrymandering of the maps, to more importantly plug my book, is specifically discussed in a chapter called The Offing. And in that chapter explains the necessity to propagandize the people for migratory purposes, for colonization and expansion of territories, and how maps are key in that process. Ultimately, on every 10th line, like I said in the pre-show, there's going to be a highlighting by me in the text of how Earth is still obviously, observably, measurably flat in the process of these topographical elucidations given for the purposes of propagandization of the people. That was a lot of P's. Anyway, that's in the book, The Offing, so check it out. It's $14.97 if you want to pick yourself up a copy. Or, if you wanted to make money off the back of the book, you can make the same amount I make. So there's 30% to be made, which is what I make as the author, if you wanted to sell the book as an affiliate. So there's also a link to the affiliate program, and loads of people have already done this. So I have to check with the publisher specifically how many sales have come via the affiliate links. But it's hundreds, literally, of sales that have come already through affiliate or affiliate links that have been published under other people's videos, which is absolutely outstanding. So thank you very much if you've become an affiliate and started selling the book. It benefits you as much as it benefits I to sell the book. So if you want to be one of those people, like I say, you can join up. You just have to put in your email address and name, and then within about 24 hours, the publisher will get back to you and start arranging for banking information, and they'll supply you with a little link. You publish it under your video, and then each time a book sells, you get 30% of that sale. So you get just under $5 or $5. Not quite $5, but you know what I mean. Just under for a sale. So yeah, check it out if you wanted to become an affiliate. But moreover, if you wanted to buy a copy, you can read all about what we're talking about specifically now in the chapter called The Offing, when it comes to the mapping and propagandization of the people in that regard for the purposes of migration and colonization. But moreover, this particular episode is supposed to be about the Coriolis effect, which is covered in a chapter called Axial Rotation. And that's what we're going to be covering today. Are you guys familiar? Can you all jog your memory for this particular chick? I know I actually asked you this question in the pre-show, but just so the audience has got a warm-up for this particular very pretty girl. What's her name? Star Stuff. You're all familiar with her, yeah? You can all remember her?
No,
Yes.
I can't.
Last time she covered the
I'm
Suez
pretty
Canal.
sure I remember not being there.
Yeah, when you went over the Suez Canal,
Yes.
how she was measuring our flat Earth with it.
Well, we may get through this one today. It's the shorter of the two. I've got another one that I may cover tomorrow where there's 50 reasons from either a I don't know which. It's a pretty androgynous looking character, the next video, but we'll deal with that tomorrow. Okay, right, let's get into it.
TikTok, where confidence is high and physics occasionally takes a week vacation. Today we've got a double feature. A man who thinks the Earth's rotation should fling us into space, and another who's deeply suspicious of the moon showing up.
So we've got a begging the question fallacy already. So she says, a guy that assumes that the Earth's rotation should throw us into space. There is no Earth rotation. Right, the movements of the lights in the sky does not suggest that Earth is a non-inertial turning reference frame. There'd be physical, demonstrable, observable effects that we would encounter if that was the case, and we do not. To quote Simon Dan, quote, "You and your reference frames have been ruined," end quote, Simon Dan. So no, there is no examples of Coriolis deflection as a result of Earth being a non-inertial turning reference frame. So when you say you're going to suggest that the guy has got it wrong because Earth that's turning by assumption wouldn't throw you off, Earth's not turning. We don't have a Coriolis effect. So I should have already preempted this, but now we've got into the video, I will give a, as concise as I can, explanation to the live audience about what Coriolis effect actually is. So Coriolis effect is a not actual deflection. That is to say, something that appears to take a curved path as a consequence of you observing that item travelling in a straight actual path, seeming to curve because you are rotating beneath it. So to unpack that, the example would be you on a merry-go-round, a turning, rotating platform, like at a park. You're sat as the observer who's going to describe this Coriolis force on this rotating platform. That is to say, you on the platform are rotating. Now, together with you, there are two observers either side of this rotating platform, on terra firma, not rotating. Now, these two individuals are going to be throwing a ball over the top of the roundabout you are sat on. And that ball, as it is tossed between the two people, is going to be travelling in a straight line. Now, the ball is travelling through the inertial frame of reference. The ball travels straight. That is its actual path. So to be clear, the ball travelling through the inertial frame of reference has a straight path. While you rotate underneath that ball, that is to say, as you observe it from the roundabout that you're turning on, the ball appears to take a curved path. That is a deflection measured at the rate you are turning. That is the force that causes it to curve, called the Coriolis force. It is a pseudo force. Pseudo meaning fake force, because the ball doesn't actually curve, it's travelling straight. The pseudo force of the Coriolis effect is what you observe causing the ball to curve as you rotate beneath. So to summarise, as you rotate beneath an object, in this case a ball, travelling in a straight path, you, on a non-inertial turning reference frame, will observe the ball appearing to curve. This curve is the Coriolis effect. That is the effect of the ball seeming to curve when it is actually travelling straight. Ergo, this very real, easy to observe effect can be described and ascribed to a sphere Earth derived from flat Earth measurements on a flat, non-inertial turning reference frame when you describe it with an axis for a spherical object, in mathematics only. When describing the axial rotation of Earth, it is suggested that the Earth's surface is the same as the roundabout, a non-inertial turning reference frame, and objects that are traversing the inertial frame of reference in a straight line appear to take a curved path because it is suggested the cause of their curved path is you turning beneath them. If this was the case, then objects travelling straight through the inertial frame of reference, like pendulums, would appear to drift because Earth turns beneath them. This is claimed to exactly be exemplified by objects called things like what's the name of that pendulum? Foucault's pendulum. Now, the Foucault pendulum, like all pendulums, is suggested to travel back and forth in a straight line. Much the same as the ball travelling over the top of the roundabout, a pendulum only moves in a straight path. A Foucault pendulum, actually governed by mechanics in the roof of wherever it's dangling from, rotating the motion of this particular device, is suggested to, although isn't, be moving in a straight path as the Earth rotates underneath, causing the observable effect of this straight path moving pendulum knocking over dominoes as it is alleged Earth is turning underneath. Ergo, the dominoes are the actual thing moving as a non-inertial turning reference frame, and the pendulum is alleged to travel straight. Ergo, Earth is alleged to have a Coriolis deflection. If this was the case, and the pendulum's travelling straight has the Earth turning underneath it to knock over the dominoes, then a helicopter hovering above the ground would have the Earth turn beneath it, and the next continent along would come to the helicopter. Or a flight travelling from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take about an hour and a half instead of the 4.5 to 5 hours the actual flight takes, because Earth would be travelling underneath the aeroplane. Or a hot air balloon, or a drone, or a blimp, or anything that is suggested to be in the inertial frame of reference would experience the Earth turning beneath it at a rate of 15 degrees an hour. That rate would mean that the Earth had turned underneath the item and we would notice. In reality, Earth does not turn underneath drones, helicopters, blimps, aeroplanes, anything at all. A ball if you throw it, you if you jump up and down.
That's wrong.
We do not observe the effect.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says we do.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that we see the Earth turning underneath a football would mean that as the football is released, if Neil deGrasse Tyson's example, as per the Foucault example, is true, then Earth turns underneath the football and the blimp filming the game and the drone filming the game and the aeroplane going over the stadium. And we'd have shortened flight times. If you were on the equator, a drone would whiz away from you at 1,000 miles an hour. Hot air balloons would only have to hover and wait for the next country along to come to them. None of those effects are actually experienced, in spite of Neil deGrasse Tyson's suggestion that the ball at a football stadium curved through the goal because Earth turned underneath the ball. If Earth's turning underneath footballs, then Earth's turning underneath drones, hot air balloons, helicopters, blimps, aircraft of any description, you if you jump up and down. And we simply do not observe this effect. Earth is not a non-inertial turning reference frame.
The football is going faster than the Earth's rotation. That's why you're able to spot it.
Is that what it is? It's 1,000 miles an hour footballs on the equator, eh?
So you say what we do observe is on Foucault's pendulum, during a solar eclipse, the precession changes. Answer that, flat earther.
Okay. Again, if Earth's turning underneath a pendulum or a gyro, that's another one of Foucault's suggestion, nullifying the usefulness of gyroscopic motion remaining rigid in space. But nevertheless, if it's suggested to be true that a gyro of any description will experience a 15 degrees an hour deviation as Earth rotates underneath its fixed frame of reference, then Earth's turning underneath stuff. So Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes and drones and helicopters? No, it's not. We'd notice. So this suggestion that, look, the Earth's turning underneath the football, look, Earth's turning underneath Foucault pendulum, look, Earth's turning underneath Foucault's gyroscope. Right, okay, so Earth's turning underneath stuff. Oh, well, those examples, yeah. Not anything like aeroplanes where it would mess up the flight times. Then it's just, it carries the Earth's velocity with it. No, the deflection that is claimed is very specific. Coriolis deflection is you looking up at a plane and going, wow, check it out, that plane's taking a curved path. And your mate going, nah, it's not really curving. Earth's turning underneath it. Shortening a flight when travelling west. That doesn't occur. That doesn't happen. We'd notice. Right.
And waving dismissal of 15-degree measurement of our flat Earth as well.
Oh, you're pointing out that for this effect to hold true, if it was true, we'd still be describing it planar with non-inertial flat-turning reference frames. Is that what you're saying?
100. Yeah, in order to even describe it, you'll require the horizontal plane of our flat Earth.
Precisely.
And the 15-degree angle.
Yeah, you're talking about rotational velocity in the horizontal. So if you're describing the 15 degrees of rotation, that's a horizontal degree with respect to a flat plane. Now, we don't observe this effect, a bit like with gravity. If you're going to suggest there's a downward vector, well, down is perpendicular to a plane of reference. Axiomatically tying this suggested force that we don't experience, it's 115 years out of date, would still require a flat plane to describe it. Now, it's void, it's not true, it's been superseded. Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian geometry also requires planar descriptions. But regardless, the nonsense waffle of Coriolis deflection, planar in nature when experiencing deflection of a ball when watching it from a roundabout, well, that's real. It's planar. The description's non-inertial when you actually experience this effect. Earth, however, does not experience this effect. Hence, you end up with someone like Simon Dan telling me, as I ably unpack the heliocentric notion that Earth's turning underneath stuff, and we don't observe this effect. Someone like Simon Dan will come along and say, you and your reference frames have been ruined because I've unpacked the Earth's lack of this deflection suggested to prove it's turning. If we don't see the deflection, that's Coriolis deflection, then Earth's not turning, as that's the only suggested evidence that infers that we're turning. If it's not observed, then we have no evidence of Earth's turn. It is that simple. You need flight times to be reduced as Earth turns underneath them. If Neil deGrasse Tyson's suggestion that a ball is affected by Earth turning underneath it holds true. If Earth's turning underneath the ball, Earth's turning underneath the helicopter and the aeroplane and the blimp and the drone and you if you jump up and down. And we would notice. We don't. So you and your reference frames are ruined. So that rather lengthy explanation intersecting this particular chick's explanation of how somebody suggests something would be flung off the Earth if it was affected by the Earth's rotation that isn't exampled. We don't have a Coriolis deflection.
Up uninvited during the day. I must fix both, quickly and clearly. Let's explore this. You can call me Star Stuff, or Caitlin, or That Cosmic Girl, or SSFE Battlestar, or Barista of Cool Beans, or Kate. That's totally fine. Okay.
Did anybody ask what we would call her? What's she babbling about? Was that literally 20 seconds of us being told what we could call her in 4 different ways?
Here's the first video.
With a sphere of 4,000 miles radius.
Well, that's a begging the question fallacy. So we're assuming sphericity. No. We would only infer sphericity if we had measurements thereof. The measurements that claim to prove sphericity are flat Earth measurements. Every derived value for a sphere has come from a flat plane. So we're not going to be begging the question. This is ham-handed as an opener.
Radius being spun round once every 24 hours, a little bit of...
No, the system, this derivation of the sun's movement is the 24-hour period that you've derived. We will require Earth as a plane to measure the angle representation to average it, to derive this concept of time with hours. Earth's measured flat for this system. That's strike 2.
Calculations will show that...
Calculations? No, we only use measurements here. We're only interested in Earth's measurements. So if we're going to derive systems like ours, we're going to require a flat plane for it.
Person there is being spun round at about 1,000 miles an hour and it doesn't know it. I mean, this is obvious nonsense. You go on a merry-go-round and it goes, I doubt, more than 10 miles an hour and you get off all dizzy. You mean...
Okay, dizzy is a vestibulary system effect. That is to say, if you're moving, the movement is detectable in your inner ear and you'd notice. Yes, he's correct.
Tell me that people can be spun round at approximately 1,000 miles an hour and not...
Yeah, that's the claim. The equator has 1,000 miles an hour as the suggested spin. That's the rate of trajectory, velocity, edge, whatever you want to call it, rim speed. There's a whole different bunch of terms that you could use. Rather than the 15 degrees of rotation per hour, you can describe the edge velocity, which is what he's doing when he ascribes it 1,000 miles an hour. But he's right. You'd notice. Your inner ear would let you know if you were moving.
Know it? Why, if this is so, this whole room that we're in is supposedly being spun round as something...
Why do you keep reiterating the heliocentric worldview? Their claim is that we know that it's spinning because we have a Coriolis deflection that we don't see. Not that they say we don't see it, it's suggested to be 15 degrees an hour of deviation as Earth turns underneath gyroscopes, footballs and pendulums, just not underneath aeroplanes, hot air balloons, drones and you if you jump up and down, which is completely contradictory. There is no effect of Coriolis. That is the heliocentric rhetoric, though. Now, the suggested rim velocity causing you to understand that you are moving would be the vestibulary system of your ear telling you that you're moving if you're moving. We don't experience that. But it seems like this guy's going over and over his fart-sniffing understanding of the heliocentric worldview rather than actually debunking it.
Of approximately that order of speed, and we don't know it.
He must be joking.
2015.
Yeah, this is all feast and nonsense garbage, isn't it? I mean, at the tip of the spear, this is old news to us, but let's see what she's got to say.
I sit here hoping he's joking.
Hoping he's joking, he's unpacked a specific rhetoric within the heliocentric paradigm of the edge velocity at the equator of 1,000 miles an hour. do you want to be a bit more specific? What do you think he's supposed to be joking about? He's... this annoys me, right? Whenever a so-called flat earther unpacks a heliocentric paradigm, you get someone like this saying, I hope he's joking. Joking about what? He's unpacking your rhetoric. Now, he's not doing a very good job of it. He didn't use the vestibulary system to unpack how you would know. He just said you'd know. Now, he's not wrong in the suggestion that you would know if you were moving at that rate. You would. He hasn't unpacked it in the way I've unpacked it so concisely and ultimately debunking the notion by a system that would make you aware. He's not done that. But he's just unpacking how you see the world with your suggestion of your spin. Go ahead. Somebody wants to add something, I think.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, you just go to the 15 degrees and the elevation angles being measured from our flat Earth. No one cares about this convoluted hot mess. It's just measured flat. The Earth's flat.
But I will address this as if it's not. Okay, so the claim is if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour.
That's not if the claim is. That's your claim. This really annoys me. Somebody unpacks, that is to say they steelman their opponent's position, and then the opponent starts putting it back at the opponent's door like their steelmanning of their position is now the claim. No, that's not his claim. That's your claim. What you should now be doing is saying, my claim is, because that's what he's just detailed, if he's got it wrong, rather than repositioning like he's the one making a claim. No, if we were moving 1,000 miles an hour, you would absolutely notice. That's not a claim. That's a statement of absolute fact. Now, if someone turns around and say, I wouldn't notice if we were going 1,000 miles an hour, I would roll my eyes and just think that person's an idiot.
Which is 1,600 kilometers per hour. Why don't we feel it? Why aren't we flying off? And
so you're justifying a negative. Why don't we notice? What? You're trying to justify a negative? If this is a claim in the positive, then you need to give positive evidence. Furthermore, it's an outrageous claim that we're moving at vast velocities. That's an extraordinary claim. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. What are you launching into? Why we wouldn't notice? Who's got that?
Yeah, it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Yeah, it's reversing the burden. It's flipping the burden by suggesting that he's the one making the positive claim that we should notice if moving at great velocities. How is that his claim? And your rebuttal is to say, well, I'm going to justify why we wouldn't notice. Okay, so rather than proving it's true, you're going to say, we wouldn't notice because... Notice what?
I'm sensing gravity's coming.
Okay.
honestly, fair question. If you haven't met inertia, okay.
Which is it? Is it something you think he's joking about, or is it fair question? Now you're just double speaking. So you want to make light of it by saying that his claim, which it isn't, is a joke, but now it's a fair question. Make up your bleeding mind.
So Earth is rotating.
That's a begging the question fallacy. So now you've launched into baseless assertions. Earth just is rotating. Earth just is a giant roast chicken. Why? Because I say so. What is that? You say we would notice if it was a giant roast chicken. Let me explain how you wouldn't know if it was a giant roast chicken. We wouldn't notice. Why would you think that you would notice if it was a giant roast chicken? It just is. Here's a picture of a giant roast chicken. That's your standard, love. Garbage.
1,600 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, so you're just reasserting the positive claim your opponent's made about your position then, the one you thought he was joking about. Now you're saying it. I hope you're joking, you dumb bimbo. I hope this chick's just joking. I mean, seriously, is she joking?
The equator. But the important part is we're moving.
What was that word, my love? The equator? Oh, that sounds like a very official term. I wonder how we derived this value, this imaginary line called the equator. 10 points, anybody who can tell me where the equator came from.
Flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris.
So, my love, you're using a flat Earth prerequisite measurement that derives this system that I explained to my audience earlier as back-engineerable into the flat plane inside a ball called the equatorial plane. Yeah, you need a flat Earth to measure to derive this minimum to Polaris to give you this concept of the equator. Yeah, it's a flat Earth demonstrated measurable value that you're appealing to. So you think that by assuming a flat plane that's been measured for the equatorial plane inside a ball, you can slap up a diagram and joke about how you've just assumed automatically your outcome by just restating it as fact? That's a baseless assertion fallacy that you're utilising, my love. I hope you're joking.
Moving with it. Analogy time. You must imagine you're on a plane.
And why? So now this is going to be called a false comparison fallacy. So suddenly you've got a baseless assertion that Earth is just moving with no evidence. Now we're into a false comparison. We've got to assume we're in a Why? Wouldn't you just have some examples of how we prove that we're moving? Oh no, you've already explained and disclaimed that we wouldn't notice. No, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That is not saying you just wouldn't know. That's crap.
You're cruising
Nathan,
at about...
she said you got to imagine now. Now we're in imaginary land.
Yeah, we rely on evidence. So when I say your equatorial plane came from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris, who's actually Neil, that is a fact. It's called latitude. You can measure it with an angle from a planar surface. That's a measurement. Did I say, now you can toddle along to imagination land and think about how the... No, I didn't. No, we rely on measurements when we say Earth's measured flat. For your equator, that's a flat Earth measurement that you can measure. Am I taking you to a false equivalence in imagination land to show this flat Earth measurement that proves Earth's measured flat? No. I just point to latitude and your equatorial minimum. Then I've got a flat Earth measurement to ram down your throat while you take us to imagination land for something that apparently we wouldn't notice. If we wouldn't notice, according to you, and it's laughable, for you to simultaneously reassert the exact same thing you called laughable as though it's true immediately, that's begging the question, and then take us to examples where we're on planes. Why are we on planes when, according to you, we just wouldn't notice? Suddenly you're going to give us an example of something we would notice? Yeah, of course.
900 kilometers per hour. You pour a drink. You walk to the bathroom. No one is screaming, we're moving.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
They are not on an aeroplane. That is The Office, the American remake. Nobody was on a plane. Now, I've been on a plane. As a rep, I'm on many planes. And you absolutely knew you were moving. There was absolutely no question in my mind that we were moving whilst on a plane. Maybe you're just not very well travelled, my love, but you know you're moving when you're on a plane. It's jiggling about at all times. What are you babbling about? I don't need to imagine I've been on a plane. Yeah, I know exactly how to experience that. Yeah? I wrote about it specifically in the opening chapter of my book when I described being an international rep travelling on aeroplanes. So no imagination's required. I knew I was moving while I was on the plane. Do you know why? I've got this thing called the vestibulary system. It's my inner ear that lets me know those things. Yeah? Now, the guy that you responded to, maybe you cherry-picked it, where you got a crap opponent that didn't actually offer any suggestible rebuttal to your ideas that we're moving without any evidence to demonstrate it. Not that this needs us bracing against it. It's your burden to prove that we're moving. You've started by assuming it. Now we're on an aeroplane, not realising we're moving. Yeah, I knew I was moving when I was on a frickin' aeroplane. This is garbage. Your example's not on an aeroplane. This is not on an aeroplane. This is The Office.
Because everyone inside the plane is sharing the same motion.
So they've got motion then. So you're aware of the motion. There are things to indicate motion then. So this is a false equivalence. Yes, a fallacy. False equivalence fallacy. Garbage. Your standard's woeful.
That's called inertia.
No, that's not the example that Earth-based Coriolis utilises to suggest Earth spinning. The suggestion that Earth is spinning is alleged to come with a proof called Coriolis effect, not inertia. That's not a globe proof when it comes to the suggestion of spin. Your suggestion of spin comes with an axial rotation with respect to a flat plane called Coriolis effect. The suggestion is a 15 degrees an hour deviation. Not that you just wouldn't notice like on a plane with your false equivalence fallacy. This is crap. Absolute garbage.
Objects in motion stay in motion unless acted on by an external force.
So you're assuming that you've got Earth moving then? Yeah, that's called a begging the question fallacy. We've already covered that.
So why don't we fly off the Earth?
So what? Why are you assuming that we've got a motion that you've not demonstrated? Your evidence is that we wouldn't frickin' notice. So the extraordinary claim that we're moving at an absolutely astonishing velocity is that we wouldn't frickin' notice. Now you're going to move on to something else. I see. I'm not convinced, love. You have in no way justified this extraordinary claim. Furthermore, your justification falls outside of the rhetoric. The globe Earth rhetoric, if you knew it, which you clearly don't, isn't that we wouldn't notice, it's explicitly that we would notice a 15 degrees an hour deviation called Coriolis deflection. So your suggestion that globe Earth says we wouldn't notice, no, the globe Earth suggests that we would notice. Coriolis drift, you stupid bimbo. Maybe go and look at your actual religion and what your religion suggests we would notice. And they do suggest we'd notice it. It's called a 15 degrees an hour drift. Now, the fact that we do not notice it doesn't mean that the globe Earth's claim is, oh, we just wouldn't notice. No, that isn't what the globe Earth suggests Coriolis deflection is. So you don't know your own rhetoric. Your garbage standard is we just wouldn't notice, when in the globe religion suggests we'd notice a 15 degrees an hour drift that we definitely do not have. So this is crap.
Wait,
reasons.
did she just say because we're not flying off the Earth, that proves we're moving?
Number one, gravity.
Gravity? Which one? Let's see if she lists out the 4 different types of gravity now. Because gravity has got multiple different ascribed definitions for it. Now, let's have a little bet. Who thinks this chick has reached the higher education of Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry, superseding Newtonian downward vectors? Who thinks she's gone beyond high school bullshit understanding of gravity as a force into pseudo-Riemannian geometry? And who here thinks that she's only ever attained a high school level and will now appeal to Newton? Which one do you reckon it'll be of those two? Not of the 4 gravities, but of those 2. Einsteinian and Newton. Which one do you think she'll use now?
She's going to Newton.
Got one for Newton. Any other guesses?
I don't think she's
Newton.
past special ed, to be honest.
So is that Newton? You're going to go with Newton? Is that 2 for Newton?
To quote Richard Feynman, all the laws of Newton has been debunked.
I'm not asking you if we can debunk gravity as a downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference, like I detailed earlier, right? If she's going to appeal to Newton, she's going to need a plane. If you assume she's going to go to Newton, that's to say she only ever received a high school education when it comes to gravity, then I just want to hear you say Newton. If you think that she's advanced into higher education and understands that gravity is not a force, it's the bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry afforded you by the uneven distribution of mass causing the bending and warping of space-time. That's Einsteinian gravity. I want to know what my panel thinks this bimbo will appeal to. Will she be 111? I said 115 earlier. I was wrong. It's 1915 that this occurred. Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian downward vector forces, that's mass attracting mass, 111 years ago. Which side will she fall? Will she be high school educated and 111 years out of date, or up to date with the Einsteinian pseudo-bent space-time geometry? Which one? Got 2. Len and Neil say Newtonian. Any more for any more?
Newtonian.
Yeah, got you
That's
already.
3, 4 for me.
Got Newtonian from you.
Newtonian.
Was that sensual goat? Newtonian. Yeah, 3. Any more?
Newtonian.
Sensual goat, Newtonian. We've got Surf Daddy says Newtonian, that's 4. Everybody's betting on you being a dumb bimbo who's only received a high school education when it comes to gravity. Should we find out? Let's ask the chat, right? Make it an interactive interaction. Chat. Type 1 if you think she is a high school only bimbo and will now appeal to a force that's not a force that you can think of as a force called Newtonian gravity. Or type 2 if you think, no, she's actually educating and will appeal to a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry, known as the bending and warping of space-time as a result of the uneven distribution of mass in Einstein's field equations. Which one will she go to? Bimbo, type 1, higher educated, type 2. Let me know from the chat. We'll see who thinks. Got Len already voting. You voted on the panel, Len.
Hey, it's going to be Newtonian across the board.
1. Got lots of 1s already. Oh, we've got 2. OBE lines. Hey, that's... I've forgotten what your name is. Street something or other. The Cats guy. Gotta go against the consensus and say 2. Okay, OBE lines. You think she's higher educated? We'll find out momentarily.
He's our 10th man for today.
Yeah, he's our 10th man in the room. Very good OBE lines. Gotta book the trend somewhere. Divergent droid. Either way, she's wrong. Lol. Best answer so far from one of my mods. Thank you very much indeed. Got lots of ones. I think it's a consensus. Most people think people think she's high school educated.
Hob says 1 and 2. Newstanian.
Newstanian? Who said that? Oh, yeah, Harp. Right, should we find out? Most people are on the side that you're going to be proving a bimbo and you're going to go for Newtonian gravity forces that aren't a force. Let's see if they're right.
Earth's gravity is constantly pulling you towards the center.
Boom! You are all absolutely right. Pulling, you say? Ah, love. Now it's time for a lesson in Einsteinian gravity. Let's give you a few quotes. Let's start with George Musa. Gravity is not a force. George Musa, Scientific American. Or, if you prefer, the English version, we've got Professor Brian Cox. Quote, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote, Professor Brian Cox. It seems like you are just stupid, a complete bimbo. You're 111 years out of date. No, things that aren't forces don't pull anything. You're not going to be pulling anything with gravity. The bending and warping of space-time as a result of the uneven distribution of mass, as Einsteinian gravity superseding Newtonian in 1915 has demonstrated, in mathematics, won't be pulling anything, you stupid bimbo. My God. Yep, definitely only reached high school level of education when it comes to gravity. Now it's, quote, not a force, my love.
That force is way stronger than the other.
Is that right? That force? No, shall we give George Musa's words back to you? Gravity is not a force, you stupid bimbo. Yeah? Maybe you need to dig out some of the books when you contradict these people who know better than you. Because you suggest that we won't be flying off something we wouldn't notice spinning because there's a force that's not a force. Pulling, end quote you. No, you're just stupid. Yeah, demonstrably idiotic. You're 111 years out of date. You obviously don't understand the higher education of pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry, or you wouldn't be suggesting this is a force. Pulling things, you stupid girl.
Outward centrifugal effect from rotation.
Sorry, centrifugal effect? Come again? You think that Earth is claimed to have a centrifugal... No. It's claimed to have a Coriolis deflection as a non-inertial turning reference frame. Have you never heard of the Coriolis effect that the globe Earth is suggested to have, but we don't experience? Now, people with a slightly better understanding of this than yourself appreciate that the globe Earth, in spite of it using a flat plane, non-inertial to describe this effect, doesn't have this effect. Enter Simon Dan. You and your reference frames have been ruined. What reference frames? Oh, the ones for centrifugal? No, my love. You're just making shit up. Clearly haven't got the slightest idea what is suggested to prove Earth's turning. It's called Coriolis deflection at a 15 degrees an hour rate that we would see. What's that you say, my love? We wouldn't notice? The 15 degrees an hour of drift that the globe is claimed to be showing, but we wouldn't actually see because planes would have their flight time shortened? No, you don't seem to understand your own rhetoric. You're supposed to be seeing, but we don't, a 15 degrees an hour drift. That's got sod all to do with centrifugal or centripetal forces. My God.
That's the
Gravity?
thing with this topic. You could train for years and get all the arguments locked down and know exactly what to say and when to say it. But you have no idea what these ballers are going to say. They'll just make stuff up on the spot.
That's exactly what she's doing. She's making shit up. She hasn't got the slightest idea what she's babbling about. In her mind, she's squared the circle of we don't see any effects because you wouldn't notice. The 15 degrees now the globe Earth claims. At some level, she understands there's nothing to see here, right? Because that's what she's saying. No effects to observe. Yeah, we'd agree there's no 15 degrees an hour drift. Because we'd notice, right, love? And you don't notice anything. Yes, we agree on that score. But that's in contravention of your actual globe rhetoric of a 15 degrees an hour drift. That we'd notice if it were there. But what do? You make up shit and say that we've got forces that were debunked 111 years ago instead with your high school education of gravity.
He wins. And number 2, we're not suddenly accelerating. You only...
But do you not understand how accelerative forces would work in orbital mechanics? You'd be accelerating non-stop. Yeah? You'd never been on a waltzer. Oh my God. Again, I've already covered this. Your vestibulary system would let you know if you were moving in this regard. Yeah, if you've got a rotational velocity, then yes, you'd feel acceleration. Without question. But this is just you with a high school understanding, with a nullifying force that isn't a force that you can think of as a force when, Professor Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all to nullify this effect that you don't understand because you haven't detailed it, of a 15 degrees an hour deviation. That's Coriolis force. Yeah, you've got your eggs in the wrong basket, my dear.
Feel motion when something changes. Acceleration, deceleration, turning, or stopping. Earth's rotation is steady, smooth, and constant.
As exampled by what? As demonstrated by what? So the speed is demonstrated by us not noticing. That's the standard. We wouldn't notice, therefore it's constant and smooth. Okay? No, that's not the standard. The standard is claimed to be a demonstrable 15 degrees an hour deviation, as Earth claimed to be a non-inertial turning reference frame, turns beneath an inertial reference frame, causing the not actual deflection of the stars, which is where we derive concepts like time from, with elevation angles from a flat plane, to derive things like equatorial values on an equatorial plane, and give us averages and the systems like longitude for time. Those are conventions derived from flat planes. Those are actual measurements, as opposed to, oh, well, we wouldn't really notice. Yeah, that's crap. The worst standard I've ever heard. And it's wrong. It's not the globe's actual rhetoric.
With no sudden jerks or roller coaster drop.
Go ahead.
Speed is distance over time, and all three require a horizontal plane.
Correct. A lot of the measurements in prerequisite are flat Earth by nature. Correct.
So your body's like, cool, this is normal now. If Earth suddenly stopped rotating...
So if you beg the question of Earth's rotation demonstrating a 15 degrees an hour rotation that you haven't detailed, that we don't observe, when you flip the bird and suggest that the person's joking and then reaffirm by begging the question fallacy that we are moving and we stopped, you haven't exampled your extraordinary claim in any way, shape or form. Quite the contrary, you've said we wouldn't notice. Now, the force that we wouldn't notice is stopping. This is the biggest pile of crap I've ever heard.
That's when you'd go flying.
Oh, I see. That's when we'd notice. No, there's supposed to be a 15 degrees an hour deviation. It's called Coriolis deflection. We'd absolutely notice if Earth was turning. The suggestion...
Yeah, we'll only notice if something that's never going to happen happens.
Exactly.
Sorry.
So we're only going to notice when Earth stops moving.
Yeah, we wouldn't notice this fast rim velocity. We'd only notice if it stopped. Oh, right, I see.
1,600 kilometers per hour, and that is not ideal. So no, Earth spinning fast is not the problem.
Sorry, there is no problem. Earth isn't spinning, or you'd have some evidence. The evidence that you're supposed to appeal to, because it's the globe Earth's claim, is Coriolis deflection at 15 degrees an hour. Your suggestion that we just wouldn't frickin' notice is just you making shit up. Your suggestion why we wouldn't notice is a force that hasn't been a force for 111 years. This is crap. You're demonstrating yourself an idiotic bimbo.
If you wouldn't just have evidence, we'd all have some serious problems if a flat plane was rotating.
Yeah. If we were rotating as a non-inertial turning reference frame, then, as I said earlier, flight times would be reduced. A drone would hover away from you at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator as Earth turned underneath it. Footballs would glide through goals. You know what I mean?
I'd have to reset my TV every 3 months.
Right, just out of interest for this bimbo,
land an
right?
airplane as well.
Just for this bimbo. When Neil deGrasse Tyson suggested that the Earth rotated underneath the football, making it curve through the goalposts, is that congruent or incongruent with your suggestion that we wouldn't notice? You're saying you wouldn't notice. Tyson's saying Earth turned underneath a frickin' football. Now, both of you are idiots. One of you leaves you with the consequences of the drone filming the game having the Earth turning underneath it, and the Earth turning underneath aeroplanes, something we don't observe. But Tyson, who's definitely higher up the food chain in heliocentric rhetoric than you, says we would notice, and did when a ball went through a goal, because Earth was suggested to turn underneath the ball. But what's that we wouldn't notice, love? What's Tyson babbling about then? Oh, he's consistent with the 15 degrees an hour deviation caused by Coriolis effect that we don't actually see, but he lies about when a ball happens to curve through a goalpost. Yeah, he understands the rhetoric. You just say there's nothing to see here. Yeah, that's because you're an idiot.
Not understanding motion, though. Don't forget to leave a comment about that one.
Oh, I'm leaving several to a live stream. Check it out. There's... Get to my
I
statistics.
think the face you pull should be your thumbnail, Nathan.
Well, what? Say again.
I think the faces she was pulling in disgust should be your thumbnail.
Yes, this face. I thought that when I saw it, but I wasn't going to mention it. Where's my dib dab gone? There it is. Yes, we'll rewind it so we can see that particular face as she's telling her this is specifically about the motion.
Not understanding motion, though.
What a brilliant face, my love. Now, is it me not understanding motion? I'm pretty sure I've unpacked heliocentric non-inertial turning reference frames with inertial frames of reference and straight line trajectories for about 12 years. I've got a pretty good handle on this, I would say. I can reference people as hostile witnesses that say Earth's turning underneath footballs. I can give you the specific examples that are claimed in your so-called science of Foucault claiming Earth's turning underneath a pendulum so that we'll notice something happening. What's that we would notice like on a plane? Bimbo. Dumbass. Wrong.
Don't forget to leave a comment about that one. Let's see the next video.
So the moon is right there, and the sun is right there.
I've made this exact video, so I've got no room to talk. About 11 years ago. I did this video too. How's this supposed to work in a heliocentric worldview?
Sun is there. Moon is there. But the moonlight comes from the sun. Why isn't the moon full and fully lit when it's literally right next to the sun?
He can't make that claim because he doesn't know what the sun is.
Yeah. In terms of describing heliocentric orbital motion and orbital mechanics, then you'd need to derive the motions with respect to a flat plane to describe those motions to explain the angular relationships of the lights used to gather the data to create the system with. For example, but not limited to, a derivation of the equator, end quote, this chick. Yeah, you'd need to measure Earth flat to derive the systems that create orbital motion. To then say, why doesn't this work in this extrapolated flat Earth-based measurement system that's created in an orbital motion that has you inside a ball, bifurcated with the line of the trajectory around the sun in mathematics derived from the Roman Catholic Church after measuring the angles to these lights from a plane.
I'm not understanding. How does that work?
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
The sun's there and the moon is there. The only way you can describe in the physical world where there is by measuring altitude and azimuth. That's it.
Yep, spot on. So what you'd describe if you were to put this into a measurement context is exactly as Surf Daddy's just explained. Azimuth, which is the degree in the horizontal for the positional information. When you say it's over there, you can give that in degrees from north. When you say the sun is over there, again, a degree from north in the horizontal, that's azimuth. When you describe its position in the vertical, that's the altitude, an angle with respect to a plane. All of these measurements of these lights, the sun, the moon, the stars, are all with respect to a plane. That's how we've gathered the information. We use it with coordinate data and time data. These systems turn into things like longitude and latitude. Those systems with degrees next to them are planar measurements of Earth's flat surface, derivable into systems like the equatorial plane that can project balls and then have them reprojected into things like azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projections and Gleason's projections and, what's the other one, transverse Mercator projections, all flat, that work with azimuthal directionality. But the altitude and azimuth, the original measurements of these lights, are ipso facto planar measurements of Earth's flat surface. That's the only way we can measure these lights. So from that point forward, everything beyond that is moot. The actual gathered information for these lights, sun and moon in this instance, are flat.
Are the flat earthers right?
I understand that not many people look up, ask questions, or do their own research on such things. But
typically, when someone says something like that, I automatically now assume that is pure projection. That is to say, this person has probably not spent very much time looking up at the stars, probably doesn't own a telescope, has probably never downloaded apps about positional information or leveled their tool with planes of reference to utilise to get angles to lights in the sky for their positional information in the nighttime. I assume she's not done any of that and is now projecting it out. Because I, for one, did. Long before I was a flat earther, I was looking through telescopes. Yeah, levelling tools with respect to a plane, gathering information from books, and later down the line from applications that told me where to look in the night sky with degrees and measurements with respect to a plane, with a tool levelled to a plane. So when you say this, I can only assume that you've probably never owned a telescope and probably never spent much time looking at the lights in the sky. Me, I've spent hours with a cricked neck looking and watching lights in the night sky as the morning comes around, keeping my eyes on them. Yeah, those are things that I have absolutely done. So I'm responding to you. I didn't know you were going to use these words, but I can, I'll reiterate, only assume that you are projecting your ineptitude when it comes to your disposition to looking at lights in the sky. Me, I've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours looking at the night sky. I assume some of the people on the panel are the same. They've got an interest in it. That's how I would hope they would find their way to some subjects that we cover because they had an interest in the night sky.
But why would you so confidently show the world your tragic ignorance?
What's his tragic ignorance? He's showing two lights in the sky and asking how it would work in a heliocentric model. His intrigue may be through ignorance, but there's nothing wrong with that if that's where he's actually doing that which you're condemning him for not doing. He's doing it.
The daytime moon is troublesome for many. It's the celestial equivalent to, why are you here? You don't even go here.
What? It's the celestial equivalent of why are you here? Why do you go here? That question never crossed my mind ever when I've looked at the moon or the sun. Hands up here who has ever asked those two questions when looking at the moon or the sun. As a celestial equivalent, end quote her. Or celestial, as she said. Anybody? Not a single hand's been raised. You're just making this stuff up. It sounds like this is your worldview and you're projecting it onto those outside of your world.
So the question is, if the moon is supposed to be out at night, then why can we see it during the day?
Who said that? Nobody said that. Did he say that? I didn't hear him say that. Did anybody hear him say that? Or she just paraphrased some question into existence that wasn't posed? No, I got a thumbs down.
And the short answer is because the moon doesn't care about your sleep schedule.
Like, doesn't care? That's called anthropomorphization. That's the suggestion that the moon has got feelings, in this case, feelings of care. What are you talking about? You're ascribing human attributes to a light called the moon. Doesn't care? Does it vote?
The moon orbits the Earth roughly every 27.3 days.
Sorry, orbits, you say? No, the orbit is a derived motion. It's mathematical. It was given to you by the Roman Catholic Church. It is derived from the measurements of angles. That's where you get it from. A planar measurement of the movements in azimuth and altitude terminology, as we just detailed. That's where you derive orbits from.
As it moves around us, its position.
Isn't it hilarious, though, Nathan, that her idea of proving her worldview is just assuming it?
Yeah, just a begging the question fallacy.
Position relative to the sun changes. That's what causes the phases of the moon. Now, this is a very important point. The moon is visible whenever it's above the horizon.
Above, you say? That's a planar description. Above is with respect to a plane in the vertical. That's above. Verticality. If you're going to describe something being above the horizon, that's altitude, like azimuth and altitude. So you're giving it a planar description. To be above is a planar measurement, a planar description. You've ascribed flat earth terminology to this bullshit. That's what you've now done. You can't be above with respect to anything other than a plane. So you're using flat earth terminology. This is embarrassing. Don't use flat Earth descriptions to suggest sphericity when you don't even understand how the sphericity was derived in the first instance. Azimuth and altitude's now what you're appealing to. To be above is a planar description, my dear. How embarrassing that you're using flat Earth terminology.
And when it's bright enough to see. That includes night, day, and those awkward in-between times where you're not sure what's happening in your life.
What? Again, I can only assume this is projection. You got a lot going on. You not know what's going on in your life. Got no direction. I can only assume this is projection, my love. I know exactly what's going on in my life. I've made plenty of time available to myself to look at the night sky and observe the movement of these lights. Yeah? I'm sure I could... There's no point making comparisons.
Why can we see it in the daylight? Because it's still reflecting sunlight. Sometimes it's positioned in the sky when the sun is up, and the moon is at an angle where enough light hits it.
Really? At a what now? At an angle? That would be with respect to a planar surface. Yes, its angle is capable of being described planar, if you're going to describe it, either from the measurements you make of it from Earth's flat surface, or from within the heliocentric paradigm itself. It also describes those angles planar from the equatorial plane, inside the glorified protractor. So if you're going to describe it even from the mathematical derivation of heliocentric motion after measuring Earth flat to achieve it, you're still going to describe the angle for this relationship in orbital motion. A planar description that you're now appealing to, again, it's about strike 5.
The sky isn't bright enough to completely...
Yes, go ahead.
Who'd have thought an x-axis with respect to a y-axis could be so complicated?
Yes, she's obviously got quite a lot going on in her life, or she would have appreciated how basic this geometry is, as she's appealing to it specifically.
Wash it out. So the phases of the moon are to do with its position, not the shadow of the Earth.
Positional information is flat Earth data, coordinate data, azimuth and altitude, everything you're going to describe to give it a position in space, that's three-dimensional Cartesian, is flat Earth only. That's what positional information is. So you're consistently now appealing to flat Earth derivations. My God, this is sad, isn't it?
Okay, let's clear this up before it causes emotional damage, because I cut out parts of that video where that guy started throwing out F-bombs of frustration.
Are the flat earthers right? Are the f***ing flat earthers right, for f***'s sake, man? Like, what the f***?
The moon's phases are...
That was hilarious. Right, there's 80 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. If you want to check out my version of how to unpack this in your own good time, then you can check out my... Go on, someone's causing feedback. Go ahead, whoever that was. J Walker, did you want to add something? Feel free. No, I'll shout out Len Lennox. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Why can't I see your super chat? I'll just read it off the screen. Let's just bring it up. Shout out to Len Lennox. He says, their ball religion has been kicked in the balls. They cannot escape the requirements for flat Earth prerequisites. Absolutely correct. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Len. Right, you can read about this in my book, Measured Flat. Link in the info box below this video. This particular section is covered in the chapter called Distance to the Sun, I believe. I'll have to double check that. I'm pretty sure this is covered in the Distance to the Sun section, which basically covers orbital motion, elliptical orbital motion, Kepler, Huygens, that sort of stuff. So in terms of the flat Earth measurements used as described in this particular episode to address this particular chick, that's where you'll find it if you would go to my book and try and find that particular reference. So distance to the sun, orbital motion, flat Earth measurement by prerequisite. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. I think we were almost there. We've got a few more minutes left on this video. Oh, we've got a whirly well. Any other comments? I've only got gigabit internet, so I've obviously got a whirly well on this video. Makes perfect sense. I need somebody to have a back and forth with me while my video's on the whirly whirl.
Earthers right.
I know.
Like the f***ing flat earthers right, for f***'s sake, man. Like, what the f***?
The moon's phases are not caused by Earth's shadow. That only happens during a lunar eclipse. Now just go back and play that line again. Phases happen because we see different portions of the moon's sunlit side. Okay, so the sun on one side, the Earth in the middle, and the moon orbiting the Earth. As the moon moves, sometimes you see a full lit face, which is full moon. Sometimes half, which is called quarter moon. And sometimes just a sliver, which is crescent moon. And
I
guess
love
what?
she's teaching us the religion like we're children, like we're learning for the first time. Like, oh, really? Oh, I
What
was
is the
wrong
moon
there.
anyway?
Yeah, she hasn't said that yet. She hasn't actually explained anything. She's just talking to us like we're 3-year-olds and done and said, like, I remember a Jaffa Cake advert where literally there's a teacher teaching the kids about the moon's phase cycles with Jaffa Cakes. And she's like, full moon, half moon, total eclipse. With Jaffa Cakes.
Many of those happen during the day.
Wow.
For example, the first quarter moon is visible.
Yeah, so I said, oh, wow. It's amazing. Yeah, it's almost like the sun and the moon are on slightly different cycles, like a lunar cycle and a solar cycle. Amazing.
Visible in the afternoon and evening. Third quarter moon is visible late night into the early morning. And the crescent moon is often visible shortly after sunrise or...
What? Do you think that these are set? No, they're moving on different cycles. They can happen at alternating times. That is to say, these phases can occur throughout the year at all sorts of different times with respect to the sun, because they're on different cycles. I mean, that seems obvious to me, but to you, it's like you think they're on a consistent pattern together. Like at certain times of the night with respect to the day cycle, we'll get a certain type of moon phase. That's fundamentally incorrect. It's almost like you haven't spent much time looking at the sun and moon, my love.
Or before sunset.
Sorry, sunset, did you say? A sunset is a planar description. To be setting is to be moving in the vertical with respect to the horizon. That's the horizontal with respect to the vertical. To be setting, to paraphrase somebody who came across our company in recent times. Actually, sunrise and sunset can only happen with respect to a plane. That's paraphrasing, of course.
Hold on. Hold on a second, but you got to be careful because so many times when I first got into this flat earth, I would see images and these people would be saying the moon is out during the day and it shouldn't be out during the day. And I'm telling you, they'll have an answer for it in heliocentrism.
The daytime moon is totally normal, completely expected, and not suspicious.
It's a good job you're here, love. I was very, very concerned about this.
For goodness sake. The real mystery is how this became controversial in the first place.
Because you've got a heliocentric worldview, and everything you've appealed to in terms of its movements, setting, rising, the average for the time system that you use, the angles, its positional data, everything you've appealed to is flat Earth by prerequisite. The measurements of this light are planar in every single measurement example. They're all flat. There aren't any exceptions. You're never going to show me a measurement with respect to anything other than a plane. That's what azimuth and altitude are. It's positional information. It's altitude with respect to the horizon. The degree, yeah? All of the cycles that are measured are planar. So that's all you've done. You've appealed to that which goes without saying. That's to say you will measure degrees from a flat Earth and directionality for positional information in azimuthal horizontal directionality terminology. That's what you've done. You're using flat Earth measurements, you stupid bimbo.
Yeah, but with all that considered, Nathan, she did smile quite wide, so that's just as convincing.
You're saying having a nice smile means that she can condescend to us with the, it's all okay, you don't need to worry about the moon being out of the day, it's perfectly normal. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's just what I need with a cheesy smile. I was very concerned.
So today we learned that Earth rotates at 1,000 miles per hour at the...
No, we didn't learn that. The suggested evidence that the globe Earthers use to make that inference isn't that we wouldn't frickin' notice. That's what you suggested. The suggestion comes with a 15 degrees an hour deviation that you'd have to demonstrate. You can't, it doesn't happen. But that's the globe Earth's rhetoric. Like Coriolis deflection is the suggested heliocentric proof of movement. Now, the mathematics of movement is derived by taking flat Earth planar measurements of altitude and angles, in elevation terminology, to these lights, so we can derive systems like time and latitude and longitude and position and coordinates, all of which are planar. So why is there a controversy? Because you were raised with a shitty education that taught you that there's a force that counteracts this non-effect that we aren't experiencing. That's your shit education. That's why we've got controversy, because people like you had a crap education, a cheap, state-based crap education. That's why.
The equator?
Sorry, the equator? Yeah, where did you get that value from? Did you do much primary source research before spurging out this nonsense? Yeah, we'll need a flat Earth to derive the convention of the equator. It's derived from flat Earth planar measurements of altitude angles to Polaris. It's minimum giving you this extremity. A convention derived from flat Earth measurements that gives you your heliocentric equatorial plane so that you can mathematise the idea of moving around the sun as per Kepler, Huygens and Polaris derivation for a radius value, none of which has been explored by you. You've given us the most basic high school understanding that you could offer, and then suggested that you're in a position of superiority to talk down to your audience? How dare you, dumb bimbo! You'll get me shouting at you and calling you ignorant. That's what you'll get while you smile. Called stupid. Yeah, we took a vote on your stupidity, and every single person in my audience was correct about your ignorance of heliocentric forces that aren't forces. You demonstrated yourself abject stupid. That's what you did.
And that's fine. You don't feel it because physics exists.
Sorry, we don't feel the force that isn't suggested to prove turning because physics exists. Physics is a study of the physical and natural world, aka science and the scientific method. The physical and natural world through phenomena. That is to say, when you see something happening, you say, oh, I wonder why that happened. The thing that has occurred in physical reality, that's physics, is also known as a dependent variable. It forms half of a scientific prediction called a hypothesis. An independent variable would be your presumed cause, that's the influencer yet to be validated, of the phenomena that you observed and wondered why it happened. That's a cause and effect supposition known as a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis. It's mirrored by something called a null hypothesis or zero difference result. If your presumed cause, that's A, then the dependent variable, that's the phenomena, B. Null being if A, your presumed causal influencer, then not B, you don't observe the effect. Both predictions exist simultaneously as a mirror to one another in a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis. The actualization of a hypothesis, that's an experiment, is the king of physics, the study of the physical and natural world. It's where you vary and manipulate that which you presume causes the effect you observed at step one, that's a phenomena in the physical and natural world, that's physics, to see if it causes, that's a validation of your alternative hypothesis, if A then B, or does not cause, that's a validation of your null hypothesis, if A not B, the effect that you are studying. If it does cause the effect, you know the cause of the effect. You have validated your prediction. That's science. That's physics. You suggesting that us not noticing is physics is an absolute travesty. It is the highest degree of ignorance that you could demonstrate, you high school educated bimbo.
And the moon shows up during the day. Also fine. The universe is not malfunctioning.
The universe is a derivation of flat Earth by prerequisite into a system of orbital elliptical motion created and invented mathematically by the Church, the Roman Catholic Church. That's what it is. You're saying, oh, it's all right, everything's okay here. What are you talking about? We measure Earth flat and have created a system to better understand the movements of the lights in the sky with out-of-the-box thinking that puts us inside a ball on an equatorial plane moving around the sun in those mathematics. That's all you've got. And your suggestion that the inference of those positional information data that's also taken from a plane is an actual extrapolated heliocentric world for you to stand on. Again, that is the conclusion of a high school educated bimbo.
If something in the sky looks weird, the answer is almost always, there's a perfectly good explanation for this.
Okay, let's hear it then. In your next video, explain in detail what the sun is and how you know that's the case. Then do it for the moon. Yeah, give me your perfectly reasonable explanation for what the hell these two lights even are. I'm all ears. You haven't done that. What you have done is said, we know we're moving because we wouldn't notice. Completely pissing in the face of the suggested globe Earth evidence of Coriolis defection at 15 degrees an hour. That's what you've done. You pissed in the globe Earth face of this suggestion of Coriolis deviation. Wouldn't notice the 15 degrees an hour that is suggested to prove a globe Earth spinning. Now, if you actually adhered to the globe Earth rhetoric of a claimed demonstrable 15 degrees an hour deviation that we're supposed to notice, then I would put it to you that if we have balls drifting through goalposts, because Earth is suggested to turn underneath, when we notice, then flight times would be shortened and drones would be drifting away. Now, you haven't used the actual globe Earth rhetoric for me to brace against. That just makes you a complete fool. That's all it does.
Not
Simon
everything
Dan level of stupidity.
Yeah, absolutely. Just dumb to the core.
we know is a lie. Okay?
What?
Thank you so much. There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Not everything we know is a lie.
Nobody said that. You disingenuous bimbo. Not one person in the video has said that to you. Nobody in your response that you're critiquing the videos said everything's a lie. So this is a straw man fallacy. So we've had about 4 different fallacies. We've had false equivalence, burden of proof reversal fallacy, baseless assertion, and now this. Wow. So straw man.
It's also... Oh, go ahead, mate.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and her ongoing Ipsy-Dixit fallacy. Oh, just because you say so. Meanwhile, yeah, the Earth's measured flat with every measurement that you've given, love.
We got any comments from Discord? I think she's about to round out, so I might as well take this as the opportunity to invite you guys in Discord to give any critique if you have any. Feel free.
Yeah, all this crap from her just because you
You're
say
not
so.
Discord.
Sorry, bro.
And nobody's come off mute in Discord, so I can only assume nobody's got any comments anyway.
If I was on Discord, I'd be a little offended that at the end of the show, now you ask my opinion?
Well, they could have interjected at any point. I'm just inviting them in case anybody was standing on ceremony, actually, Neil.
Well, to me, it sounds like she's been spending a little time in a feast of nonsense. Because where did she just pull that out of the hat? Not everything is a lie?
That's her own
Like I
fear.
said, just because she said so.
Go ahead, Central.
Well, that's probably her own fear, that it's all a lie, and she knows it deep down.
Oh, you're going with what I said earlier. This is projection. That is to say, in her mind's eye, there's a concern that she's now projecting onto her opponent that it could all just be a lie. Therefore, that needs projecting out onto the person that hasn't actually said it. Yeah, I should have came to that conclusion sooner. You're right. I think, like earlier, this is just projection also. Good call. Anything else? What I will do is pop a link, as much as we have been fairly brutal in terms of our critique of this particular individual. I would have been less brutal had it not been for the fact that she was so condescending in her tone. Like, I'm obviously smart. You guys are obviously dumb. This flat earther's just a sweary guy. You're like, okay, if you'd have actually come across as slightly humble with your ignorance of Coriolis deflection that you didn't detail once, with your, we wouldn't notice the 15 degrees an hour that's supposed to prove we're spinning, because we've got a false equivalence fallacy of being on an aeroplane that we wouldn't notice either. Yeah, I've been on a plane. I definitely knew we were moving. But there we go. The crap examples that aren't in line with heliocentric rhetoric were addressed, while she put on a condescending tone, like the people she's addressing are idiots for not appreciating this stuff. And she has definitely spent, lots of time looking at the sky? Really? What's the name, make, and model of your telescope that you've got, love? Let me know. I can out-geek you. No problem. Right, we'll put a link to her video, so please do pop along to Star Stuff and let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. That is to say, you put an @ symbol and then Nathan Oakley 1980, all one word. As soon as you press space, it'll turn blue, so you can actually negotiate your way back to this channel. That's why I phrase it in that way. But let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots or indeed by Star Stuff herself. So just politely indicate that we have responded to her video for her perusal. Maybe she'll do a response. We never know. If you or you in the audience...
I've commented on a video and I've received over 30 replies and since telling me that I'm retarded.
How lovely.
Maybe you could send them a link for the book, Nathan.
Well, that's a perfect opportunity to plug the book. So as I say, this does get covered in the Distance to the Sun chapter and indeed the Coriolis chapters of the book. So if you did want to read more about non-inertial turning reference frames, easily my least favourite subject. Like, I have a deep sense of foreboding whenever it comes to covering the Coriolis effect. Now, in this particular instance, it's been a delight because she completely got it wrong and suggested that the evidence that we're definitely moving at a huge velocity is that we wouldn't fricking notice. The 15 degrees an hour deviation that Earth is suggested to have and suggested to prove that we are actually spinning and we would notice because there's a drift that we'd notice at 15 degrees an hour didn't even get mentioned. So she doesn't even know her own rhetoric. Yeah, it's always pride that comes before a fall. When you're out there suggesting that you're a big head and you know it and that the people that you're talking to don't. What do you know? You didn't even correctly identify the suggested evidentiary standard that the globe Earth uses to infer that we've got this spin. It didn't even appeal once. I didn't hear the word Coriolis come out of my mouth once. Now me, I've learned about Coriolis effect. Not that I wanted to, it's completely benign, it's totally moot, it's useless to me, beyond the fact that this effect requires a plane of reference be detailed, a non-inertial turning plane of reference, with a suggested 15 degrees an hour deviation that she didn't even mention. She was just wrong, just completely ignorant of her own religion. Now, if she had have detailed her own religion with Coriolis deflection, it would still be worthy of debunking, but she didn't. She was completely ignorant of it. How embarrassing.
What sounds better, Nathan? Detailing Coriolis, or if the Earth wasn't moving, we'd all fly off. That's the proof that we're not flying off. Sounds more, fearful to me.
Well, it's part of the propagandized fear bombing that you get in heliocentric religion in a general term. So most heliocentric worldviews are foisted on the person that's listening to them with an edge of fear. That is to say, you should be terrified the Earth won't stop. Yeah, you don't notice anything to do with it moving. Your vestibulary system isn't indicating any changes in direction in an orbital elliptical motion that you definitely have accelerative forces applied to. If it wasn't a mathematical-only, Roman Catholic-derived flat Earth measured system to better explain the flat Earth-derived elevation angles and azimuth descriptions of the movement of the lights in the sky. But if it was reifiable into a real world, you'd notice. And furthermore, the globe Earth suggests that you would notice a 15 degrees an hour deviation she just didn't mention because she's completely ignorant of her own religion. Anyway, I've said that several times now. Is there any other comments? If not, we're going to round out the live show.
I've got a theme song tag. Wait, I've got a theme song tag for her video. Maybe she'll use it. It's the end. No, it's the lack of the spin I don't notice, and I feel fine.
It's the lack of the spin I don't notice, and I feel fine. REM. Rapid eye movement. Any more for any more? No. As suggested, please check out my book, Measured Flat. Link is in the info box below this video. If you wanted to make 30% off the sales of the book, you can become an affiliate and post a link to my book so you can make purchase money from the sales of it in your video or whatever it is you do, publishing on Facebook or TikTok or whatever it is that you are doing. So yeah, become an affiliate. There's a link also posted below the video, so in the information box, along with a link to buy the book itself if you did just want to read it. If you did want to read about this specific subject that we've covered in today's video, then it's in the sections of distance to the sun and axial rotation, so check out those 2 chapters. A massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. Be sure to let Star Stuff know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots or indeed Star Stuff herself. There is a link whizzing its way by in the YouTube live stream chat as we speak. The idea being that if she was to make a response to my response, she'd do the same for me and promote my videos and hopefully put a link to Nathan Oakley 1980. Maybe she'll buy a book. Who knows? But be sure to check it out if you are watching live. And indeed, pop along to her video to let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Another massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Mick Toon went there and made measurements. Nathan didn't go there and make any measurements. So I'm going to believe the guy that went there and made globe measurements.
Yeah, I did hear it, yeah.
Oh, man.
It's just like you can't. The things that just fall out the mouth now is untrue.
What it's demonstrated is the globe side has recognised the ease in which the globe has recognised the globers, our opposing side, the videographers on the globe side, have recognised that their audience is pretty thick. Yeah, John pointed it out with the example of Toon comes on and says Nathan's a liar, and everybody around him goes, oh, well, Toon said he's a liar, so he's a liar. Like, that's your standard. If your videographer, your favourite Globe Earth videographer says it's the case, then it's the case. In this case, Toon has said, I made global measurements there. And everyone goes, he said he made global measurements. Yes, yes, I believe him. Now, that is your woeful standard. Now, I think back over the last 12 years, and what immediately springs to mind is the arguments that I've had, not just with the opposing side, but with the people on my own side. Like, there's barely a word that can cross anybody's lips that doesn't undergo heavy scrutiny. Whereas on the Ball Earth side, anything that affirms their bias is accepted carte blanche without question. It is sad. But if you know that as a videographer, that your audience is thick as shit, then you'll spew any old crap out, and so long as you say it with enough gusto, the majority of your audience will just go, oh, yeah, I believe you, yeah.
And just a picture of a globe in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
And not only that, you could just play sound bites and then give a reason, and they'll just accept it.
Well, not only that, Neil, I mean, a Ball Earth believer can say one thing, and another Ball Earth believer can say another thing, and they could both be contradicting each other. Like, Toon and Sunbuster with elevation angles.
Remember years ago, Nathan, when Toon did it in the same group chat, we had to awkwardly pretend that they hadn't contradicted each other. I can't remember who it was, so it was like 8 years ago.
I do vaguely remember. Toon's full of contradictions because he tries to adhere to heliocentric rhetoric and then comes in to oppose people who have found flaw with the rhetoric. And then he finds himself, as an anti-flat earther, bracing against the flat earther's contradiction of the position. Like Simon-Dan syndrome, you and your reference frames have been ruined. In the case of Toon, it's elevation angles have got nothing to do with Earth's surface. Like, number one, I don't need to convince Toon that elevation means it's from the surface. The clue is in the title. The fact that he has to deny his own measurements have come from the surface because they're flat Earth measurement just makes him a liar. And as I keep saying, his objecting to his own deceit is what's serving him worse than the original deceit. If he'd have just shut up about it, it would have been embarrassing for about 5 minutes that Buck had contradicted his position. But it had been forgotten about, right? It would be tomorrow's fish wrapper. But he keeps going on about it. He's trying to bring the guy that's contradicted him in line with his lie. Now, all of these things just look much worse. Or, in the case of when it was iterated to him, he starts suggesting that I beat my kids. Now, for him, in his moment when he's doing that, he knows that his audience is dumb enough to go, oh, well, Toon said he'd made a global measurement, that there's no contradiction. You're like, yeah, but anybody who's got an above 80 IQ won't buy that. But fortunately for someone like Toon, the majority of your audience has got a sub 80 IQ, so he can get away with it.
You know what? You know what surprised me too? Jem. When he said that about your kids, I said, Jem, you're going to allow this? I heard him in the background said, you're appealing to the wrong guy, Neil. So he shares that same sentiment. So he's a piece of shit too.
Can't believe
So
what
it's a
measurement. Sorry, Sean. You go for it, mate. Go on.
I was going to say it's a Streisand effect, is what I hear you describing it.
It was a stronger what? Say again.
The Streisand effect, where by trying to avert attention away from something, you end up consequently giving more attention to it.
Yes, so the Streisand effect comes from Barbara Streisand having a paparazzi member take a picture of her beachfront house and post it online. And it was viewed half a dozen or a dozen times by people. And then she decided to take out an injunction against the publisher. And then it was viewed millions of times because she was trying to suppress it. So that's the exact effect, yes. Had Toon have just eaten it in the moment and said nothing, just gone a bit silent, 5 minutes later, nobody would have remembered that Toon was in complete contradiction with, at the time, just Buck Sodbuster. But because he laboured it and tried to brace against it and say, no, we are in consistency with each other, Len went and dug out his own frickin' words. So then he's not just in contradiction with Buck Sodbuster, he's in contradiction with himself. And it just escalates. Now everyone's like, oh, right, so Toon was a liar. What did he lie about? Well, elevation angles have got nothing to do with the Earth, end quote, Toon, and elevation angles from the surface of Earth, end quote, Toon. Like, both positions can't be true. You know, it's that simple. Now, normally, like, who cares? It's just another point. There's hundreds of them. But suddenly it's become a big deal because Toon's decided that he doesn't like being called a liar. It's like, well, you are. You can't hold both positions at the same time. The fact you're doubling down on it makes you look even worse. The fact that when it gets broached, you call me a child beater makes you look horrendous.
Not only that, after that's all said and done, just say you misunderstood. You just don't understand, Nathan.
The pinnacle was, rather than, yeah, you're right, I got it wrong, or yes, we are in contradiction, but, or just saying nothing, we got, well, you're just a YouTuber, I'm a scientist. You're like, are you freaking joking? To explain away a contradiction, you're going to say it's because you're a scientist. Like, again, anybody with an IQ above 80 is going to go, really? You know what I mean?
And then Jem Panda jumps in and said, you're just misunderstanding. He's trying to explain what he meant.
Listen to a bit of that Simon Dan on your book. Did anybody else listen to it?
What was Steinman Dan said something about his book? What did he say?
No, he's got a video out on it. You know, just he's possibly did a book review on Nathan's book. It's not very good. He does sort of go into the the book theft situation first of all. He doesn't really. He just makes things up about the book. Well,
did he actually buy a copy?
He said he had a copy.
Oh,
and he did. And he did have some paragraphs highlighted on screen going through them. Can't remember what they was. I just flicked through it basically.
Well, just to answer that question, I didn't watch the video. I watched it for about 20 seconds, and then I was actually outside with my kids at the time, and they distracted me from watching it. So I haven't still had the opportunity to watch it, but I did watch 20 seconds. Anyway, several people have got in touch with me and gone, the book on Dan's screen doesn't match the book preview.
Dear.
And I've gone, okay. So basically, I'm not going to say this is categorically the case because there might be some perfectly innocent explanation for this. But it does appear like Simon Dan's utilising a pirated version of the book. That's how it looks on the surface of things. What I might do is, I've already asked Paula if she'll send out an email in this regard to him and just ask him and just say, look, several people have contacted me to say that, you know, I don't know how I'll phrase it, but however I phrase it will be to point out that people are now hinting at the idea that Dan's utilising a stolen copy. So what I might do is just say, look, I'm pretty sure you're not a common thief. can you just give me your order number so I can confirm that you have actually bought a copy and you've not just used a stolen, pirated version? So I'll just drop him an email, and I'm sure he'll go, no, this is my order number, and I ordered it really early. I was only the third person to buy it, and or you know, whatever he has as an excuse. But I'll just drop him a line and ask him.
They're thieving bastards, all of them.
Well, maybe not. You don't want to automatically assume that Dan has used, just because what he's shown on screen has all the hallmarks of a stolen copy, doesn't necessarily mean it is, right? Innocent until proven guilty. So I'll drop him a line. Don't you think that's the most reasonable way to go about this? Because, like I say, people are contacting me and going, look, this doesn't match the official version.
Yes,
which might
it's
as
the
well
most
be saying,
reasonable way to go about it. But who gets paid when a book is purchased? You.
Me.
And that bothers them.
Well,
So can that book be doctored and the words changed in it and then re-released?
Yeah, the book has had,
It could be
has had
something
an
to do with
alteration.
formatting, depending on what he's using to display it. Sorry to interrupt there.
That's all right. Like I say, there may be some perfectly reasonable explanation why that's the case.
I mean,
don't want
verify in the first chapter where you was on about the I forget the bloody character's name now, where you was first getting into it and looking into psychopathy. He did read a chapter of that out, and it did sound like the actual that particular one did sound correct. He was just pointing out that you'd not use commas where you should have used commas, and it was a really long sentence, and that was the problem with not the. I mean, he wasn't in what he read out was. I don't think you'd mentioned any measurements anyway. I think he was just talking about, feast of nonsense, and then getting into flat Earth, what you was looking into at the time in the beginning chapter.
So you're saying Nathan can't math, and now he can't grammar? Okay.
Well, just before we round out this note, would you guys agree? I did ask this in Master B earlier today. The best approach is to just get in touch with him with an assumption that everything's perfectly legit, and just ask him to verify his purchase. Would you say that's the most reasonable way to go about this?
Absolutely.
Yes.
It is, yeah. And you're being optimistic that he'll reply to you.
Right. And that was what I expect Dan will just go, yeah, of course I bought a copy. Here's my order number.
You could just say, good man, thank you very much.
I'm pretty sure somebody posted his name in Master B. Did you say that, Nathan? Can you not cover it with a list?
I don't think I've looked since I put it out. I'll have a look.
Is that the Rock?
I wonder if any of the scumbag earthers across the street purchased a copy.
I'm sure they did because they want to try and catch Nathan in something for them to cause more pain.
Yeah, it'll all be about commas and paragraphs and misspelt words. But that did look legitimate, the first paragraph he read out. But he didn't get the gist. He said he's read the book, but he didn't really take much time on getting into, where all his view was on it is that, Nathan just keeps repeating measured flat, the Earth's measured flat.
Oh, really? Hold on a second. We covered Coriolis today, and Simon Dan has a pseudonym, like a really obvious one, because I quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined. He didn't mention specifically the Coriolis effect chapter featuring pseudoscience Steve.
No. He was pointing out that you just keep saying it's measured flat and going on about begging the question fallacies, and that you don't have any scientific evidence for the flat Earth.
That's a category error. Crap.
Yep.
Wow. Not.
And we know Simon Dan doesn't understand Coriolis, so he won't be able to understand that chapter.
Yeah.
But there's an anecdotal piece of information that's directly tied to his experience of the Coriolis. I'm surprised. Either he's lying and he hasn't read it, he's just scan-read his stolen copy. I mean, possibly legit copy.
Or he might be too embarrassed.
Just say
it wasn't. it wasn't a proper review. He was sort of just saying what he was saying to try and put you down. That's that. So it wasn't a legitimate book review. You know what I mean? But then what made me laugh on part of the video, he was saying, you know, you've got no scientific evidence for this, but and again he goes into, yes, we do measure the Earth flat. If I go out and measure my yard, it's measured flat. So surveyors measure it flat. Building sites measure it flat. We all know this. Yeah. On a local scale, we measure it flat. So he went into that again, and he said, but we do have evidence for the globe, and he brought up Eratosthenes, 2,000 years. That was his ending point. It's been measured by Eratosthenes.
Oh dear.
Neil, just to address quickly, mate, just to address something you said earlier, Neil. You said that Nathan could post his link to the book in one of the comments. But from what I know, YouTube bots will delete anything that takes you a link that's in your comment that takes you outside of YouTube. So Nathan, if you want to promote your book, you're probably best advertising in a shorts video with the link in the information of the shorts video. Because then you can keep the link in the comments. Yeah. YouTube will delete anything that takes you outside of YouTube. You can understand why from their point of view.
Oh. We need to get some scientific evidence for the measurements.
They just outright say it like it's okay.
Yeah, he did. He was very blasé about it. No evidence, no scientific evidence.
Well, I guess if you're a freaking gatekeeper, right, you gotta keep the measurements in science. So I don't doubt that they're going to continue to say it.
His review was just hope that whoever listens to his review, they'll just obviously believe everything he's saying, and it's a waste of time going to purchase the book.
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper.
Yeah, that's basically that was the point of him doing that review, although it wasn't a proper review.
With the people with just enough IQ to challenge it, the Earth being a sphere, but not enough IQ to understand how it's flat.
And you got to remember, their definition of science is actually pseudoscience. They don't adhere to the scientific method at all. None of them.
I mean, we don't need to, as far as geography is concerned, anyway.
Right, but to keep it, to avoid people understanding that it's geography, they'll keep punting it as science. Capisci, paesano?
Dan tied his shoelace, he thinks is science.
Can't have everybody understanding that it has nothing to do with science and it's just a measurement and it should have been taught in geography. Can't.
But the thing is, Neil, when I have that conversation with people, especially if they're from university, they'll say, well, it's geometry and science are interlinked. And they'll effectively try to cram them together. Like Siamese twins.
Like Newtonian and Einstein gravity.
So you're saying cause and effect are interlinked with freaking geometry? Okay.
Can I get the hypothesis construction of a square mile, please?
What was the observed phenomena in nature? A mile?
We don't observe a phenomena, therefore the phenomena is true. If we observed it, that would be only when the Earth stops spinning.
I was just going to go there. Then we would see it. We would fly off.
When the phenomena stops happening, then we'll see it.
Yep, we'll fly off. So, because you are not flying off, you know Earth is moving. But if it stopped, you all would know. We all would know. It would be a catastrophe.
Yeah, good old Ipsy Dixie fallacy with more fear porn. Yeah, just because you say so, huh? Right, Loud?
We got to have something to counteract the downward force, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that in university they link geometry and science together.
No, what I'm saying is it's typical of people who have been to university who use that argument.
I mean, if you're being taught something in a certain way, you have to you're just going to trust the educators, aren't you? That like we all believe we live on a globe because that's what we're told. They're going to believe whatever they tell you.
Listen, you got to take them one by the hand and say, geometry, explain what geometry means. Nathan goes over it. Geo, earth, metric, measurements, right? Earth measurements. There's no observed phenomena there. It's just a measurement. Science is specifically deals with cause and effect, right? You see something in nature that you wonder about, right? So it's like you got to teach them all over again.
You got to do another Father Ted skit. This is geometry. This is science.
Right. So the way that lady was talking to us today was pure projection then, because that's how she needs speaking to.
Exactly. That's good. You're right. And I'm sorry, but that's what's needed. Science has nothing to do with Earth measurements or what Earth is.
And she gives plausible deniability by, at the end of it all, smirking and basically saying, you don't need to know all this. I know all this, and you just take my word for it. The Earth's not spinning, and I feel fine. Don't worry.
But it's like Simon Danny. He must think geometry is science then, because obviously in one breath he was saying with Nathan doesn't, gives no scientific evidence for how Earth's measured flat. But his example of the globe was Eratosthenes measuring elevation angle.
That's correct. Oh, so you're right. Liam, you're 100% correct. These morons think freaking geometry is science.
It's not just that. I'm still convinced that they are conflating any kind of result. Eratosthenes measured or even calculated. They don't care the distinction between the two. But Eratosthenes figured out the circumference or the radius, and Al-Biruni did the circumference of the Earth. So that's the measurements, quote unquote, that they're looking for. It seems like all in their replies and all of their critiques, they are pointing out, correctly so in their mind, that Nathan provides no measurements. He doesn't prove that he measured it flat because he doesn't give numbers. He doesn't give the results of the mathematical calculations that the Earth is flat. He's basically just pointing out Earth is flat, mantra, mantra, mantra. And
how big is flat?
Yeah, Eratosthenes gave a measurement. That's how we know. And he was within 5% of the actual measurement.
Yeah, but he gave a flat Earth measurement.
Right. No, they're always still. They have to skip past it.
But you can't.
I know they can't, and they are thinking that Nathan is skipping past his quote unquote flat Earth measurement proof by not giving any numbers. And
I understand what you're saying, but we constantly keep going over and over it, and we say to them time and time again, we're using your measurements.
Yeah, that's where it's brilliant, where we finally came to the conclusion that the nail in the coffin is the 3959 that the Earth claims, or that the globe claims to have measured, that is their claim, and it was measured flat, and that's as far as we need to go. They just, that's why Elderbear keeps coming back with, where's your 3959? Where did you get that number? That kind of crap. It's like, got it by measuring an elevation angle to Polaris, minimum. And that's where
Nathan in the book mentions sea level, linear distances, azimuth. Simon didn't bring it up. He was just saying Nathan's just concentrating on the small projects like surveying, locally flat. And because Nathan thinks that yes, we do measure things locally flat, that makes the Earth flat. But he didn't mention that Nathan always references the master reference, which is sea level, which is across all the oceans for the beginning start of all measurements going forward after that is from a level baseline, 0 degree baseline.
Well, it sounds like Dan was more fascinated. Sorry, John. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, the non-local measurement is that's done with lasers and a GPS.
A laser test.
Oh, and
50-mile laser test.
Spherical geometry, which is a mathematical concept. I mean, Haversine only works on a globe.
Yeah, Nathan, I'll tell you what. He can't even cite Haversine. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That was funny one day. It was funny.
Yeah. Haversine only works on a globe. No, they measured the globe with Haversine. I think they said. Is that what they said? They measured the Earth with Haversine.
Yeah, the Haversine conversion.
Haversine's not a measurement.
Yeah, we just use.
Haversine
Exactly.
only
It's a conversion.
Yeah, if you can't recite it off by heart, then you're just not up to date with the globe Earth today.
Yeah, Nathan. What's wrong with you? Say it again, Liam.
Who's asked me to recite Haversine?
The ballers.
No ballers have asked me to recite Haversine.
Well, that's the standard that they have of us, that we must know it off by heart. And if we don't, then we're not up to date with the globe Earth today. We can only agree.
That's correct.
There is no debate. The measurements that are going to be run through that conversion are flat. There is no debate.
That's what you say.
It's like saying, do you not know the unicorn conversion numbers? And you go, well, I'm reasonably familiar with the fact that there's some idiots out there that think Earth's a unicorn, and if you convert the flat Earth measurements into the unicorn data, that they only work on a unicorn. I understand that there's idiots out there. Well, yeah, but do you know those maths? You go, well, let's take it either way. Yes, I do know those maths. Does that mean that the world is debunked as a unicorn when the conversion to a unicorn are flat Earth measurements? Or if you go the other way and go, no, this person doesn't know the unicorn conversion, does that mean that the world is converted from the flat Earth measurements into a unicorn then? Like, no, neither position leaves you with a world that's the converted, reified world after the conversion. That's based on flat Earth measurements to begin with. So they want to say, what, that they've got this position that's worthy of investigation because we've converted from flat to globe, and the conversion after it's been converted to globe is a globe, therefore only works on a globe. Like, well, even that as a statement's incorrect, because it wouldn't work on a globe, it would work from within a globe.
That's correct.
So even their statement is wrong. But their statement isn't that. Their statement is, I haven't recited it. Nobody's asked me to.
I think it was Rob Noxious when we were in that when you were in that new server last week. He jumped in and he was trying to be all like, he's going to stop you getting the message across to new people, and I think you or I said to him, we asked him for some measurements of the globe, and he said, well, we've got have a sign, he listed a few things off that you went through. We've got have a sign.
I got you. It was on the list with things like seismology. Is that when you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I was working and I heard that. He goes in there, it's a new server, and he just goes in there with his rhetoric because he wants to get that out there as fast as he can.
Yeah, because his new ears listening. If he comes out, well, we've got have a sign, we've got eclipses, we've got tides, and so he just hoping that somebody listening, because he sounds like a proper glober who knows his stuff. Yep. And then we pointed out have a sign is not a measurement, and then it all got then he started getting a bit loud and didn't like that, and it ended up in chaos.
This is
my favorite part
right?
of being in Gems is so if you listen to Gems.
Hold on one second, Neil. So, at the moment, I've been trying to get it across to people that we have no influence over this stuff. Like, we are inconsequential. It doesn't matter if we had a huge sphere of influence, either, no pun intended. If we were a 20 million strong channel rather than a 20,000 strong channel, right? It wouldn't make any difference to how influential our words were when it came to Earth's measurements. Our social status, our individual understanding. These things have no bearing on Earth measurements. That's something else. The idea of flat Earth has been repositioned into social structures. Social structures that have a hierarchy, and therefore the people who profess to Earth being flat can be put lower down the pecking order in a social structure, right? It's whether or not you have credibility, whether or not you have a good understanding, whether or not, in this instance, Rob Noxious gets the rhetoric out there. That's a delusional misapprehension that you and what you do, in this case, Rob Noxious, actually holds any meaning. It doesn't! When I say it wouldn't matter if I was having this discussion in the forum, Earth would still be measured flat. The same applies to my opponents when you put it, they want to get in there and get their rhetoric out there. It's like, what? By saying it, does it make it out and into the universe as you see it? Does it suddenly become etheric because you've voiced it into the world? You have made it manifest. It's like, you're sniffing your own farts if you think that just by voicing it out into the world that's going to make something happen. It's wishful thinking. I hope that by putting this rhetoric out, it's voiced and echoes through eternity. You delusional fart sniffers. You need to go the other direction. Have a bit of introspection and go, I really have no influence over this, because my influence is a social status. It's not a measurement of Earth. Geometry and social status and influence are completely devoid of connection. There isn't one. If I really get popular, will that change an altitude angle? It just doesn't make any sense to connect these two things together. They're not in any way connected. An altitude angle measurement, that's an angle from surface level to a star, is completely devoid of any connection whatsoever to you and how influential you are when you talk about something, even if what you're talking about is specifically an elevation angle in this instance. The two aren't connected. You verbalising it, communicating it, letting others know how to understand it, or how its relationship is born into a globe, won't change what an elevation angle is or how it's measured.
I understand that, but people don't know that. So it will change a lot of things when people hear it.
And that's what I'm saying. The people have gone the other end of the scale. In Rob Noxious' mind, he is going to influence the universe. His words are etheric. Very important. You're like, this is sad. Really sad.
But that's what they do. They come out and they just scattergun their rhetoric. They have the mantra, and they accuse us of having a mantra.
I noticed it last week, and Baldwin used to do it. I had a bit of a banter with George dinner last week, and about, I was being a glober with George, yeah, and I was coming out with some shite, right, saying linear is a curve measurement. Have you never up to a tape measure around a ball? And when I was doing it, I had to get into the mode of the baller. But I can understand the point wasn't me getting the actual point across. I just wanted to say things to George, yeah, to confuse him, yeah. I didn't want to prove any points about measurements. I just wanted to win an argument without proving any points. Just
and you don't know what level is,
Sophistry.
George.
Yeah,
That's
George,
correct.
you baller.
Did you hear that?
Sophistry, mate.
Correct. Sophistry. Correct term. Good word.
Yep. So I felt that, and when I do that, I feel it. I'm thinking, I turn into a baller myself, and I'm getting excited and thinking about it. And I know I'm talking absolute crap. I know I'm confusing my opponent. That's what they do. So it's nothing to do with actually realizing what a measurement is. They're not bothered about that. They just want that fact that they can say things, whatever they choose to say, to confuse the issue, to make you sidestep and not know what they're talking about, just to overcome you and degrade you, really.
Yeah, and you could say I took global measurements. What were your measurements of?
Let me just define sophistry as it was the perfect timed use of the word to describe what's occurring. Sophistry is the use of clever, deceptive, or misleading arguments that sound logical and true on the surface, but are actually unsound, false, or designed to trick people. Modern use, false logic, using technicalities or wordplay to make a weak or false claim look strong.
Wow.
Yep. That's what they do.
That's what freaking Toon was doing.
I want to mention that I mentioned sophistry at least 3 weeks ago.
I knew that was coming. I was going to go, if it wasn't, I was going to go at least 2 weeks ago.
It was in
after.
one of my poems.
No, I did a video, me and Brian, 4 weeks ago.
Sophistry, I said. It's all sophistry. That's all it is.
Well, no, stick on the point. No, it's correct. And all you've got to do is play a baller with someone, and that's what you have to do in order to think you're winning in an argument or a debate.
Yeah. It gives you endorphins. It gives you the dopamine or whatever. It gives you the social media high to be able to play that game, and you get involved.
So that's why Toon does it. They all do it. Buster does it. They all do it. They know they're doing it because that's what you have to do. But
Here's what they do. Instead of using right angle, they'll say orthogonal. Whoa, what's that word?
And if you can frustrate a flat earther enough so he swears at you, now you're a victim and you're a martyr for the scientific consensus.
Yes, very well summarised. You're on fire.
Yeah, you're
you got to hear more of Liam.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, that beats my George Carling observation out of the water, doesn't it? They're all just sophists.
Yeah. Yeah, so in that respect, when you become a baller, it's quite enjoyable.
When I was listening back, I was saying to myself, if he's not losing subscribers by the thousands right now, then people are just retarded.
Oh, no. People are retarded. So, I said this on the live show, I'll just repeat it. So, John was saying, it's hard to reflect because it was about me, but John was saying, well, Toon comes on and says, Nathan's a liar as his opener. And immediately 3 or 4 people go, oh, well, yeah, Nathan's just a liar. You're like, well, okay, so what he's done is he's made a baseless assertion with absolutely no evidentiary standard, but that's not important in terms of the subject of his baseless assertion. It's the people around him that are getting the note from John. His note being that immediately people go, yes, the Tooneth has spoken and decried that lies are afoot. Therefore, lies are afoot. That was the mentality of the people around him. Yeah? Well, what other word better describes that than stupidity? Like there is no standard. Literally, it's not like there's anything to actually research. It is a purely baseless assertion. But if it's made by their favourite YouTube videographer, it can be taken as read. Do you know what taken as read means? Like, there's a passage in a book, and in a courtroom, if you've got an entry in a piece of information that's in front of the judge and in triplicate in front of all the parties, and you get to it, and the witness is due to read this section out, but one of the parties says to the judge, can we take this as read? That is to say, we will all accept that even though this piece of text has not been verbally read out, that it has been taken to have been verbally read out. That is taken as read. Yeah? Well, that terminology applies when that which is stated by baseless assertion is taken to be gospel from the fact that it's come out of somebody's mouth and nothing more. It is to be taken as read, taken as the case. We accept this is on the record already. It doesn't, it almost goes without saying. Yeah? Like, literally, it's the opposite way of saying it. Goes without saying, taken as read. They mean essentially the same thing.
Okay, so you take it as read. But when something comes along during a discussion that contradicts what was taken as read, it should be eye-opening, no? So when Toon is caught outright lying after accusing you of being a liar, it should be freaking eye-opening.
No, because what did Toon say? He was there with the right to reply when he wasn't muting me and demanding that I should be listening whilst on mute. Hilarious. Anyway, he's saying, no, while you are pointing out, this is paraphrasing, he's almost acknowledging, while there is a contradiction in terms being put to me, my response, Toon's response, is, it's not a contradiction. You just don't understand. Idiot audience member goes, oh, so there's not a contradiction. It's just Nathan didn't understand. And they go, right.
You're right, because they were asking, that's right, because Rob was asking, well, where'd you catch him in a lie? I still don't see you caught him in a lie.
Exactly.
Holy shit,
yeah,
wow.
So, two positions being mutually exclusive. So, it's a bit like the scientific method. You can't have A causing B and A not causing B at the same time, right? They mirror each other. It's the alternative hypothesis and the null hypothesis. The null is the zero difference result. Nothing's going to happen when you vary A. And the alternative is I vary A and see the phenomena. The two things are mutually exclusive of one another. They can't simultaneously happen. They can't both occur at the same time. Well, in this instance, it's an elevation angle has nothing to do with Earth's surface, end quote. So the position is, we measure an angle of elevation, and it can be in a vacuum, completely isolated with any substantive value that is with regards to Earth. That's the sentiment of the statement made by Toon. To quote him, elevation angles have nothing to do with Earth's surface. Right? That's a position that's pretty clear. The antithesis of that position is these touch Earth's surface. Right? Originally, Buck Sodbuster's position that came literally moments after Toon said it, which was the most hilarious part of that. Now, even in that moment, the people there, the ones that have honed a rhetoric, that is to say, like parrots that have gone through a comprehensive education structure, they can listen and repeat. And that's what they're doing when they're seeming mildly intellectual. But in reality, they don't actually have any cognitive ability to critique that which they're taking in as they research it. They're just listening and repeating. So when it comes to, is there a contradiction here? They're not of the type of mindset to analyse if there is or if there is not a violation of the law of non-contradiction. They're not analysing that. They're listening to what's being said. So Nathan, the guy who's always wrong and a liar, says he's an example of a contradiction in terms. And then you get the two positions. Nothing to do with Earth, touching Earth. Those are the two positions. They can't boil it down to that mildly complicated substance. They just hear Toon go, well, there's not a contradiction. We're both agreeing with each other. You just don't understand. And the person who's got about 80 IQ goes, see? You said that Nathan just didn't understand it. There's no problem here. Yeah? So, in conclusion, like I said in the live show, their audiences, in this case McToon's audience specifically, is, not hypothetically, is stupid. And will accept that as an explanation. Now, when you know your audience is stupid, you can get away with murder. You can get away with more, right? Outright lying works. It's like when Simpsons have got Marge or whoever trying to run for office, and she's giving the most intellectual speech, and she's being met with blank faces, and someone from the sidelines says, say 9/11, and she goes, 9/11, and they all go, whoa, whoa, whoa. And that's who Toon's appealing to. The lowest common denominator. Your average, blue-collar, high school educated, 80 IQ, that's his audience, isn't it? So he can get away with whatever if he tells them there's no contradiction here. They'll go, okay.
Right. See, if I put this scenario out there, if the tables were turned and Toon had you, like you had him, and out of nowhere you just kept playing sound bites of Toon, you would not get away with that with any one of us. We would be pulling your coat immediately.
Oh,
like,
Neil.
what the freak you doing, Nathan?
I'm taking it to the extreme, the lowest common denominator. When I talk about the average IQ of the people watching Toon, that he can get away with that with. And don't get me wrong, that is the majority. I'm not going to take that back. That doesn't mean that everybody is dumb as shit. Most people find it cognitively painful to have an unresolved contradiction. Mentally, people don't like that. You know when I say that I'll stay in those servers for 9 hours because I want to tick off everything that's been discussed and resolve it. I want to come to a conclusion on all of it. Therefore, it takes a long time. And I know when there's something that's specific about what I've done that's unresolved. And no matter how minor, it'll grate on my mind because it's like, no, if I'd have only done 10 instead of 9.5 hours, I could have just resolved out that last little thing. That one little thing that I didn't actually come to a full conclusion. But oh well, there was 300 other conclusions that were drew throughout the night, even though it took, like, dragging the opponent through a bush backwards to get there with rumpusing and interruptions. Every issue got resolved. Because mentally, that leaves my audience in a good place. And you get praise for that. Yeah? Now, that's what I'm seeking. Praise being views, by metaphorical example, right? Well, when there's something that's glaringly contradictory, not only glaringly contradictory, being addressed and pointed out by your opponent, and the rebuttal is, you beat your kids, you're just a YouTuber, I'm a scientist. Actually, you just don't understand this glaring contradiction that anybody above 80 IQ, like not much above 80 IQ, 85, 90, they'll recognise a contradiction. I absolutely assure you, most people, not most of Toon's audience, most people recognise a contradiction. They're Toon's audience because they're seeking affirmation, right? The pain's become a bit much and they now want to affirm their bias. That's why he's got a stupid audience. It filters out the smart people. But that doesn't mean he hasn't got a few in the audience that come across his videos and go, not only is this unresolved, it is a glaring contradiction. Nothing to do with Earth touching Earth. That's not resolved. It's at the other extreme, where I want to tie up the little loose ends, and a little loose end that's not even that important to most people and wouldn't even be noticed, bugs me a little bit. How do you think cognitively that feels for the opponent? Right? And me summarising the reason why. Why is this unresolved, this contradiction? Because Earth's measured flat in the thing he's going to lie about. Earth's measured flat with an elevation angle. It's not like it's subtle. Elevation means from the surface. It's not subtle. What's that? Nothing to do with the surface. Why, they then ask themselves, people above 80 IQ, why the need to lie? That's what people do to resolve this. Perfect. Why the need? Well, I'll tell them that too. Well, because Earth's being measured flat. What are we actually talking about? The measurements he took. Now, when he's taking them, he's calling them science. He wants the value to be ascribed at the highest level. The minute they're flat Earth measurements, nothing to do with the ground. Yeah? Now, again, for anybody of a 90 IQ who can investigate one step of primary research, one step of cognitive unpacking of this unresolved, nay, glaring contradiction that they're affronted with, they will find themselves analysing the actual subject at hand. What are we talking about? Elevation angles aren't from Earth's surface, says Toon. What, the ones that you called science and ascribed a high value to? There's suddenly nothing to do with the globe surface. They're measurements of a plane. That's why they've got to be denied now. Now, that's hilarious if you're above about 100 IQ, and you can see the humour in that. Now, Toon, I don't know where he sits on the IQ scale, probably about average, so he can find his way into as much trouble as he thinks he can find his way out of. You know, someone at about 100 IQ is probably the most dangerous, because they think they're fucking Einstein. So they'll go 2 foot marching into something that's dumb, and then have someone like Buck Sodbuster completely contradict and humiliate them for their own ignorance, because they don't want them to get even further into this stupidity. So somebody at a slightly higher level, maybe 110 IQ like Buck, will contradict you in a heartbeat, because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care if, in the moment at least, he's just concerned about how smart he looks to the people around him. Because like Rob, he thinks he's of influence also. So he's got to get it in there that he understands that this is tangential to a plane of Earth point at the surface of the globe that's touching the tangent, therefore specifically tying it to Earth's surface in a single point that's got a big question of a globe below it. Buck wants to seem smart also. He's putting it out into the universe too. He's just not got any preservation for his compadre. He didn't give the tiniest of shits in the moment that he was completely contradicting Toon. It's only when Toon comes along and goes, you've got to toe the line with the lie now, that suddenly he's back in defending Toon's lies. Yeah, Toon's right, nothing to do with the surface. So Buck's prepared to fall on his own sword because Toon's kicked up a stink about it. It's all very sad when you can actually analyse it. Why can we analyse it? Because we've stepped back from the actual concern about the debate. It's no longer important whether or not Toon recognises that the elevation angle, clues in the tile, comes from the surface. I couldn't give a shit if he gets it, or if he lies about it. It's completely moot, it doesn't matter. But when we understand that, go, it doesn't matter, it's still just a flat Earth measurement regardless. We can step back and look at the people and laugh. Suddenly it becomes a bit of a jape. We can just watch these idiots wriggle.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, Nathan. There's still, in the bottom of all of this, there's people. And it just does not make sense to me how someone could just continue to play a soundboard when they're getting hammered, and those people that are outside looking in at the debate don't see that and say, what the hell are you doing?
They do. That's what I'm trying to say. There is a majority that are dumb enough to just accept the ham-handed attempt at an explanation. But the rest of them, right, Neil, are doing what you're doing. There were certain times in the debate, right, where my side would step in because the uncomfortable, unresolved issue was so painful for them, and it's not even their side that's getting a beating. But it's so uncomfortable for my own side when someone's subject to this sort of thing that they can't contain themselves. It's happened so many times where I have to shout at my own side, shut up! Let this pain ooze out of him! But you can't bear it. It's so uncomfortable for you, and that's what you're doing now. This unresolved problem where Toon's caught in an abject contradiction, demonstrably showing him to be a massive liar, is so uncomfortable for you on the opposing side that you've got to air your grievance about it. Now, have some empathy for the person that is on his side with that. What do they want to do? Well, I'll tell you what they want to do. They want to have my kids taken away, send the police round, have the publisher's website taken down with spam bot attacks, make up false versions of my book and publish them on Amazon. That's what they're doing, Neil. Right? You've got to look at this as a consequence of what's currently happening. You think, well, what, surely they've got to have a visceral response. Yeah, They are! You're just not connecting it to what's happening in the moment when we're essentially discussing and dissecting the publication of a book over and above a debate that's taken 12 years to reach the conclusion of. It's so painful to them, Neil. You have no idea. You just can't see it being verbalised by the opponents in the moment. That doesn't mean it's not like a knife at their throat when it's happening. I assure you. Like, resolving things mentally is a key part of being human in an unstressed environment. So much so that even musicians understand that you have to resolve a phrase in music. Now, when you're listening to music, it's something that directly derives pleasure. It can convey emotion whilst alongside theatrical pieces. But I'm saying the music itself doesn't have any hold. It's not rhetoric. It's not an argument. It's music. But your brain is so attuned that if the musician hasn't done a good resolve at the end of a phrase, you feel uncomfortable. Now, when you turn that into somebody that's not being communicated with a beautiful language, that's music. It's a gritty language like English, and it's rhetoric and discourse, and something is unresolved in that scenario. That is like nails on a chalkboard. Believe me, Neil, this, while we can just joke about it, isn't it hilarious how Toon's gonna lie? No, to the person on the opposing side, it is mental torture, Neil. Everything about what we do, this is just one example, is mental torture to our opponents. They hate us, Neil. Like, really hate, and this is why.
I get it.
And
Makes
the
no
reason
freaking
they
sense
hate
to
us
me.
is because they
Truth is
hate
truth.
themselves. When they project out, like this woman today, we covered this chick today, and she's projecting out her own ineptitude. You all picked up on it. The things that she's concerned about, has a fear that she hasn't actually researched and is a fraud. You know, a bit of imposter syndrome leaking out when she projects that onto her opponent. Well, when somebody's demonstrably shown that they don't understand those things and that the concerns they'd projected, in other words, they'd thought about them but immediately offloaded them onto someone else, were their own warning signs that they told themselves but didn't heed, instead of heeding their own warnings, telling yourself, well, shouldn't you do a bit more research then? Shouldn't you actually go and buy a telescope and have a look at these movements? Instead of that, they've projected them out. So when they're shown to be wrong, the pain is an introspective pain, the worst kind of pain, because you knew you were wrong, and instead of doing something about it when your brain told you, you've got this wrong, you should research more, and instead you go, my opponent doesn't research this stuff at all. And then you're shown to be humiliatingly wrong, you beat yourself up because subconsciously you've already told yourself that you're wrong. You just projected it out instead of internalising it. Big mistake, because now you're embarrassingly wrong, in this case for the public, in the case of today's videographer, right? That's embarrassing. Only embarrassing because they have thought about it. Yes, they're quick to project it. Doesn't mean they haven't thought about it. Doesn't mean for that split second that they've told themselves, yeah, this is applicable to me. No, it isn't. It's applicable to my opponent. Let's project that shit out immediately until it comes back on them. Then they're their own worst critic. So when these people project their hatred onto us, it in reality, most of the time, is self-loathing. That's what it is. They've come across an elevation angle. They've understood that it's a flat Earth measurement. They've told themselves it's a globe measurement because Toon told it. And then they're suddenly watching the contradiction in terms get rammed up Toon embarrassingly while he lies about it and calls calls another man a child beater as a response. Just humiliating. And they're watching it. And they're like, that is a metaphor for my cognitive state currently. And they hate it. They want to offload that. And the only way they can do it is, I can make this pain but go away by shooting the messenger, the person that's exposed this to me, when I don't want it to be the case. That then comes back onto someone like me, or someone like you, Neil. Again, that in itself starts to cycle off again. When that process just demonstrates that they're scumbags. The same with, a consequence of the book. This will become more and more prevalent. The people who don't want to support me, but therefore reduce themselves to being thieves while they're being high and mighty and going, these people are lying scumbags all day long. That's what they're saying. That's their rhetoric. And then someone comes along and goes, well, you're a thief. And they go, well, only because I wouldn't want to support somebody. And you're like, yeah, but that's still thieving. You're still just a thief. And suddenly they go, what have I become? But by then it's too late, isn't it? By then you're already let the demons in and you're probably too far invested and you'll double and triple down on your theft. You know what I mean? That's how it will go on from here forward. The demons will start to expose themselves and expose the people who have bottled up this angst and projected it onto us for 10 plus years successfully. But now it's all coming back. The piper has to be paid eventually.
You do realize that this analysis you're giving applies exactly 100% to flat earthers in name only who are anti-globers. They also have spent what they think is hundreds of hours researching truth and learning from other flat earthers what they think the truth is, and getting all the measurements and laser tests and blah, 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 and all the 200 proofs, researching all that stuff. If anything, they're higher and mightier because they actually have done a lot of the research. But when it comes down to realizing that they're going to be called out, that they're just skipping over measurements. It's not that big a deal. It's not a big, metaphysical truth about flat Earth. It's just geometry. They're going to be in the same situation against the messenger. That's why you're getting people who are saying, you don't have measurements. You don't have the proofs I need to put in my smart bag so I can beat up those globers and be the smart person. You're not giving them the proofs, the data, and stuff like that. You're just pointing out the truth of how geometry works on this earth and how we measure stuff and how it's all that anyhow.
But Jim done years and years of research. He's watched thousands of videos.
Yeah, and he's pissed off that he can't use them anymore. When Nathan says, it's measurements, just go with that. And you can't beat up a glober.
You just hit that. You just hit that right on the head. He's pissed off because he can't use his knowledge anymore. That's what it is.
Yeah, and those two guys, if they interview Nathan, be aware of that, Nathan. I watched a bit of their video. I didn't go all the way through it. But those two guys, they have beefs against other people. Eric Dubé's pressurized dome model stuff. They've got their own model, and they took every opportunity in their video to point out how smart they were and how that they were the ones that had the information. That's why flat earthers should go to them and not those other guys, right? It's the same. They're at least give them a lot of credit, and they made a damn good song for their intro song. It's pretty cool. The lyrics were cool. I don't know about the music, but
so when you say they have the information, you're saying they have the geometry?
They have the information that the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane, and that's where all information about whether the Earth is flat or whether the globe model exists comes from. They're not going to use that. They're going to give Nathan credit for being the one that comes up with the rhetoric and with the argument. And his argument is the best argument. That's the greatest argument. But the problem is it's a two-edged sword, because that argument ends the argument. and with the globers as well as the flat earthers in name only, the anti-globers. And
that drives me crazy because it's not an argument at all, it's a measurement. If you want to say the fact that we measure it flat refutes the globe totally, fine. But I hate that word argument. Everybody wants to bring it back to an argument.
It reminds me of soldiers who don't accept the victory because they want to carry on the war.
Exactly.
I remember about 3 years ago in this arena, everyone was arguing, I think it was Bevite, arguing about what an argument is, the definition of an argument. People were actually getting involved in this conversation. Well, an argument is this, and she spent the hours like trying to confirm what an argument is.
Well, because the Bevites, they say it's necessary. You have to have an argument. I went through this with Bev. I said, Bev, a measurement is not an argument. It's just a measurement. It just so happens to knock the globe out cold, but it's not an argument. It's a measurement. Well, what is the measurement then, Neil? You get stupid shit like that.
You have to have a false dichotomy destruction. Oh, wait, no, it's just measured flat. Yours flat.
I've got to be honest, you would sound a lot smarter if you put it into a logical consistency. Then I think people would respect you.
Exactly. They keep trying to do it. I know I'm not the only one that hears it.
To me, the only thing those anti-globers or those pseudo-flat earthers can really continue to have fun and go with arguments is what's above us. They can argue about that because that's still something that, only an arrogant, narcissist would think that they know of, and they can tell you for sure that it's this and that and it's shaped this way and that way and it's that distance from here and all that stuff. But as far as what's under our feet and what's under our boats and our ships, we already know the measurements take care of that. And as far as arguing about a measurement, yeah, I can say, I'm about 5'7". No, you're not. You're 5'7.5". You can argue about the difference of the height and the length, and the width and all that. But other than that, it's still a measurement. So you're gonna have to. It's a tangible data. You dig what I'm saying? And whatever device,
to argue about stuff in the sky, that's retarded because nobody knows what it is.
But yo, check it out though. That's what a lot of the people that are calling themselves flat earthers that are really just anti-globers do, and that's what they survive on. They want to get into the argument of the gravity, and they want to get in the argument of the refraction and the perspective, everything above us, everything we see above us. That's how they live. That's how they eat. That's how their channels stay on. So yes, like he said, it takes away their knowledge. Their narcissistic, I won't say narcissistic, their arrogant ignorance. It makes them feel they smelling their own farts. Well, technically, you look this way and you took this and you take this and here and all this, you can do this and that.
But you're not taking away their arguments. You're just making them void. Like, it's not their arguments, their knowledge. You're not taking their knowledge away. They still got the knowledge. It's just void. You don't need it.
That's all they talk. That's all they talk about. Argue about elevation angles. I mean, all right, yeah, no, like Nathan and the Toon thing and the Sogbuster, nothing to do with Earth. Yes, it has got something to do with Earth. We know it has because it's elevation above surface level. But just forget that. They're talking about measuring an angle.
Correct.
They're arguing about an angle, not sort of demonstrating any sort of curvature measurements.
Well, they're not just talking about an angle. They're arguing about whether it's the ground we're referencing or not. When the last I checked, while doing celestial navigation, you're trying to find out where the hell you are on the surface, correct?
Yeah, correct. But my like semi-point is, even if you just forget that, right, which you don't want to forget that, but just forget that, they're just measuring an angle. Why do they keep talking about measuring angles? That's got nothing to do with curvature.
Hang on, is that the same surface you take the angle from, or is it a different, like, flat plane that's in the middle of the sky somewhere?
Well, regardless of that, it's got nothing to do with curvature.
Right, exactly. But here's the other thing too. When they won't define what elevation means because they can't define what elevation means. You cannot define what elevation means on a freaking debate where supposedly you're debating a flat earther. You can't define elevation. That would hang you by your balls.
Yes, we can, Neil. It's global elevation, don't you know?
Yeah, but even if they try to go with the, well, I do from eye level, it's still in reference to the ground. It's parallel to the ground.
Well, the best response I've had so far is no.
What ground? Which ground? Parallel.
The ground we dwell atop?
The surface. The surface.
The surface. The surface.
Oh, it's the globe.
Listen, you. Level is curved. Okay?
You know, I do like the term surface better than the ground because the ground has topographical variations. So
what?
Somebody
but what is it from? How do you determine those topographical variations?
Yeah,
From
they don't know
Seeker?
that. They don't know that, so don't even take them there. Because see, the difference between me is that I like to use the words that they can't get around. So, like I said, surface nips it in the bud.
Well, the surface is the same thing. Surface,
when you say ground,
there's still topographical changes on the surface.
When you say ground, not when it comes to the water.
Well, that's different.
Not when it comes
you
to
would say sea level.
Okay,
But then you would say sea level.
But what do you touch when you touch water? The surface of the water. That's the sea level. So what I'm saying, the word surface in layman terms means
I got
surface.
waves. I got tides, D-Rose. There's
That's
tides.
fine.
There's all different levels.
Yeah, that's fine. There's different heights. Ain't no different levels.
Hold on, Neil.
There's no different heights to mountains.
I just posted. Hello, Neil. I just posted level there in the chat. Yeah, level, flat, horizontal. Yeah. Synonyms.
Yeah, but prove it.
Flat,
No, that
even,
conforms to the shape of a
smooth,
sphere.
uniform colors. So no
Definitions don't mean anything, mate. Definitions are irrelevant. You need to demonstrate. You need to demonstrate this, George.
Why do you always give George a hard time? He'll come up, he'll
'Cause
start
you like
posting
to.
things, and you
'Cause we
suddenly
know
all
he can
become
handle it.
ballers. What's that all about?
We know he can handle it, George. He's got the good info, man.
But does he want to? He's making a good point. You're all suddenly turning into the ballers that you're not. I don't get it.
Because we did it last week to him. We're just picking up from last week.
Why are you breaking his balls, as you would put it,
One
Neil?
deck does it, and he gets me all hyped up.
Okay.
This is what I was saying. You do get, once you start being a baller, you know that, you know, something kicks in.
You can't help
adrenaline
it.
kicks in.
You know you're
Can't
doing
help
something
it.
naughty.
You start telling all kinds of bullshit.
It's great.
It just comes right off the tongue, too. It just flows.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might go back on the other side because it's just so easy to argue.
DJ one ball deck.
One ball. Funny. Well, George needs to come on the panel, and then we'll stop giving him a hard time.
Yeah, George, what's going on, man?
I
You
am
don't
on
like
a
us over
panel.
here?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't see you. I don't see you in G+.
This is the panel, Discord.
So you want to stay there where you get asked at the end of the show, you guys got anything to say?
Well, at the end of the show, the channel here normally gets deserted. If you guys will come along, there's no one stopping by.
Neil, we need someone on the other side to balance things out. We can't have all the good people over here.
There
That's
you
why
go.
you're here.
Well, Nathan tried to keep me in Discord when I first came. He was like, stay over. I couldn't deal with it. Rumpus was just too much at that time. Yeah, like, all I heard was rumpus. I didn't get what you guys get. When Nathan would mute him, you would get Nathan. I would just continually get Rumpus talking through him.
It was like Nathan was saying before, though. Like when he gave you as the example, Neil, you're finding it. And I've said this. My first time on FED, I got kicked out because I heard a Glober saying something. I didn't like what he was saying. I'm over talking Nathan in my first time on the show.
Shut that one deck up.
Can somebody get this one deck out of here? Because I'm getting like riled up about this Glober because I just wanted to let loose.
And little did he know, years later, you would be the first one to buy a copy of his book.
Exactly.
I think I mentioned this before, and goes back to what the guy was talking about, their knowledge and they don't feel like they're smart and all that stuff like that. Back in what I had alluded to with the livelihoods, their source of revenue. And when you simplify and nip it in the bud, per se, with the measurements, which it does, it's almost like I used example before. If someone was really in the judicial system, nipped it in the bud with the trafficking of drugs or whatever, there would be no need for the DEA. So some people have to work. So there's always got to be a little leak in the engine block, a little leak to allow the people to continue doing what they're doing. So thanks to the sky, thanks to what's above us, people can still continue to have their channels and have their people subscribe and talk about that stuff that really doesn't have anything to do with the level surface that we live upon. But it's a way that they eat. So that's why they're never going to concede. That's why the measurements destroy everything when it comes to the argument. Well, not the argument, Neil, but the disagreement or the lack of the conversation of flat Earth. So, but they still got to eat. So that's why you have them playing around, ducking that fact, and also talking about other things like, well, what about this? What about that? And people got to eat, so they're going to continue to do
indexes.
That. Yeah, exactly. All of that. They're going to throw everything in there. You put the leak.
If I had no morals, like most of us could, me and Neil especially, we could maybe. I could open up a YouTube channel and be a Glober and get a load of 80 IQ people and I'd just tell them, levels curved. You can give them the basketball example, linear tape measures, wrap around the ball, talk about elevation angles, having nothing. I could do that all day long and probably get. How many subscribers would I get?
At least 25 million subscribers for DJ One Ball Deck.
Yeah, with some DJ music in the background and a sphere.
25.
Well, you need a disco ball Earth, wouldn't you? Just to keep up to date.
Yeah, disco ball Earth. I could do globe tunes, do a globe mix, and
you could have it dangling like a dingleberry.
Yeah, I could have a dingleberry deck.
Well, here's one thing you can't do. Here's one thing that won't work. You can't flip from flat Earth to globe and think you're going to get millions of people. You're just going to get shit on. You would have to do this right. It'd have to be somebody like just watching the show, nobody knows about, in this, flat Earth debate, and he would have to start a ball channel. And then probably this, whoever, so-and-so, gets millions of people. Because he'll have the algorithm favor him, right?
Yeah. That's all triangles and Simon Dan do. They know they're talking nonsense, like we spoke about before. They're just talking nonsense. They know they're lying.
Yeah, but can you continue, if you know Earth is flat, can you continue to proclaim that it's a globe for money?
No,
how would you sleep?
No, that's what I said at the beginning. I've got morals. I couldn't do it, but I could not do that. But it would be so easy to do.
It's not about morals. It's about what you decide people want to hear. you want to tell people there's kings and queens in the world, then you can tell them, even if it's a fairy story. But if they believe it, it doesn't matter, does it?
No, but I'm saying as far as this flat Earth and globe Earth thing goes, you know it's measured flat. How can you, in good conscience, open up a channel on YouTube and promote that it's a globe?
For money.
For money.
I bet
exactly.
Money.
I couldn't do it.
Money. No, I'm not
It's
saying.
not the
I'm not
truth,
saying
though. It's not a reality.
Neil, I'm
might
not
as well
saying that.
just promote Superman as real.
Yeah, I'm not
Guys,
saying.
can I
I'm not
interrupt for a
saying
couple
that. What I'm
minutes?
saying. Sorry,
Can I interrupt for a couple of minutes?
I think George is trying to get a word in. Go ahead, George.
Right. Measurements of the Earth being flat. Sea level, horizontal, azimuth, zenith, latitude, longitude, distance, length, width, and height. Now, instruments to measure the flat Earth. Plumb bob, level, water level.
Hold on, say that first thing again. You broke up.
The other light. Total station.
He's got my 30 words there, hasn't he?
Units of measurement. Any unit of measurement is flat. Sextants and octants. That's it.
What does that have to do with opening a baller channel and deceiving people for money?
Well, it's plagiarism. One deck
No, I was in a
originated all that
different
content.
wavelength. I was concentrated on this. I wasn't paying attention to your conversation.
Oh,
But people
okay. So you were
ask for
just
the
responding to us
measurements of
from
Earth.
last week.
Hey, Neil.
He's found them 30 words, Popping. That's what he found.
Deck, please, Deck. Excuse me. Neil, that question you asked, I have to take it so rhetorical from you because you act as if there aren't other things. I'm talking about you, talking about people.
No. We're talking about Earth. They're not going anywhere else. We're talking about flat Earth versus globe when you know it's measured flat. Don't take me into religion or anywhere else.
Okay, what I'm saying,
and I don't have a channel promoting my faith. That's my faith.
Did I say faith?
Well, before you're going
Nobody
anywhere,
said
we're
faith.
talking about flat Earth versus globe.
If you would let somebody talk and stop always interjecting, hear what I'm saying. Nobody said anything about faith, religion, or anything. What I'm saying to you is whether you would not do it, there are many people who have done worse for money. So to perpetrate a fraud about being a pro globe person is not half as bad as what other people do for money.
I get you. I understand.
You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's a great incentive. It ain't nothing to it.
Well, if you hold on, But if you think about it, this is the worst of all. This is the most important because this covers everything.
To you, it
Everything else you talk about takes place on this planet or plane. So to deceive about what the nature of our reality is, to me, is the highest.
You're missing a word, I think. It's called consensus. You can persuade people to go against their own thoughts. They've proved this many times where you ask a whole classroom and they're all stooges and they all keep giving the wrong answer to the point where the person set up in the classroom will eventually give the wrong answer anyway. So it's not about faith or whatever. Consensus. It's the mob rules, isn't it?
So you're saying consensus
and
rules?
You've got plausible deniability at the end of it all.
Yeah, it's just saying
What
that has to be taken into consideration. That's all.
What do you think? Imagine Toon now, right? We all know Toon and all that. So imagine now he starts sort of gradually, without them noticing immediately, starts to convert to a flat Earth. How do you think his subscribers would they follow him? Do you think?
Oh, they would drop.
They'd string him up. Hanging, drawn, and quartered.
Well, they're that thick. They listen to everything. They're that thick. They listen to everything he says. So, is it possible, like you've just described, and they've got this, globe guru who could actually do like a sort of a gerund and think, well, no, I've actually realised it's flat because of this. I've had it all
Well, yeah,
wrong.
it would cause a split between the heretics and what the other side would consider themselves to be the non-heretics.
That's correct. Nice one.
Yeah.
You could call that a faction. They could split off to have their own faction, probably have their own set of rules. Probably we live on a giant cube.
Well, it's funny you should ask that because Conspiracy Cats was the one that gave us a flat Earth. And when we realized what that meant, he gave us Channel to Tune.
Funny that, isn't it?
So if Tune realizes what this means, he'll just give his channel to someone else and go hunt ghosts. Now, back to what I was saying. So let's connect what we're talking about. What I just said to Neil, someone knowing. Now, I've always said the one that knows and continues to purport what's not the truth is a liar. But then I'm correcting and said they're not liars. They don't know whether they're nautical sailors, whether they're pilots, whatever the profession is that uses Earth's measurements in order to substantiate indubitably that the Earth is leveled and flat. So, with that being said, when it comes to the incentive of money, like Nathan used to talk about, he got tired of doing something, or he was kind of giving his life as an example of when you know you're working for a company that is doing something nefarious. Might not be too bad, too harmful physically to anybody, but it's still kind of a scam. And someone with good ethic, they'll be like, I can't do this anymore. Me knowing that this is not good, I can't work for this. Okay, so that's why I see what you're getting at. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? See, I'm connected. And granted, I do believe what you're saying. If you can lie about something as trivial, I would say, as the globe being round versus it really being flat, you have the potential to lie about other things on higher levels. So it kind of trickles down.
Victory Royale!
I understand what you're saying in a way too, Neil. You know what I'm saying? But then some people... I'd have to think that, well, the past few events, I would have to think that Toon knows and he's just a liar. Thank you. There are many of them out there that are liars. I'm telling you, they're liars. Why they're lying? You ask Chocolate that. Why do they lie? That's a question that they have to ask themselves. No, think about it, because D-Rose is saying if they know it's flat, they know how measurements work, and they continue to promote a globe, they're lying. You can't get around it.
That or they're retarded.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Liam.
I was going to say, if McToon suddenly declared that Earth was flat, then who cares? According to him, he's a scientist, so he doesn't need to talk about geometry or geography whatsoever.
Correct. But we're just speculating, like, would his fans follow him? Or would they burn him at the stake?
They'd follow him. And here's my reasoning.
You think so?
Yep. Here's my reasoning. How many of you think about this seriously? How many of you think or would believe that so many staunch globers 3, maybe 5 years ago at the most would be now saying, without the hint of irony, that the Earth is measured locally flat?
No, they've always said that. They've always said that.
Yeah, no, they haven't always said that.
Yeah, I'll pull you back to 2017, and locally flat was out there.
Maybe that's when it started. But now, I just watched Nathan Short, which you guys probably haven't even seen because, I'm watching all the shorts. But there's the short that just played dozens of people. Yeah, locally flat. Yeah, locally flat. Locally flat. Yeah.
I'm telling you, listen, Surf Daddy, I'm telling you, it's been around from the beginning because they would say Earth is so big that it appears flat.
Right.
That's
right. Well, that's okay. Fair. But what I'm saying is now is that they have always taken the position that it's, measured locally flat. because
Measured
it's so big. Yeah, and they're trying to figure out how to mathematize that into reality. So far, all they've got is it's locally flat because, Haversine and so big and et cetera, et cetera. But Tuna said it, right? Yes, it's locally flat. That rhetoric still holds out hope for them that it's a ball.
Well, I've got a clip on that. Give me a minute.
Tune was.
We're talking about following them. You're saying they would all follow him into flat Earth.
No, they'd still follow him because he will eventually provide them with a rhetorical, mathematical, geometrical, scientific explanation for why that is. That's why everyone's still coming up with, well, just because it's measured.
No, but we're saying if he outright turned to a flat earther.
No, you can't hope for that. No, I'm just saying.
But we're not hoping for that. We're just saying it was
Earth flat.
Yeah, we can measure the flatness of the Earth. You can measure local flatness on Earth. We can measure local flatness. Yeah, so. Yeah, we can measure. So on Earth, there is a local flatness, and is in contact with the flat surface. You have local flatness. Earth, local flatness is within 6 miles.
You're saying we can measure Earth locally flat.
Yes. In order for me to have contact with the flat ground, local flatness is real, and you can have local flatness with what we observe is a local flatness.
Okay. Given that we measure Earth flat, I'm happy to accept that Earth is measured flat and ignore all apologetics for everything beyond the actual measurement of Earth, which you have made clear is flat. Just one more summary. We will be measuring Earth flat. You're saying we can measure Earth flat?
Yeah, we can measure the flatness of the Earth.
There you go.
There you go. The apologetics.
No, but see, Surf Daddy, the thing wasn't. The question was, if Tune turned into a flat earther because he came across the information and put it together, would his followers follow him into flat Earth?
Okay, that's fair. No, they wouldn't. But he's not going to turn into a flat earther. He's going.
I'm not saying that.
I know, but what I'm
My
thinking,
goodness, Surf Daddy.
what I'm saying is that he will continue with the apologetics that Nathan just mentioned, the apologetics for why or how the flatness surface still means it's a ball.
Yeah, because you're talking about ball Earth Tune. We're talking about flat Earth Tune.
There's no going to be flat Earth Tune. There's no going to be no flat Earth Tune, man. But
yeah, but you didn't. Yeah, but well, you did in a way. But you got the Gerran, Globe Gerran. But then you've also what you've just been speaking. We've had triangles saying, showing us maps and the elevation profiles, and it just has to be done that way horizontally. And Daddy has got a point though, Neil. I know what you mean. It's 2017, but I think they are. I mean, not Simon Dan was really got into it is measured flat locally. If I go to my yard, I'll measure the ground.
It's just easier that way.
Surveyors.
It's just easier.
Yeah, it's easier that way.
But on
they're figuring it out. That's why I think that they're not lying so much, is that they are just trying to figure out the apologetics, and they're waiting for somebody to come up with their argument, and they're waiting for Tune to come up with his argument. He will say the Earth is measured flat, but here's why, and he'll come up with some geometry. They just don't understand the geometry. Whatever. The point is, he'll come up with the argument that will satisfy the low IQ and keep his followers. You're ruining it, man.
What'd you say, Refracted?
He's pointed out there's no argument.
Yeah, we're trying to get that across to people, but it seems like they just love this word argument.
Well, you define what argument means. What is an argument, John?
Yeah, define it.
Arguing over what arguing is. isn't going to change
Just
the
'cause
Earth from being flat. Go ahead, bro.
Just because we
For it to
disagree
be an
doesn't mean it's an
argument, there must be a
argument.
valid point of contention. What is the point of contention?
The point of contention is whether Earth is a globe or flat. Are you new to this topic?
We're not going to
Measured
argue
flat.
about it. We're just going to disagree with each other. You're not going to have an argument.
Measured
We'll be
flat.
shouting. You have to shout in an argument, don't you? And get aggressive.
How can you disagree with the measurement?
Well, you did last week when you wrapped that bloody tape around the basketball.
Exactly. You
No,
did,
no, a
Georgie.
measurement is repeatable. It's not agree or disagree. It's provable.
Oh, repeatable. So you're saying measurement is science, huh? Okay. I thought you said it had nothing to do with science.
No,
How do you
measurement
observe-
is a conceptual unit
how can you
applied to an
observe a
aspect of
measurement?
reality we call the reference.
Hold on.
Well,
Repeat
no,
that,
you need
John. Repeat that. Wait, let John repeat that.
Measurement is a conceptual unit applied to an aspect of reality we call its reference.
You got to write that in. You got to write that down exactly like that in the chat. Put that in Master B. That's perfect. I know you said it before, but that's exactly what it is. Has to comport with reality.
Exactly. And that's why we say, you know, all right, yeah, we use definitions and citations, but at the end of the day, you need to be demonstrating whatever you're saying or giving examples of how it's demonstrated in physical reality, like surveyors. What
Yeah, they
tool
do
are
it all the
surveyors
time.
Yeah, they're using theodolites and total stations. What do they measure? Well, they measure vertical and horizontal angles and distances. Is that curved? No. All right, so they're not measuring curvature when they're surveying the Earth and measuring the Earth. No.
Right. What they can never,
do that.
what they can never give us in reality is what Toon said: globe measurements. If they do, there'll be flat Earth.
Well,
they are measuring
Simon,
something when they survey.
Yeah, they're measuring
it's
the
only
Earth.
only locally.
You can only measure locally.
Is a non-local measurement.
No, you can only measure locally. Now, you could calculate past your local point of measurement, but if the calculation don't line up with the measurement, you must throw the calculation out.
Yeah, but not the presupposition, though.
If you
the
can
calculation
demonstrate
doesn't
that,
match up with the measurement, I can keep the presupposition and just find a calculation that fits.
No. What, to fit the measurement?
there you go.
Yeah.
Hang on, what's
No,
the
you need
master reference?
formula after the
What's the
measurement.
master reference? What's the master reference?
Sea level.
Is it level or is it curved?
Well, it's the proof is in the title.
Well, it's
Sea level.
tangential.
Tangential.
Yeah, it's mean seeing tangential levels.
Well, no, the sea level's not touching a ball. It's just it's called sea level. It's the master reference for all measurements. Is it level? Is it level or not?
The tangent is level, yes.
No.
I'm not talking
You didn't ask about the tangent.
Oh, that's about tangent. Sea level, the oceans.
Yeah, but the pictures from space show the Earth's a sphere, so the level is tangential.
Can I ask
So
a
you're
question?
saying global means sea level?
Question. We have satellites, which are these amazing objects that pretend they're falling around the ball because of the way, that's how it happens. Why is it then that if you're on the sea and it's curved, doesn't your boat keep floating towards the direction it's pointing in?
It does. You just don't realize it.
All right, okay.
Yes.
So just point it to where I want it to go and it'll just roll round the bend all by itself.
Yeah, globe logic 101.
Right. So what I'm getting to, like I keep saying, it starts with sea level and it ends with sea level. So we're talking about, forget your definitions and citations, right? So demonstrated in reality, sea level. How is it demonstrated that it's level?
Flat.
Yeah,
You mean a
demonstrate it
deviation
for me.
from surface level, according with globe calculation.
Yeah,
the deviation from the
just
surface
because the
level.
word. I know, yeah. Just because the word level is in sea level doesn't mean it's level. How are we going to demonstrate that it is actually level?
You measure.
What will we do? What with?
Measure.
What with?
Well, you could use a sextant. You could use a theodolite. You can use tools.
Yeah, but they're not using the surface of Earth, are they?
Come on. The globe curve calculation, yeah, the deviation from surface level.
No, you just need to measure a point.
8 inches per mile squared. Hello,
Right.
deviation from the surface level.
8 inches per mile square, you say?
Yeah, so you have a surface level, yeah, and after a mile you go there and you measure, you have 8 inches.
Eight inches of curvature?
No. The deviation from the surface level.
Which surface?
Well done, George.
The dingleberry, you guys forgot about the dingleberry? Is hanging under the surface?
No, I switched it to the earth.
You mean tangent plane?
What I'm saying is, I see it quite regularly that the sea level is level. It's a 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles of Earth, and then you can go to a map and look at the scale. Right. So, but if you was going to say, right, well, I need to just actually prove this to myself, that sea level is level. What? I'm not going to use the word experiment. What could you actually do? Just without saying all them words I've just said. What could you do for yourself to say, well, I'm going to do an actual measurement and I'm going to prove that from A to B along this body of
hiking with
water.
a compass.
That's not on. I'm talking about. Yeah. I've used that example as well, which is a great one, which gets rid of that problem. But I'm just saying it because it's all right saying these words sometimes, and we keep saying, yeah, well, it's not in reality. And I'm only being I'm going overboard with it a little bit. Not trying to debunk myself, but so okay then. One deck
could measure with an elevation angle.
Yeah, well, that's nothing to do with the surface of Earth.
Just tell us what you want to do with one deck.
I'm trying to say we need to get deeper into this.
From what?
From the horizontal, of course.
Well, if you're gonna get technical with that, like what are you gonna do? How are you gonna prove it to yourself? I mean, you observe it. That's all you observe.
Is that horizontal
that's not a
parallel
measurement.
to the plane of your eyes at right angles, one deck?
That's not a measurement, an observation.
Yes, it is.
No, you said
man.
You said the elevation is from the horizontal. Is that horizontal? This is my question. Is that horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical? Question mark.
I don't care. Okay, I don't care about any of the words you're saying. These words mean nothing to me. I want you to demonstrate that sea level is level. How are you going to do it? Stop talking words and show me.
What it is to be horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical.
I'm not bothered about your words.
You're saying your elevation is above the horizontal, not sea level. Is above the horizontal. You're creating on your theater line. So my question
keep using them words
is
as much as you want, mate. Keep using them words.
Is that horizontal that you're creating with your theodolite or whatever, total station, whatever instrument? Is that horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles, plural, to the vertical? Yes or no?
Well, you're saying sea level's level. How can you demonstrate it's level? Is what I'm asking you.
He's trying to tell you.
Horizontal, level, horizontal. Horizontal is on the definition of level. Now, you're saying that your elevation angle is not from the surface of Earth, it's not from sea level, it's from the horizontal you've created with your theodolite. My question to you remains the same. Is the horizontal that you're creating with your theodolite parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical?
No, I'm not using the surface of Earth.
I know you're using the horizontal of the instrument, in this case the theodolite. Is that parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angle to the vertical?
Yeah, yeah, you can use horizontal and vertical words as much as you want. I want you to show me how sea level's level.
Yeah, it's horizontal, parallel to it.
Prove it.
It's not the definition of the word.
I don't ask about definitions or words. I want you to prove it.
Well, one deck, to prove anything, you would have to measure it, right?
How is it measured then?
You could take, all right, you could take measurements, let's say, from a flight. And you level off at 30,000. Wait a
It's on
second.
the definition. The measurement is on the definition. Right
No, he doesn't want, he's trying to figure something out.
Vertical. You know what the right angle is.
That's not what he wants. He wants a practical, something practical. Let me give him something practical. You take a flight, let's say it's 200 miles, and you level off at 30,000 feet, and you remain level at 30,000 feet for, let's say, 175 of those 200 miles, or whatever I said. That's a measurement there with the altimeter and the gas pressure, right? It has to be a measurement off mean sea level, because if it's not accurate, you could crash into a mountain or something. So it has to be accurate.
Yeah, now we get in there, sort of.
Getting there, like your destination, like your azimuth. Yeah, you require a horizontal plane of reference.
You got you there.
To quote Simon Dan, you would just measure it locally and then add all those locals up, and then you'd have a flat level.
Or you can measure it as the crow
been in
flies.
school? Don't you guys know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a curved line?
You could go with as the crow flies too, one deck.
Oh yeah, I know all this, Neil. I'm just trying to. It's good to talk about these things and try and just get more into it and more into it.
That was one thing Bev used to say, though. He said there's no way you could measure large bodies of water accurately.
Hold on a second. How do you know they are large? Did you measure it?
I remember that's something he was on about. Like, you don't have any. How would you do it? Like, you can only measure a certain distance with a tool.
Distance, you say?
Distance, you say? Yeah, it's like every word brings you back to it's flat. So, why the
But like you say, Lee, like we've been saying, I've been going about sea level there, just trying to thingy. But yeah, the compass and the map one is great, because that's when I've used that loads of times when they say, well, have you actually measured and flat one deck? I say, well, yeah, I have actually, with my map, and I go out hiking and I use my compass, I hold it horizontally, parallel to surface level, and then I work out my route on the map, do my trick points, and I can see which direction they're in, either north, south, east or west, in a horizontal direction, and anybody can go and do it. It's the cheapest method to actually navigate and prove Earth is flat, a map and a compass.
This is why they're losing their freaking minds. This is why. Think about what we were just talking about. You can't get around anything without using flat Earth.
The only difference is you don't have to do anything. The measurements are already on the map that you are using for navigating.
Yeah, exactly. So it's already been measured.
Sorry, but I was going to say, you guys are already talking like you haven't seen the millions of pictures of Earth as a sphere from space.
Hey, listen, that's all Jim Panda needed. He needed the pictures from space, and there was one other thing. I forgot what else he said. Pictures from space, and I think he went with consensus. People better than him.
But there's galaxies out there of races who have, captured the stars and their energy, and we're still arguing whether the Earth is flat. Come on, guys.
McToon does it, and they're all happy to do it. And that's
Pictures
how
of
easy.
space.
That's how just saying that's how easy it is to be a globe, because I've seen McToon on his show. These flat earthers ask for globe proof, and he just puts a picture of the blue marble up. There you go.
Or he hugs it. Or he picks it up, or he picks one up from his office or room, whatever he has, and hugs it.
Yeah, but basically, in other words, what you guys are saying, pictures from space. So let's break that down. Pictures from a 3D reference point, Euclidean geometry, length, width, and height. Yeah. So pictures from length, width, that's flat.
He's got you there.
Length, width, and height.
No, because it's 4 dimensions.
Linear measurements.
Length, width, height, and curve. You forgot about that one, John.
No, and the time, the one which is also flat. Length, width, height, and time, all flat.
Everything's flat. But yeah,
What
I keep going about it.
What about the multiple flat Earths? There's multiple flat. What was that girl saying the other day? She believes in multiple flat Earths.
Really? Are they parallel to one another?
Okay. It's just another feast of nonsense. I heard another feast of nonsense saying some other feast of nonsense was saying.
What about that?
In Discord again. Some other feast of nonsense was saying, about the flat Earth and globe Earth, that it's nothing. It depends what level you're at, what your consciousness is in your mind. So,
well, if Admiral Byrd said it, then it must be true.
Yeah, he's backed up by Cook.
He used a sextant as well. Cook had trouble using his sextant. He did have trouble using his sextant,
How so?
I don't know. I can't remember the ins and outs, but he did have a sextant on his voyage. But I'll have to dig it out. For some reason, according to somebody, he had
what kind of cook was he? Was he the kitchen one or the bedroom one?
Which is the one that found the hot pockets? Was that Bird or was that Cook? When he claimed that there's freaking paradise beyond Antarctica.
No, that's where the Anunnaki live in the outer lands. No, it is. They come from space, outer space. Yeah, that's where the Anunnaki are, over the ice wall, on other lands.
You're talking about beyond the offing.
Yeah, beyond the offing.
Well, Admiral Byrd actually used 2 different instruments, the sextant and the octant as well, which is what we call the bubble sextant that he used on the airplanes. And on his documentary videos, you can see him using the octant in plain flight.
Did you see him enter the caverns into Shambhala?
Don't forget that in navigation, you don't need a full protractor. You don't need 180 degrees or 360. No, it doesn't exist. Up to 90. Yeah? From 0 to 90. If the celestial is above your head, is the further that the sextant can do is above your head. Now, any vector you'll go is minus from 90. You'll never reach 91, 92. No. That's why you don't need a full protractor. A sextant or an octant will do.
Yeah. As long as you got your tangent line, mate, we're right.
No, you need a baseline, a horizontal line, like the horizon for a sextant, or
You just need a point.
No, like the tangent. Like one deck said.
double level for
One
the
deck
With a
just
point
said.
at the distance.
One deck just said, like the tangent line. We all got a tangent line in our freaking ship. Just pull out the tangent.
Yeah, the sextant has a tangent mirror and a point mirror.
Yep.
Yeah, just point it at the tangent with the mirror.
Oh, gosh.
These flat earthers, I mean, they must have had some sort of childhood trauma.
They get dropped in their head.
Some child. I reckon they come from split families, or they've been abused, or something's happened, obviously.
And we're all poor. Don't forget that. We're all poor. We don't have jobs.
Or no jobs. Yeah. Get
beggars.
into drugs.
Uneducated,
Yeah.
stupid.
Child abusers.
Yeah, slapping their kids around.
Mongoloids.
Yeah. They must be to understand that sea level is level. You must have had some sort of trauma in your life.
They all got this secret knowledge, you know. They know, and all the professionals, what they say is wrong, because these flat earthers have the secret knowledge of flat Earth.
Given to him by the gurus.
You say Nathan's a guru.
Yeah, but that is understandable because there's a flat Earth society.
I never saw
exclusive club society. That's a club you have to join.
Isn't there two? There's the Flat Earth Society, and there's the one that what's his name is part of, right? Mark Sargent or Eric DeBay? Am I getting that wrong?
Like Sargent, I think.
There's the Society Oakley one where they all have his measurements. Where Nathan Oakley, he's the one who gets you to chant his mantra about the Earth being flat.
Keep chanting your mantra. I'm more popular than you.
Nathan keeps saying it's measured flat, but obviously, you know, if I go out in my backyard, I can measure that flat. Surveyors measure it locally flat. You know, engineers, if they're building a football pitch or a rugby field, that will obviously be flat. But that doesn't necessarily mean the Earth's flat. And that's what Nathan is just pointing out all the time. Just because we measure it locally flat, that the actual Earth's flat.
How do you measure it? That's a Simon Dan, what he was saying in that video this week. How do you measure your drive flat?
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I just thought, well, your drive is probably very unlikely to be flat. Because then he went on to say, well, you know, if they're going to build a house, they just assume that the ground's flat. Well, they're bloody better make sure it's flat and level. Otherwise, the thing's going to fall down. You can't just assume it's flat. You would have to take some kind of
No. It cannot be level because in these people's minds, level is curved.
Yeah, well, that means you're going to build a rocking house.
Well, he's got to understand that when you measure from the inch to the mile, it's derived from linear, flat, not arced. So, of course, the ground underneath us, as you're driving, you're going to go over hills and valleys, and right? But the measurement itself is linear.
If he scratched the back of his head, maybe he'd get it.
That's correct. If you're using a map, it's the shortest distance between 2 points, regardless of the topography. Same thing if you're doing celestial navigation. For example, if you're out at sea and your destination is a landmark, it doesn't matter what's in between. You can have a whole country or a whole continent in between. It's a straight line, your azimuth from point A to point B for your circle of equal altitude.
That's correct.
So you're saying that if you were stood either side of Mount Everest although it would probably be 10 miles up and 10 miles back down again. If it's only 10 miles across, it doesn't equate to the 20 miles up and down.
Right, it's as the crow flies.
Yeah, the distance between 2 points, it doesn't mean that you need to go around the topography, if you know what I mean. The ups and downs of a mountain, for example, or a valley, even though it will measure on your meter of your car, for example, but not in terms of navigation. The shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal line.
I think it's called surface distance and what's it? Surface distance and something else. One's as the crow flies, and then one takes into account the curvature of the hills measured from the horizontal, obviously.
Yeah, so will the ups and downs be measured from the horizontal plane of our flat Earth as well?
That's correct.
Yeah, of course. But my point is, if you're looking for a circle of equal altitude, you know, you have a straight line between the observer and the ground position, and that circle of equal altitude, all of that is flat, regardless if there's or not topography on the way. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
correct.
But even before you draw your circle, that's irrelevant, really. But because you've just measured, like you've just pointed out, an elevation angle, say from sea level, yeah, to the point where you're going to start your line of position, like Nathan points out. You don't really, a lot of the time they don't do the circle. You've already measured Earth flat before you've drawn the circle.
That's what I love about when he's arguing with Toon.
Yeah.
And they're saying it's not the ground, but in the same breath, they're talking about GPs.
Yeah, that's all they
Because
talk
those
about, Neil.
GPs
Elevation
are put
angles.
on the grid system. Yeah, so the grid system is described on the maps, longitude and latitude, north, south, east, and west. All of that is described on the map. Even on the legend of the map will tell you the distance between boxes, because normally it's in boxes. So this box is X area and so on. So the description is on the map. So when you're traveling, you are already using a system that requires to be flat to begin with.
Yeah, and it's all derived from sea level to start with. That's the starting point.
That's correct.
Sorry, not the starting point. It's not a point.
No, listen, you can use starting point. It's the starting point.
Yeah.
You start from this point A, and you go to point
you're
B,
right.
and then you connect the
ground
line.
position of Polaris is a point, the ground position of Polaris. The circles of equal altitude around Polaris will give you latitude.
Yep, latitude is a flat Earth proof.
Yeah. And
how many times did Nathan had him on that? Have you got latitude? No, we've not. Well, have you not got it then? Well, you haven't got a globe. Yeah, we've got latitude. How's it measured? Well, it's an elevation angle to and from Polaris. Welcome to flat Earth.
Game, set, match.
Yeah, but there's pictures from space.
Do I hear a gem panda in the crowd?
Pictures from length, width, and height.
I've got pictures, not just one, thousands of pictures.
But I've seen it on the telly.
What have you provided with this flat Earth?
Pictures of the horizon?
No, measurements of Earth.
I don't want to hear about measurements no more. I keep hearing measurements. I don't want to hear measurements. That's Jim Panda for you. He was freaking out too.
God, he was on that first show, wasn't he? He was screaming.
I'm laughing because measurements, they lose their mind with it. They don't know what to do.
Yeah,
you'll
but
come on
you
a
know
show,
why?
and you'll come on a show. Hold on, with the most main flat earther, Nathan Oakley, and you'll say you went to Antarctica and you took global elevation angles. That's what you will say when measurements come to your door.
I understand that you don't want to hear measurements of Earth anymore. You're done with it. So stop using the language that describes measurements of Earth, like azimuth, zenith, horizontal, sea level, etc.
Georgie, they can't. That's the problem. They can't stop using it, but they can't. They refuse to understand what this means. That's why they're losing their minds.
Come on, George, you
Look at
sound a bit
Brandon.
rotund. I'm sure you understand the concept of having your cake and eating it at the same time.
It's a simple thing. When Nathan holds them to a definition of elevation and they refuse to give you a definition, like Buck did, that's pretty telling.
Yep.
Why
He
you
was there
mention
with his
cake?
pants down.
I prefer the tart area.
Come back, George.
George.
Yeah, here.
We didn't hear what you said.
You guys are talking about the cake. I prefer the tart area.
Oh. No, I'm saying when Nathan is holding them to elevation angles, the definition of it, and they refuse to define it, that's a problem, man. That's a big
Well,
problem.
I have Omnivore telling me and everyone on the chat that it was describing perfectly a circle of equal altitude. Anywhere on that circle, you'll measure the same angle. So I asked him, so it's flat then? He says, no, it's still curved. But he's describing an elevation angle perfectly. So anywhere on the what's the word he used? On the outskirts of that circle, you'll have the same elevation angle. So
yeah,
flat.
but then it has to be from a flat plane.
And it has to be in relationship to the
way. They
surface
cannot
of Earth.
describe it any other way. So first you measure the angle of elevation flat, yeah, with the same angle of elevation anywhere on the outskirts of the circle. Only after that you'll apply a formula, the Harvard-Sine formula.
Uh-oh.
Why would you add a formula after a measurement? That's my question.
Because you have to turn it into a globe.
But this is coming from the same guy that says that sea level is the water following the curvature of Earth.
Well,
it's great.
I
You
left
can
something.
You can say what you want. You can say anything you want. As a glober, you can just make shit up. That's what I said before. When we've done the globe thing with you, George, and me and Neil have a mess about, you can say what you want. And you know it's not right, but you know that it's going to interrupt the person who's trying to be truthful and just talk about the actual facts of the matter. It's just going to, you're going to just try and knock them off target. Just talking absolute crap.
One deck. For elevation to exist and be measured, there are three fundamental components are needed. Listen to this. Don't get too excited. An irregular mass, in parentheses, the source. A physical planet with an uneven distribution of mass, like mountains, valleys, and varying rock densities. Number two is a gravity field. That would be the reference. A planet-wide gravitational field. This creates the geoid, an invisible, continuous surface where gravity is equal everywhere, an equipotential surface. That's what it is, serving as the zero reference. And the third thing you need, and this is fundamentally needed, is a direction, the plumb line, a measurable vertical vector determined by the pull of gravity at any given location.
So you don't need a flat Earth. Or when you said the planet or the uneven surface, is that the baseline?
No, the source is an irregular. It's got to be an irregular mass. That's the source. It's a physical planet with an uneven distribution of mass, like mountains, valleys, and varying rock densities.
It's a bit of a vague description. What are we talking?
And he says that's all you need for elevation or elevation angles or to derive 90 degrees. Spirit level, plumb, anything relies on gravity.
Well, you're saying gravity is depicted by the plumb line pointing to the center of the Earth. I get that. But what's this uneven surface? It's not even a surface. It's what? Mountains, valleys, and it's a planet.
It's called an irregular mass. This is what I got sent, that you need 3, because Nathan was asking him to define elevation. So this is what I got. First of all, you need the 3 fundamental components, and this is what was written out.
How can an irregular mass be fundamental? It just doesn't even, it's nondescript.
I like the second one, the equipotential surface.
I have an irregular mass called my left testicle. It's a bit different size from the other one.
Hangs a bit to the right.
It can measure it. It can measure. Checked out. If the measure requires mass, gases have mass. How are you going to measure mass if gases have mass? And the mass that you're referring to just represents the land. There's a big issue there because gases are mass or have mass.
Well, to me, the
you measure it
giveaway
in a
is
vacuum.
the third one is the direction, the plumb line.
You measure the vacuum. That's a good one.
A measurable vertical vector determined by it's not determined by the pull of gravity, but if you're going to have a plumb line, you're going to be referencing a horizontal.
Yep. Welcome to flat Earth.
No. You're going to refer to the plane of the horizon. Vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
That's correct.
Like horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. And the killer is right angles plural, because they say that you cannot have 2 right angles on the same horizontal because they will deviate from one another. Silly, yeah. Right angles to the vertical. Horizontal, that is.
Yeah, it's perpendicular. It's with respect to a plane, right? So Nathan always says.
Yeah, but again, James, that height of that star,
it's
this is all
plural. It's
irrelevant.
more than one. So they need to share the same horizontal line or the same baseline in order to be a horizontal. Because you need the right angles.
Yes, but what's the height?
You know how they tell us,
George,
for example,
what's the height of the star? Enough of your nonsense. You give me the height of the star right now.
6'3".
From where?
The height of the star. If you do a celestial navigation, which uses functions of trigonometry, then you should be able to solve the damn triangle and give me the height of the star. You flat earthers never do that. And I'm tired of it now.
I took a tangent line from the airplane. Taking a tangent line from an aeroplane, then you could possibly calculate that it's at least 3 foot 2 inches away from where you were.
So flat then?
Definitely flat. Well, I had to have 2 airplanes, and then I created a tangent line between the 2 because I didn't want to reference the surface or the ground.
No, you have to solve for the triangle. You're not solving for it. That means you're supposed to give me the height of the star.
So if I've got 2 airplanes, then I can create a tangent line, and then I can take an angular shot of the star from where I am. Although I still haven't got the height of the star. But
I need the height of the star.
Hold on. The height of the star is measured in angles, up to 90. Again, in celestial or navigation, you don't have more than 90 degrees, from 0 to 90. So the height of a celestial is measured in angles of elevation, not in meters or miles.
So you're still not addressing the problem.
Well, it's not a problem, a starter, yeah, and I am addressing it.
No, the baller has the problem when they declare the height of the freaking star because you're doing what? Trigonometry? Well, first of all, you're not doing trigonometry.
Are we safe to say in a confident...
If that was the case, we wouldn't call it, for example, 12 noon. We would call it 93 million miles.
What time is it? 93 million miles.
I've not.
Yeah, because we're not addressing the distance of the sun from the ground. We're addressing the height of the sun from the ground in degrees of elevation. 90 degrees, 12 noon, high noon, whatever you want to describe it, AM and then PM. It's the angle of elevation that we address, and the same thing for the other celestials, not the distance from the ground in miles or kilometers.
Yeah, I get you. But I just tell them, I'm doing trigonometry. I'm doing celestial
93 million
navigation.
miles.
Hold on, one deck is trying to get something in.
It's not a major thing. I mean, as a statement of fact, would we be correct in saying that you can only do trigonometry if the
Yes. I know where you're going. Yes, that's the answer.
Yeah, it's got to be the height of the object. We'll use a star or a lighthouse. You can
Has
only
to
do
be
trigonometry
terrestrial.
Yeah, it has to be connected to the Earth. Otherwise, you can't do it. So, is that a statement of fact?
That's the difference. Yeah. That's the difference. If you're referring to a lighthouse or a hill, that's terrestrial navigation, not celestial.
Exactly. No, he's saying about trigonometry. No, that's what you said. What did you just say? Run that again, one deck. Is it safe to
I'm
say
just saying
what?
you can't work out the height of something unless the height of the thing you're trying to get the height of is physically attached to the ground.
Right. Of course, like George
I'm saying
said,
that, but
that's not celestial. That's terrestrial you're talking about. Terra firma, right?
Yeah, you might even have that description on your map. The height of the mountain, the hill, the lighthouse. It might be the height might be already described on the map, if that is the reference point. Now, when it comes to a celestial, you don't have that on your map.
Right.
That is,
no.
It's just the ground position of the celestial, nothing else.
It's not attached to the Earth. How can you have it?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, like, when these balls come out with this crap, we'll say, well, we're not usually we're not doing trig, we're not doing triangulation. Why do we need to know the height? All we should be saying is, well, you can't get the height of that light in the sky because it's not physically attached to the Earth. That's the only way you can do it, and obviously it's not attached to the Earth. So
that's true. We can start doing that. That's a good one.
Well, I don't know if that. I mean, I'm just saying, is that the right thing to say? I mean, are we happy with that?
I think so.
It's not wrong to say. I don't think it's wrong to say, but it's two different types of navigation: celestial and terrestrial. One is using terra firma and land masses as a reference. The other one is using the celestials as a reference.
Correct.
Mm. Yeah. We're using sea level anyway, so what's the fucking end to it straight away?
Come on, Liam.
Yeah, but
still
on
got
both
these
types,
pictures from space that you're not addressing.
On both types of navigation, you will need a baseline. If it's celestial, you're using the horizon. If it's terrestrial, you can use many things. The horizon, you need a level surface. You need a baseline to start your things. You can even use a plumb bob. It doesn't matter.
All right.
But that's the difference. One is terra firma, the other one is not.
You still haven't dealt with the thousands of pictures I have from space of a spherical Earth.
Blue marble being one of them.
Where are they?
And that's not entirely true. The pictures are 2D, aren't they? So not a spherical Earth. Could be a round Earth, I could accept that, but not a spherical Earth.
No, we've got two sides of it.
In some pictures, you only have like 3/4 of it, of a circle.
I have pictures of eclipses. Okay?
And we've
Pictures
just
of
crashed a
eclipses
rocket
where the
into the
moon
moon,
is
I
visible
think.
in the sky and not blocking the sun.
Where are these pictures claimed to be?
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, I got you, mate. Yeah, it'll be from an altitude from me, sea level. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, I could get my altitude from, I just go from a point on the globe surface.
So, not elevation.
Yeah, this is
altitude from a point.
And not altitude.
You could say whatever you want to say. I say outward from the point I'm standing on my globe. They went outward, away from the globe, and they took pictures of this wonderful blue marble that we all live on, and user denying it to the point of starting YouTube channels. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah,
I mean, people like Elon Musk. Sorry. So I was going to say, people like Elon Musk are out there saving the world with Starlink, and here we are talking about the definitions of words.
Exactly. This is my point. What have you flat earthers contributed to society when we have these greater men than us? Well, look, they're giving us Starlink, and you can communicate. We're probably communicating right now because of Starlink. Who knows?
We have superheroes. Well, you have a hippie called Eric Debate.
Jack, got your tongues. Lost with the Starlink.
You know what? That makes me laugh. That cat got you to. Someone did it. Someone was trying to copy Nathan on it.
Doing it. It's funny because no matter how many times Nathan says, "Oh, you're using my phrases," copy is the best form of flattery, right? And they still do it. Get your tongue.
Yeah, you
Is that Neil cooking for you? Is that one that cooking for you? I got your tongue. I'm like, oh boy, these people are they doing it deliberately or are they just retarded?
Oh, God.
So just to reiterate then, we've got real superheroes doing real superhero things, and you've got a sweaty hippie in Asia.
Yeah, the savant, right? Eric Dubay. You know what? Liam's got some excellent points here today. They have superheroes. We have freaking dudes
We've got globe
Japan.
debunkers.
Tai Chi.
Globe debunkers.
Man.
Tai Chi man.
Hot dealer.
We have Tai Chi man. When are you going to do anything?
Right. Debate. He doesn't prove flat Earth. He just debunks the globe. What's your problem?
Doesn't matter. When are you going to provide anything that'll benefit mankind, according to Jen Banda?
Yeah, you can just keep hand-waving aviation and surveying and celestial navigation and building on the Earth and chartering it so, people can actually live and not die. But, what is the flat Earth ever?
You know something? I didn't even think of that. You're right. I should have brought him right back to basics. What are you talking about? Well, everything we've done is from a flat Earth. Constructing cities, freaking skyscrapers, flight, everything we've done. It's all due to Earth being flat.
Locally, though, mate.
Yeah, all those
You
local
could say
things
that when they
all over.
first started navigation. When Portuguese first started navigating the seas, they were using the landmass, the land masses on site in order to navigate, always with the coast on site. Only further on, they decided to do further away from the land, but still using the same methods. So as long as you're using latitude, which is what they were using for navigation, you don't need to have land on site. So the method works both ways, with terrestrial or celestial navigation.
Right, but the whole time they're navigating the Earth's flat.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't think that in their mind. I'm saying I don't think in their mind they were thinking it's a globe.
They used to have artistic painters on board to draw the coastlines as they were traveling through.
Really?
And then on the way back, they just needed to follow the same pictures backwards to find their path. Only later on, they decided to look at the stars and find that latitude was the way, using Polaris as the reference point.
How do you get your southern latitude?
Yeah, what about the south, wise guys? Using it trapped in the north. What are you going to use for the south? Because you know the south is a mess. No one knows what the south is.
It rotates in opposite directions.
There you go. Right. We got a Uruguay guy.
You mean
The
opposite of
sun's
north?
moving in two different
You mean
directions.
opposite of north. When you say south, you mean the opposite of north.
I don't care what you say, George. We don't know what it is, right? It's a mess.
No, you claimed what you said. What about south? I'm trying to clarify.
I know what I said.
Is that
I
the
know what I
opposite
said.
of north?
You don't know what the south is.
It's down. It's underneath the ball. It's on the bottom end of the ball.
Exactly.
You got latitude. How did you measure the latitude down there?
Come on. Tell me like the other guy who said that the Earth is a magnet, and all the magnets have a north and a south pole.
Don't get the subject. You can't see Polaris from Australia.
Being a magnet.
Exactly.
Come on, reification fallacy. Who's going to do it? Is it you, Neil? If a magnet has two poles, the north and the south, obviously the Earth needs to have two poles, the north and the south pole. Let's reify Earth being a magnet. Come on.
Polaris in Australia. Stop sipping it.
Yeah, that's right. The land masses don't match up.
Iceland is bigger than Australia.
No. What you should be saying is the time zones don't match up.
Australia doesn't exist. Remember?
Australia don't exist at all. That's right.
Meanwhile, this is the same map that says on the legend that Africa is 14 times bigger than Greenland.
Well, it is.
So why is the picture otherwise? Is that the reason why African countries now they want their continent to be represented properly, because it hasn't been represented properly in the world maps?
What do you?
The world maps are just
too.
patched out. They patch one continent and then patch another continent and another continent, and then they put an ocean in between, and that's it. That's the world map.
Hey, I'm going to change the subject real quick here. Liam, what is the frick is going on in your country? Now, I know Dana White, the MMA guy, UFC, whatever it is, had an event over there, and they lambasted him because he didn't have any ring girls. You know what the ring girls are?
Yeah.
Well, you know what he said?
Can I just
He said
conclude, Neil?
hold on. They wouldn't allow him in England to have ring girls unless he also brought ring boys. That's why he didn't have any ring girls at the fight. That's what they told him. Now, you better do some serious taking over your country.
You've got to
Gotta get
understand,
back-
in this country, Ring has a very strong foothold on the doorbell market, and they want equal representation from both males and females. It's only fair.
You better do something, man. You're
Everyone has a
overrun.
ring.
And
Everyone
now
has a
you-
ring, Neil.
Everybody's got a Ring doorbell. It's just the way it is.
Listen.
Can I conclude now?
Go ahead.
All maps of the world are patched out, different continents, for whatever reasons. And this is to quote David Simmons. It is photoshopped. It has to be.
Did you say David Seaman, the former
Are
England
you
goalkeeper?
Goalkeeper.
David Seaman?
Is it David Simmons?
No, he's still looking for that
Simmons.
ball from 2002.
Philip Simmons, yeah.
You called him Seaman like he was some sort of freaking sperm cell.
No, he kept a lot of clean sheets.
I was waiting for that.
No. He used to be in a submarine.
It wasn't a yellow one, was it?
I gotta go spray this hornet's nest, and they say I have to be on a 45-degree angle at the spray directly above.
Are you wearing anything?
No. I'm gonna wait for them to go to sleep and wait for them to be dormant. I've watched a couple of videos on it, and man, this stuff just shoots out. Mine isn't that big. I think there's maybe about 8 or 9 hornets in there right now.
Have you not got some overalls or like a painting? They call them like temporary. You can throw away after.
I'm not doing it. I'm sending my son out to do it. He wanted to do it last night. He wanted to just open the door and shoot it straight up. I said, no, we can't do that. They'll freaking start flying in the house.
Are they common where you are?
Are they what?
Are they commonplace, hornets?
Yeah, they build nests all over the place.
Are they aggressive?
When you mess with them, they are.
Yeah, but what do they determine as messing with them? Just approaching them, or you have to actually physically disturb them? Because like wasps over here, they can, on a windy day, they can sting you because they just get frightened, out of control, or they can misinterpret you. Whereas sometimes, you can literally pick them out off your dinner and they won't sting you. It's quite strange.
I remember I think I was about 7 years old climbing a tree just doing the wasp's nest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, got about, I think it was about 67 or 70 stings all over me. And my eyes and my mouth. Yeah, it's bad. I had to go to hospital and all that.
Well,
that was a bad
Well, last time I climbed a tree was to see the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, that's what they tell. You know something? That was one of the first proofs I got of Earth being a sphere. I remember my brother told me I came home, I started doing my research to prove it was a ball. That's the first thing I got was climb up a tree.
What did your 85 IQ say to that, Neil?
What was it, what?
I'm sorry, what did your 85 IQ say to that?
I had to go climb up a tree and test it for myself. My IQ is only 70.
Yeah, you can climb a tree and see the curvature, but if you can't see it from the plane.
Makes no sense what you just said. How can you see curvature from a plane? There.
I know, mate, we're all still letting that sink in.
Yeah, you needed to see the curvature from a curve, not from a plane.
Well, we got mountains and hills.
Okay, yeah, climb up a tree. What was the second one I got? The second proof I got of Earth being a sphere was pictures from space.
Remember years ago, I think I put the list in and we went through the list once on the show. And that was like, it was the 10 proofs that the Earth is curved. And it's still out there. If you look, just getting into this now, and you're looking for, which is what we did in the beginning, looking for the globe proof, that's what you get. You get climb up a tree, boats disappearing bottom up, pictures from space. What else was there? Eclipses, sunsets. What other crap was there?
Hold on, I got them right here, one deck. 10 ways you can tell Earth is, they don't even say globe round. Check the shadows on the moon. Number 2, follow ships on the horizon. Number 3, look up at stars. That's what they give as a proof. Just look up at stars.
Yeah, well, that's the Coriolis hashtag.
No, number 4 is
Flat Earth is globe proof.
Oh, where's the 4th one? Hold on. The 4th one is.
Not for us, it isn't. It used to be. Flat earthing was globe proofsy debunking. Not anymore. If that's what you said, George, unless I misheard you.
No, you didn't misheard me, but there's a second meaning in globe proof. If it's flat, cannot be globe. It's globe proof. Like globe cannot penetrate here, if you know what I mean. It's
hold
globe
on.
proof. If it's flat, I mean, it's the antithesis. It's completely the opposite. It's shield.
Why don't you answer the question? Why don't you answer the answer? It says check the shadows on the moon. Now that humanity knows quite positively.
Wait. Shadows.
Hold on. You still not let me
Shadows
finish.
are angles. No. Shadows are angles. Angles are flat.
Now that humanity knows quite positively that the moon is not a piece of cheese or a playful god, the phenomena that accompany it, from its monthly cycles to lunar eclipses, are well explained. It was quite a mystery to the ancient Greeks. And in their quest for knowledge, they came up with a few insightful observations that helped humanity figure out the shape of our planet. Aristotle, who made quite a lot of observations about the spherical nature of the Earth, noticed that during lunar eclipses, when the Earth's orbit places it directly between the sun and the moon, creating a shadow in the process, the silhouette on the satellite's surface is round. This shadow is the planet's, and it's a great piece of round Earth evidence. Boom. That was number 1. Ready for another one? Now, it says that it's a great piece of round Earth evidence. Now, since the Earth is rotating, see the fuckhole pendulum as an experiment for a definite proof, if you are doubtful. The consistent oval shadow it produces in each and every lunar eclipse proves that the Earth is not only round, but spherical. Absolutely, utterly beyond the shadow of a doubt, not flat. That was just the first.
I couldn't object before I was away from my mic. I was busy here. Anyway, shadows again, you say. Shadows are the angle where the light comes through. Angles are flat. If you're measuring shadows, you're using a flat earth methodology to do so. In the way of angles.
says nothing about an angle. It says an oval shadow.
Yeah, shadows are angles projected by the light source on the object.
No, this
on an
says
angle.
oval shadow. Says nothing about an angle,
Shadow.
flat
No,
earther.
no.
He doesn't know about spherical angles, obviously.
Shadows are
Obviously,
proof.
you never heard of
Hello?
spherical geometry?
Right, well, let's just break this down. You've gone from this story suggesting an assumption or a presupposition of orbital motion, creating the elliptical motion that generates an occultation to form shadows. Okay, so let's break that down. In order to have elliptical motion, that's orbital motion, you need to first measure Earth flat. So where George is talking about the derivation of shadows on the ground, as opposed to the descriptions of the shadows on the light we call the moon, which would also be planar, we have to derive a system to have orbital motion to assume the occultation of planetary motion, causing eclipses and shadows. Therefore, we need to measure Earth flat to create this mathematics for this story to suggest that he has the preordained mathematics in his mind when he looks at the way it works and presupposes Earth's spherical nature. Well, the mathematics of Earth having a spherical nature is to measure Earth flat.
That's correct.
Got a G and upper G. It's flat. First place.
Okay, the next one they say is follow ships on the horizon. If you've been next to a port lately, or just strolled down a beach and stared off vacantly into the horizon, you might have noticed a very interesting phenomenon. Approaching ships do not just appear out of the horizon like they should have if the world was flat, but rather seem to emerge from beneath the sea.
Beneath is a description with respect to a plane. So if you're going to describe an occultation, in this case with respect to the plane itself, then you're describing the raising or lowering, if it's receding into the horizon, of the vantage point that you have with respect to the boat. So if you're saying hull first, you're describing a planar obstruction in the vertical from the horizontal. So these are ships over the horizon, over being the same prerequisite planar description to be going over something. So, like always, the example that they give works on the premise that it'll go without saying that you understand the notion of going over something, and how to describe that requires planes of reference to describe it. But if it goes without saying, you can use it to suggest sphericity.
Well, they say, but you say ships do not submerge and rise up again as they approach.
Stop. So submerge and rise. These are planar descriptions in the vertical with respect to the horizontal.
No, they just say the reason ships appear as if they emerge from the waves is because the world is not flat, it's round. They're just asserting it. And then it says, it gives a good illustration. Now give it a second. Imagine an ant walking along the surface of an orange into your field of view. If you look at the orange head on, you will see that the ant's body slowly rising up from the horizon because of the curvature of the orange.
But even when they beg the question with an assumption that the Earth is comparable to the orange by false equivalence, they still give the description in the same planar mechanisms that they gave it previously. So you're still describing something rising up. Okay, so that means that you have to have an orientation for the entire orange, and its orientation with respect to the vantage point description, again, is planar. It's going to be rising up. So it's a vertical description with respect to this horizontal that you have as the vision provides you with this description of the boat with an assumed orange in the way. Okay, well, that's because there's an orange in the way. But the rising, the description in the most literal sense that they offer, is only capable of being described with respect to a plane, regardless of there being an orange in the way. Or, in the case of land, as opposed to sea, a hill being in the way. But if you've got a hill in the way, the hill's described with respect to the plane. And if you're rising with respect to the hill, you're rising with respect to the horizontal in the vertical. If you're rising with respect to the orange, and your view of the orange, with the orange obscuring your view as it raises with respect to a plane of reference in the vertical, then it's just an orange in the planar description that's been planted inside this planar description. Both the heliocentric worldview with you on the orange by assumption and the Earth being the orange by assumption have a planar description to give you the effect that we see in physical reality. Ergo, the only capable description of the physical reality is the planar description, because it is the only description being used. Planar.
Well, they give a comparison. They say if you would do that experiment with the ant approaching a long road rather than a round object, the effect would change. The ant would slowly materialize into view, depending on how sharp your vision is.
Now, they're describing the horizon. Yeah, the horizon is horizontal by definition. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles. So by using the horizon and all the elevations from that set horizon, you cannot then go and tell us that the Earth is spherical, because you use the surface of the Earth, the horizon in this case.
Precisely. All of the descriptions of the physical reality that's befallen you when you're comparing it to this fantasized orange-based world is a planar description formed with the horizon to give you a planar reference in the horizontal to describe something going into view in the vertical in any words that they might want to use to describe that. So automatically, the only way anything's ever going to get described is planar, without exception. Anything thereafter is an apologetic or conversion.
This one's going to be a killer. You ready? All right. It says, look up at the stars, right? And then it goes on to say...
Stop.
Oh,
you already lost it. Up to the stars.
Up is a vertical. So if you're going to tilt your head in the vertical to look up at the stars, again, the first motion in the description itself is a planar description. Looking up is acquiring verticality to your field of view. Yeah? Like an elevation change in terms of the angle that you're viewing with. That's tilting your head upwards. What's upwards? The elevation of your head and the angle that it views with is described from the plane. If it's given a measurement, it's a degree. The angle that your view is acquiring yourself when you tilt your head up. So we're starting with, it goes without saying that in order to angle your head in that orientation, or to describe it as moving with a vector in that direction, or to increase the angle, you will describe it planar. There is no other way to describe this. It's always going to be based on a prerequisite flat Earth measurement that goes without saying and nobody mentions.
That's true. But after he says, after returning from a trip to Egypt, Aristotle noted...
forward, but it's still the same.
Yeah, forward, backwards, left and right. Yep.
There are stars seen in Egypt and Cyprus which are not seen in the northerly regions.
Stop. So north is azimuth.
I knew that was coming. This phenomenon can only be explained if humans were viewing the stars from a round surface. Aristotle continued claiming that the sphere of the Earth is of no great size, for otherwise the effect of so slight a change of place would not be quickly apparent. The farther you go from the equator, the farther the known constellations go towards the horizon to be replaced by different stars. This would not have happened if the world was flat.
Meanwhile, you said the word circle. Circles are flat.
Horizon.
You said the farther you go from the equator.
Elevation angle.
All right, now let's get into conduct a stick test. If you stick a stick in the sticky ground, it will produce a shadow. The shadow moves as time passes, which is the principle for ancient shadow clocks. If the world had been flat, then two sticks in different locations would produce the same shadow. Wow.
Places. Got you.
Eratosthenes used this principle to calculate the circumference of the Earth quite accurately.
Circumference of a circle.
This you could tear apart in 10 different ways. Forget about that. This one is the one I came across when I first came. Climb a hill or a mountain. Standing on a flat plateau, you look ahead toward the horizon. You strain your eyes. Then take out your favorite binocular and stare through them as far as your eyes, with the help of the binocular, can see.
Hold on.
Next,
Do spheres
climb
have
up the
flat plateau?
hold up. Climb up the closest tree. The higher, the better. Just be careful not to drop those binoculars and break their lenses. Then look again. Strain your eyes and stare through the binoculars out to the horizon. The higher up you climb, the farther you will see.
What do you need the binoculars for?
Climbing up with respect to a plane, the higher is the planar measurement from surface level.
It's all surface level. It says stand on a flat plateau. Wow, this is terrible. And people will read this and be like, yeah, Earth is round. The greater height that you could, listen to this, greater height than you would on the ground.
The example given is already with a pair of binoculars, which would be the maximum of resolution of whatever you are seeing, yeah, at the time. Because the example should be without the binoculars after you climb a tree, and then with the binoculars. So you cannot see the object anymore at naked eye, and now with the binoculars you can see it. The example is the other way around. You cannot see it with binoculars. So once you cannot see with your binoculars, there is no way you're going to bring that object back into view. And that was applicable back then. Not anymore. If you have a powerless camera, you can still bring the object back into view.
Okay, listen to number 6. Take a flight. If you've ever taken a trip out of the country, specifically long distance trips, you could notice 2 interesting facts about the planes and the Earth. Planes can travel in a relatively straight line for a very long time and not fall off any edges. They can also circle the Earth without stopping. If you look out the window on a transatlantic flight, you can most of the times see the curvature of the Earth on the horizon. The best view of the curvature used to be on the Concorde, but the plane's long gone. I can't wait to see the pictures from the new plane by Virgin Galactic. The horizon should look absolutely curved,
Virgin Galactic,
as it actually is from a distance.
When is this from? Like the 90s?
Let me see. This is from Popular Sign. No, this is from May 1st, 2023. What are they coming out with, a new plane? Virgin Atlantic or something?
Wow, that's just rinse and repeat and recycle.
Right, that's all I gotta do. How about other planets? The Earth is different from other planets. That much is true. After all, we have life, and we haven't found any other planets with life yet. However, there are certain characteristics all planets have, and it will be quite logical to assume that if all planets behave a certain way or show certain characteristics, specifically if those planets are in different places or were created under different circumstances, our planet is the same. Makes sense, right? In other words, if so many planets that were created in different locations and under different circumstances show the same property, it's likely that our own planet has the same property as well. All of our observations show that other planets are spherical. Since we know how they are created, it's also obvious why they take this shape. Unless we have a very good reason to think otherwise, which we don't, our planet is very likely the same. How you like that, Flat Earther?
So basically, if you don't have another reification policy, be happy with ours.
Now, here's another one. Consider the existence of time zones. The time in New York at the moment these words are written is 12 p.m. The sun is in the middle of the sky. What was that? You gotta let me get through the whole thing. The sun was in the middle of the sky, though it's hard to see with the current cloud coverage. In Beijing, it's 12 a.m., midnight, and the sun is nowhere to be found. In Australia, it's 1:30 a.m., more than 13 hours ahead. There, the sunset is long gone, so much so that the sun will soon rise up again at the beginning of a new day. This can only be explained if the world is round and rotating around its own axis. At a certain point, when the sun is shining on one part of the earth, the opposite side is dark, and vice versa. That allows for time differences and time zones, specifically ones that are larger than 12 hours. Flat Earther, wake up. Another point concerning time zones, the sun and the earth. If the sun was a spotlight, very directionally located so that light only shines on a specific location, and the world was flat, we would see the sun even if it didn't shine on top of us, as you can see in the drawing below. I don't see no drawing. Similarly, you can see the light coming out of a spotlight on a stage in the theater, even though you, the crowd, are sitting in the dark. The only way to create two distinctly separate time zones where there is complete darkness in one while there is light in the other is if the world is spherical.
Now it makes sense. The sun is a stage light.
Now we're getting into the meat of things. Number 9, feel the pull of gravity. That's what the girl was saying today. Gravity pulls. Here's an interesting fact about mass. It attracts things to it. The force of attraction, gravity, between two objects depends on their mass and the distance between them. Simply said, gravity will pull toward the center of mass of the objects. To find the center of mass, you have to examine the object. Consider a sphere. Since
What's
a
the
sphere has
center
a
of mass of my helium balloon?
Hold on. Since the sphere has a consistent shape, no matter where on it you stand, you have exactly the same amount of sphere under you. Imagine an ant walking around on a crystal ball. From the insect's point of view, the only indication of movement would be the fact the ant is moving its feet. The shape of the surface would not change at all. A sphere's center of mass is in the center of the sphere, which means gravity will pull anything on the surface of the sphere straight down toward the center of the sphere. This will occur no matter where on the surface the object is located. Consider a flat plane. The center of mass of a flat plane is in the center, so the force of gravity will pull anything on the surface toward the middle of the plane. That means that if you stand on the edge of
Hold
the
on a second.
plane,
Why would they give the
gravity will be
example of
pulling
a
you
flat plane? Spheres
sideways
don't have
toward the
that.
plane's middle, not straight down like you would usually experience when you stand on Earth. Notice how they don't say how you stand on Earth. They don't say if you stand on a sphere. They're declaring that Earth is spherical. This is said. Number 10 is browse images from space. In the past 60 years of space exploration, we've launched satellites, probes, and people into space. Some of them got back. Some of them still float through the solar system and almost beyond it. And many transmit amazing images to our receivers on Earth. In all of these photos, the Earth is, wait for it, spherical. The curvature of the Earth is also visible in many photos snapped by astronauts aboard the International Space Station. You can see recent examples on the ISS Instagram account. And there you have it. The 10 proofs that we do not live on a flat plane, but on a spherical Earth. Pretty sad, right?
It's sad because the descriptions being
cat got your
given
tongue, flat
represent a
earthers.
flat horizontal plane.
I stunned you to silence.
Meanwhile, the clouds will be at a height and altitude above the sea level of our flat Earth, perpendicular 90 degrees to the horizontal plane of our flat Earth.
All I hear is wind.
Oh, my fan.
You flat earthers are just full of wind.
Oh, yeah, you just had to basically put that in because of my fan. Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, the altitude of the clouds themselves are not being pulled down. Yeah, and they're at an altitude perpendicular 90 degrees vertical to the horizontal plane of our Earth. Yeah, it's called mean sea level, and that's what their altitude will be measured from. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Not just that, the Earth is spinning supposedly on a linear measurement around the Sun on a linear measurement. Around the galaxy on a linear measurement, because the measurement they give to us is linear, miles per hour, linear.
Oh yeah, those speeds will be in reference to the horizontal plane of our flat Earth and the rate as well. Yeah, along
It's
with
easy
any
to
altitude
do.
of any
Just
object as well.
measure an angle to the Sun now, and measure an angle to the Sun from the same spot in 6 months' time, and then you'll introduce whatever bullshit in between these 6 months.
And meanwhile, it'll be an elevation angle from our flat Earth.
Yeah, both measurements will be from a flat Earth. It's the bullshit that will put in between the 6 months that it will pinpoint the Earth to be on a different location when it's not. I mean, 0 miles per hour, steady still, yeah? It's a constant rate. That's why you wouldn't feel any movement. Yeah, because it's constant. Yeah. 0 is constant. We are not spinning. That's constant, not spinning. 0 miles per hour. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah, back to the burden of reversal fallacy. When it's
of course, because they tell us if you are spinning on if you are on the surface that is spinning, for the example, going to require a horizontal plane. But anyway, if you're on a surface that is spinning at the set rate per hour, you wouldn't feel it. Yeah. The same way, if you are stationary at 0 spin per hour or 0 movement per hour, you wouldn't feel it either. So which one is it? Which one has more credence? The one that is not spinning or the one that is spinning and you don't feel it? How would you know if it's spinning if you don't measure? The measurement that we actually have is 0 at constant 0.
Yeah, anything will be measured from our flat Earth in order to even describe or depict it.
There's a video, like 10 proofs, and the guy just went through planets and all of them quick. And is in the comments, the guy's like, I can't believe we need a video for this. 448 replies. So I said, I can't believe you all don't comprehend how Earth is measured flat, linear. Go look at a map. Elevation profiles are all from mean sea level. Elevation requires Earth to be flat.
Not just elevation.
This guy says, listen, this guy says, I disagree.
Did he thank you?
What?
Did he say thank you, Neil, for that awesome information? I've totally changed my perspective on life now.
I don't know. I just put it in. But he says, one of the comments to this guy
was, I disagree. You shouldn't just take someone else's word for it. You should look into these things. This video isn't just to prove flat Earth is wrong. It's to show us why we know it's round. Oh, really? Chuzzy wuzzy. And how do you do that without believing someone else's word for it?
What he's saying here is, I don't want to debate you. I just want to put this information out there, and I don't care about your rebuttals.
Listen to this.
No, what they're saying is round must mean spherical, not circle.
Listen, it's an interesting video regardless of whether flat earthers exist or not. It's good to know how we know the East is round. So they're outright claiming directionality to be round. Otherwise, you're just believing what you're told. This one guy says, and still no real pictures of the Earth. So he's probably a what do you call it, skeptic?
Yeah, but why would you depend yourself on belief when you can actually measure?
Yeah, exactly. Listen to this one. Flat Earthers failed every science class. Category error. I got to respond to that. I got to say, okay, dumb fuck. Number one, it's not science, it's geometry.
The answer, George, is because the most popular flat earthers are Eric DeBay, who doesn't prove Earth's flat. David Weiss can't tell you for definite Earth's flat. And Jaron, who's a degenerate.
Well, I had last night Witsit came into the chat when I'm explaining the measurements of Earth, and he comes in with Aries failure. So these people are still trying to debunk as to why the Earth is not a sphere, yeah, but forgetting how to explain how the Earth is measured. Why is it that the Earth is flat? If you are a flat earther, it's an embarrassment if you cannot explain the reasons that makes you not believe, that makes you assert that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, which
And the
is a
first thing that
fart-sniffing
you as a
sophist.
flat earther do was, as you go to a debate, is to bring different subjects that it doesn't involve the measurement of Earth, or nothing to do with flat Earth. Things like ether and Aries failure.
Well, Witsit believes, Georgie, Witsit believes that you must prove that Earth is not spinning. That's his key belief, that you must prove that it's not spinning. Once you prove it's not spinning, then it's over. I say once you prove it's measured flat, it's all over. But he wants
but his nickname is Ping Pong Golf Ball, so he wins.
Yeah, he wants to be, the intellectual, the freaking high IQ guy that can tell you more about the globe than you'll ever know, and tell you how it doesn't work, how Aries failure proved it, and the experiment, the Michelson-Morley experiment. Unbelievable.
And then he'll use the 90% truth to push for 10% of his speech, which is lies about ether.
That's 100%
He's
correct.
forgetting that it's going to claim there is a rotation, you need an axial. And the axial, guess what? 90 degree to the plane of reference. If you're gonna talk about spinning. And this is what happens with Coriolis claims, yeah? Always a horizontal plane of reference, like a roundabout, a merry-go-round, a table, if you will. It's always a horizontal plane. Why? Because it needs to be perpendicular to the axial of rotation, just like a wheel. And that is proof, once again, that the measurement being used is flat. Regardless if it's planing or not, you require a horizontal plane of reference for your example. And then you tell us it's not flat. Hello?
So what else did Witsit say? What were his key proofs last night?
Well, I don't know what else happened. I just left on that note. You know, he came in with Aries failure, and I said, "Oh, sorry, I thought that we were talking about measurements of the Earth being flat, but you want to debunk the sphere. It's two different things. I mean, I'm not going to contribute to this as to why it's not a sphere. Why would I waste my time at this staging point? I did before in the past. I didn't know better. My fault, my bad. But now I know better as to why it's not a sphere. Now I can prove that it's flat.
Georgie, you got a question. It's over 10 years now. He has been in the arena at least since 2019. He came in right before or around COVID, right? And he was arguing it before that on Facebook. That's how Xanadu Bob discovered him. This is a long time you're in the arena and you're still trying to debunk a globe.
Yeah,
A lot
and he
of
knows
people
the game,
think if
Neil.
you...
He
What?
knows the game. The game is to
Is that
if you're
his
debunking
IQ
the
that he
globe,
brags about?
then you remain on the circuit.
Yeah, it reaches
You get the
limits.
gigs.
Hold on. What was that, Liam?
If you don't prove Earth is flat and end the pseudo debate, then you get the gigs.
Ah. So if you just come right out and freaking demonstrate how it's flat, you're going to be sitting home.
You can assess that in about 6 months. So if I completely fail to go out and secure any shows and nobody responds to me, then you'll be correct. But if that is not the case, then you can't claim that. So getting the gigs,
we're going to find out.
Might just be a question of asking people if they'll have you on their show to talk about flat Earth, and flat Earth being the subject that it is, regardless of how kooky they see Witsit to be, if that's what you're suggesting. They might just want that content on their channel at that time, and therefore it gets to go on. Whereas you're suggesting there's sort of like a conspiracy towards the anti-globe fart sniffers of the flat Earth realm getting gigs.
Well, it's
over
also
and above
how
people.
it's set up at the moment within the pond, where it's one side versus the other, so it's always framed in that way. Yeah. Remember Brian saying years ago, the flat Earth can't just come on and give a presentation anywhere. There has to be a debate against somebody.
Yeah, it's not the first time that he to me at least, you know, on my interpretation of him, he always comes to this type of chat rooms like this one now to test the waters before a debate or something that is going to develop tomorrow or the following day. So yesterday he came into the chat like nothing, and then he asked what we were talking about, and then he directs to the bowlers, Aries failure. Why is it called Aries failure? So in other words, he's practicing his argument about whatever Aries failure for a potential conversation tomorrow, if you know what I mean. So he comes to test the waters. What do the bowlers know about it? He comes to test the argument before he actually puts it into place. And he's been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, but now Nathan's going to be the test. Because if Nathan can't get any freaking sit-downs with anybody, then we know something nefarious is going on. But if Nathan's hitting the circuit talking about measurements, then we can't say that no more. I'm going to lean towards Liam. I think Liam's correct. I just think that's the way they want to construct it, because measurements end everything, and they can't have that. Not right now. They're not ready for the conversion yet.
Not the normies, where you're likely to be on with the large audiences promoting your book and given that space and time to elaborate your points. Most of them are just going to think, well, this is surely a debate because every experience I've had of this is a debate, or most of them. So that's how I'll frame it.
Well, we'll see.
Yep, you're the measuring stick.
Like I say, I've got my approach isn't I want to promote me. So prior to now, a few people have said this, right? Well, you could have gone out, you had a product, you were the product, right? Therefore, especially me being a host of a debate show, you could argue that when I'm out meeting and greeting and doing the circuit, as you put it, that there's an expectation of debate, right? Well, if I'm out there saying, I want to come on your show to promote my book I've just released, even if it's 6 months from now, that's still just released as far as I'm concerned, because it might take that long to go through all 100 people on my list. But if those people expect a debate when I get there, they'll be mistaken because it's been made clear my purpose in being there. Now, I've said that maybe 1 in 10 will turn it into that, you know, and presumably allude to the idea that, oh, yeah, we'll have you on to promote your book and talk about what you've done over the last 12 years. And then, hey, check it out. Assholes here to talk to you.
Yeah, they'll just bring somebody on without telling you.
Yeah. That'll probably happen.
Let me introduce you to our guest.
Yeah, here's average baller dickhead who's now going to talk over you for the entire duration of your visit here.
That's exactly what will happen if they do it that way. We'll see.
I'll just take the piss out of the host. So it'll be like, all right, is this your cuck? You're going to cuck while this guy does your work for you. That's what I'll start. I'll just start taking the piss out of the host. I'm like, have you not got any balls? Are you too stupid to do this yourself? You know, you've got to bring in this dickhead to demonstrate how ignorant you are. You know, I'll spin it however I feel is the most humiliating for the host if he's led me astray. That is to say, if he's suggested that I'm there to do something and then what I get is something else, i.e. the host or whoever it is that I've liaised with is deceitful. You know, you know what I'm like. I'll try and spin that. Not in the favour of the host that's been scummy.
Yeah, it's better to promote a book than to promote yourself because ego's involved. Look at this guy promoting himself like he's some sort of guru. But a book, on the other hand, it's just something you wrote.
Nathan, how many of the book reading, book promoting channels on YouTube have you practically contacted?
I've only contacted about 3 people so far, so we only finished off the press release over the weekend, and then once it was done, my wife sent out one to Bro Sanchez, and then a couple of days later she sent one to Vinny and one to Killer Priest. So far those are the only ones that have gone out. I've said to her, I don't mind if you do one a day, as long as it's, you know, you find out who the person is. So for instance with Killer Priest, she went and had a look at his wiki page, found out his name, and then decided that she was going to address it to Killer Priest anyway. But in other words, she'd had a thought about it, you know what I mean? In terms of finding out if it should be addressed to him by name or if it should be addressed to him by channel name, aka persona, and she's chosen the latter with that particular one. But, you know, in other words, she's put some thought into the email, which can take, you know, a good chunk of time. So I don't mind if doing the press release takes 6 months, so long as each person that she's contacting gets a properly personalised email with respect to them and their involvement with my press release. So, like I say, it's only been a couple so far that she's sent out the press release to. But, you know, tonight she'll do another one, and so it will continue.
Okay, I was just thinking that you're probably going to be most successful with normies with the channels who just promote books because they're so far away from this topic, they shouldn't be stained by it. So they should be able to look at it zoomed out.
You've given me a couple of those channels from memory. You were the one that said it last time when I was asking people to gather up some specific channels that might be relevant to promoting the book on. And from memory, you gave me a couple of channels that were specific to do with book reviews. So yeah, I think it was, unless memory serves me incorrectly, but you've already given me a couple of contacts like that.
Yeah, I just think they're probably most successful, likely per, you know what I mean, percentage for how many you do because of it. Other normies, what do you think the same or?
I don't know. I hold judgment until it starts, you know, taking off. So I've said based on the general rule of stats, when I've done anything to do with a similar project, but with selling an item. I mean, this is the same. It's just an item. It's a book. The fact that it's an ebook doesn't really change that it's an item for sale. I would expect that after she's on the way to contacting 10 people, one person will get back in touch and say, oh yeah, I'll definitely have Nathan on my show. In fact, I've already bought the book, or something like that. Or how do I get hold of a free copy, or something like that. You know,
right, yeah, that sounds like you're talking to people who are already aware of you. Whereas really, the masses are on channels who have no idea who you are.
Yeah, but they're YouTubers. They want content. So in terms of appealing to somebody on a subject that is generally regarded in the conspiratorial realm for the general public, a YouTuber just hears, oh yeah, that could be something I cover this week. So in other words, it's a target-specific audience for making material when I'm contacting YouTubers. If they're book reviewing YouTube channels, obviously that's slightly more target-specific. But the reason I ask my audience to recommend people for the purposes of this particular list, it means that they're only once removed from somebody who's watching me, which means they're very much in my wheelhouse. Yeah, if you gave
They're in the
me
next pond.
they're in the next pond. That's a good way of putting it. You know, so I don't think it's going to be, you know, every other person says yes. If the list was people in this pond, you'd expect a much higher conversion rate, like every other person would have me on. But in this regard, I'd say it'd be about 1 in 10. They're target specific because they're making shows, so they're always going to want somebody on their show to produce content with. That's a given. But they may, you know, like I say, 9 out of 10 times think, this time I don't actually want to do Flat Earth content for whatever reason. But by the time she gets to that 10th contact, I expect one of them will say yes and have me on their show. And then it's just playing the numbers. And they get easier the more you do it. That is to say, once a couple of people hear word that I've been out on the circuit, oh yeah, I vaguely remember seeing a thumbnail with Nathan Oakley in it on Sally's show. And maybe I will have him on when they see the email. Do you see what I mean? So therefore it makes sense to not dump them all out 100 at once and then maybe get 3 or 4 people off the back of that 100-strong mail merge. Doing them individually means I would expect 1 in 10 to actually respond positively if it's tailored to that individual.
Yeah, obviously you want to start off where you think you're most likely to get a yes, and that's obviously book reviewers and people in the conspiracy realm.
Well, it's people in this pond that you go to first. Bro Sanchez, Killer Priest, those are people that have dealt specifically with this subject and are in one way or another associated. So Eli's association with Vinny, who's associated with Killer Priest, and Bro Sanchez is directly in this pond. Next down the line is people like Mark Sargent, David Weiss, Jaron, as much as that might piss people off, Whitsit, as you've been talking about him. Those are the people I would actually get in touch with. And when someone like Whitsit turns around and says, you told me to get lost, I'll be like, yes, I'm very fickle. Please, can you promote my book?
Yeah, you have to hold your nose.
No, or you could take the Duffy approach. Just invite yourself in a chat. Go to one of their live streams and invite yourself in chat.
I asked Jaron to have me on his show and he declined. Did he? Yeah, well, I left a message in his chat.
Yeah, I could show you the receipts. That was funny though. You gotta admit it. I've shown you the receipts, and I've proven you to be a liar. Comments in a live show. Were you even in the live show?
It's stressful to lie, and again, I've been talking a lot about Jordan Peterson. It's not like I've been watching him any more than him that I have recently. It's just a lot of his examples are coming to mind in these situations. When you're dealing with liars, you've got to remember that as much as it might be fast and heavy-handed and vitriolic and vicious in the moment, try to remember that to exercise cognitive dissonance or outright lie is horrendously cognitively expensive. Now, the reason I brought up Jordan Peterson is because he was talking about this on a video where he was talking about it at the opposite end of the scale. If you're truthful, you don't have to have a good memory. Yeah? If you're just talking the truth, you never have to concern yourself with how you've pitched something, phrased something, you know, if you've been weaselly and deceitful. So when it came to Will Duffy, I didn't have to worry about anything because I don't have to make shit up when it comes to lies about invitations, as one example. Has he invited you? No, he has not. Have you declined? No, I have not. Now, if I weaselly suggest that because, I don't know, I've made a video response to Duffy suggesting that he's invited me, that means I have declined because I choose to lean into the narrative that he's actually talking to me when he isn't, that's to say lie, suddenly I've got to backtrack. If I say, well, I've never actually had an official invitation, suddenly I'm introducing these weaselly words because I remember that I've suggested that I've declined something I haven't actually declined. That is to say, you've got to kind of keep track of where you've been weaselly with the truth, right? Now, if you don't do that, if you're just honest, then you never have to concern yourself with keeping track of what you've said previously. You just know exactly what the case is. Therefore, it's far less cognitively expensive to just be brutally honest all the time. Sometimes it's embarrassing. Sometimes you've got to eat humble pie. Sometimes you're going to eat shit, right? Land on your face because you've got something wrong. And if you just accept that, that is to say you have a reasonable degree of humility, it's nowhere near as cognitively expensive to have these high-pressure interactions with these complete arseholes. But for them, it is cognitively expensive. They've got to keep track of what they've lied about. So think about, as we were talking about on this show, Toon, right? He's got to keep track of what he said previously. That's why he's playing the soundboard, because he hasn't kept track of what he said previously, that's to say with respect to the surface when talking about elevation angles. He couldn't keep track, right? So then suddenly it becomes embarrassing and more cognitively expensive than ever to try and cover up where you're lying. Because in the moment he's lying. No, it's got nothing to do with the surface. When I'm talking to ballers, it's frickin' science and definitely proving the surface is curved when I'm talking to ballers. But when I'm talking to you and you've kept track of what I've said, it's nothing to do with the surface because you're just going to use it as a flat earth proof because it's a flat earth measurement. That's what he's saying. But that's lying. Suddenly, lying bites him in his arse. And he's got to start accusing his opponent of being a child abuser and playing out-of-date clips when accusing his opponent, that's me, of using out-of-context clips. He's got to do everything he's projecting out, spurging out, as they call it, right, for an audience. Now, that is a horrendous toll on someone's mind, yeah? Now, most of these people, to cope with that, express it in anger and vitriol and aggression. So it didn't surprise me in the slightest when Toon got caught out by Buck Sodbuster. The next thing you hear is, I could beat you in a fight, and I'm a freaking black belt ninja, or whatever bullshit he's come out with. Because that's how he's got to get it out of his system. He wants to fight it out of his system, like literally with his fists. Yeah? That's what lies and deceit do to you. And it's hard. It's mentally hard on the person that's doing it. Therefore, they can't last. They don't have the stamina. You know, someone like Duffy can lie for about 15 minutes, and then they're mentally exhausted. Now, from memory, when he's up against me, and he wants to make it about bullshit, make it about whether or not there's been an invitation that he's lied about, because that's the most important thing, rather than me trying to bring it on track to the flat Earth measurements they've all made there. It is incredibly cognitively expensive for Duffy to cope with. So he lasted about 15 minutes and then fucked off. Because he couldn't cope. Mentally, he just completely drained himself out, trying to keep tabs on his lies that he'd peddled and look for receipts in some dark corner that he's kept track of where he's... But, you know, he's got to keep a track of what he's done to try and keep the lie in check and keep it plausible. Right? I definitely invited him. Look, here's my receipt from a live stream chat. Like, freaking hell. That's what you've got to do. Mentally, that's freaking exhausting, isn't it? Because he's got to try and justify what he's saying. Now, me, am I saying I'm going to go and get receipts? No. Don't need to. And you never need to. I very rarely go and get anything or look at anything anybody puts in front of me. It's like the Iron Man syndrome. I don't like things being handed to me. Because I don't need to. Sorry, say again, Neil.
Especially when they ask you to. It's like, no, I won't be getting nothing. The funny thing is, if you listen to some of them clips, he went way back, because you can tell by your audio that these were old clips.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Went way back to where it was utterly inconsequential. Any engagement, because he's going to keep track of that. I can now lie about that. That piece of information can be twisted into my advantage. That's what he's done. So he's got to keep, that's what I'm saying. That's what lies have got to do. You've got to keep track of what you've done and when you've done it to cover your lies. Oh no, I can prove that what I'm saying isn't making me distrustful. Look, I asked him during a live stream. Here's the receipt. You're like, having a freaking laugh. That's what you consider a receipt? Well, yeah, that's the liar's justification for lying. Because that's how he's mentally justified it, because he's kept track of something that he can spin. They go, okay, so that's how your mental gymnastics work to try and justify deceit. Now, if you're just honest, you don't have to do any of that shit, do you?
Nope,
and when someone challenges you, go,
honest.
I don't give a shit if you believe me. I'm not getting you a receipt. I don't care if you disbelieve me, twat. Because you're not worried about people disproving when you know you're not bullshitting and not lying and not just making it up. Whereas if you are, you want to go and get receipts, as they call it. All right, receipts, you say. That sounds like somebody who's trying to be deceitful, trying to justify their deceit, cover their tracks.
Yeah, you got to go looking for the receipts. I'm talking about Toon, though. Toon was playing soundboard clips from old shows.
Yeah, when you've gone and bought something, you don't care about the receipt. You go and do a shop for $100, you pay for it, you give the money to the cashier. Sometimes you'll walk off and forget the receipt because you don't care, because you've paid. Therefore, you're not concerned about keeping a receipt. You've paid. And if they go, you haven't paid, you haven't got a receipt. Well, I have, I just haven't got a receipt. That doesn't mean I haven't paid. I don't need a receipt, I've paid for them. You're saying that I need to carry a piece of paper? Fuck you, security guard, I couldn't give a shit. When you try and arrest me, they'll be the ones in trouble because you've definitely paid. Therefore, you've got nothing to worry about. You're not going to start running away from the security guard with your trolley full of stuff because you're going to scream back at him, I've got a receipt! I can prove I've paid. You don't need to do any of that if you've paid for your stuff. You don't care about the receipt anymore. Yeah? Whereas if you're thinking, I'm going to slope off with things in my pocket and then buy something, and when they stop me, I've got a receipt, I've got a receipt. Yeah, but we're not talking about the stuff that you paid for. We're talking about the stuff that you didn't. I've got a receipt for that as well, I'm going to run. And then they run off. Exactly as Duffy did. That's the general, behaviour of somebody who's deceitful. They want to cover
their... You live in a middle-class area, Nathan.
I live in a middle-class area?
Yeah, you can tell.
It's actually very posh. That's why I live in such a small apartment. Can't afford anything bigger. The housing prices are too high. We had a beach in our town centre. At the weekend, right, I've been down to my mother. She's genuinely got a nice house by the beach, right? And it's nice to go down to my mother, I've got to be honest. A couple of days, she'll pay for the hotel and we get to go to the beach. Lovely. We come back, and when we come into the town, I live in a town called Leamington Spa, Royal Leamington Spa. It reminds me of a beach town. All the buildings are really white, and it's very posh here, right? It's very nice. But it feels like a beach town. Anyway, walk into town, because my wife needs to drop off a parcel at the co-op, and when we get to the top of the parade, as it regularly is, the main high street is completely shut down. And what have they done is they've turned the top end of it into a beach. They've cordoned it off and bought in tons and tons and tons of sand, just dumped it in the middle of the parade and put a load of deck chairs out. So we went in, and I'm sat in there in the middle of the parade where there's normally traffic and buses and, by the bus stops, but in the middle of the road on a deck chair on the beach, smelling the smell of what is it? The oil that they
wet
put
sand.
on. No, it's the oil that they spray on themselves. Lotion, suntan lotion.
Suntan lotion.
Yeah, I'm smelling that on the parade whilst looking down the length of the parade with no traffic on it because it's all cordoned off with a beach there. And I'm like, shall I go and get some ice cream? Because the high street's open, so there's a McDonald's right there open. So I went in and got McFlurries for the kids while we sat on the beach. It's just bonkers. It is very posh around here anyway. Sorry to give you the little story.
I love beach towns. They're the best. To me, it's my favorite.
Yeah, but I couldn't be any more central. Down the road from me is the Midland Oak, oak marking the centre of the country. It couldn't be any further from the beach.
Oh, they just made it like a beach town for a parade?
Yeah, the parade is the name of the street. The street is called The Parade. That's the name of the street.
But why did they make it a beach? Why did they do that?
Because it's a posh town, and that's just the kind of thing they do here. They'll shut down the town. Not the shops. All the shops are open, like high street shops. They're all open. So it's like what you would have in a town called Main Street, right? With the one with the main shops on it. The McDonald's is on it, and the Pizza Hut's on it, along with all of the mainstream high street shops.
Yeah, but why did they dump sand on? What was going on? What was the
the people of the town,
a heat wave.
So the people of the town could sit in the summer in the middle of the parade, in the middle of the town, on a beach. That's just what happens in nice towns. And my kids were moaning, right, because they had this bouncing swing thing, and we were there to post a parcel, and we got an ice cream. We sat on the beach for a 20-minute period, and then we're like, now we need to go and post this parcel at the other end of town. So we walked past all the stalls that were out, and looked at crap. My wife bought a couple of bath bombs for the kids, and then we do the parcel, right? And then the kids start moaning. I wanted to go on the bouncer, and I'm like, do you have any idea how nice it is to be in this town and just stop on the beach in the middle of the week? It's just nuts. I'm like, you know, for me, living in Birmingham, when we went into town, you might be lucky if you got a fight. That's what you got in town. Not a beach, a fight. You might get mugged. You know what I mean? It's very different.
Yeah, when we went on vacation, that road trip vacation in the Outer Banks in, I don't know if it's North Carolina or South Carolina. We stood in this one hotel. It was outstanding. Like, as soon as I opened the back door, I was on the beach. And it was freaking gorgeous. And we only stood there for one day. I was so annoyed. Told my wife, next vacation, we are staying here for 2 weeks, because the town, there was so much to do in that small town. But man, just opening the door and you're on the beach, the freaking sunset and the sunrise, you wouldn't believe how beautiful.
Oh, I totally get it. That's where we had that for our holiday. Not our holiday, our honeymoon, my wife and I. I think it was Mauritius. We were on, I think it's an island in the Indian Ocean. I think it's Mauritius, somewhere like that. I'll have to double check. That's not what I remember. What I do remember is the room that we had was on the beach, on the sand.
Yep.
With this enormous
That's what
double
mine
bed
was.
and windows that open, like you say, to the sunrise. And 2 steps out of your patio window door was sand and shore. And within 10 paces was the surf. Within 10 paces of the room. And I wanted it exactly like that because of a comedian we used to have in the 80s called Lenny Henry. If you're British, you'll probably remember Lenny Henry. But he did a skit about how he'd want his holidays. He said, when I go on holiday, I want to open the door, beach! I want to open the window, beach! I want to get in the car park, beach!
That's a holiday, man. You got to be by the water. It's been over 5 years since I've been to the shore. That's terrible.
Being able to draw a tangent from your bed, that is impressive.
Anybody
I'm going.
remember
Next
Lenny
summer,
Henry?
I'm freaking. What's
Anybody remember Lenny Henry?
I don't, but I'm going to look him up because that sounds funny.
Massive black guy. He married a comedian called Dawn French, Vicar of Dibley.
I think you're going to enjoy tomorrow's video, Nathan.
Is that the one that's about Brian's Logic, where 50 with the tomboy? Is it a boy or a girl?
No, it's about Eric DeBay.
It was about Eric DeBay. What? The one that you sent me today or yesterday was the one we covered, and the one immediately after was some androgynous-looking character that I'm not exactly sure how to gender. It's either a very effeminate boy or a tomboy. One or the other. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm looking it up now.
Yeah, that's the one.
Is that the one?
Yeah, the first 10 minutes, the first 70 minutes of video, we're talking about Eric DeBay.
Oh, okay. Because on the video it says 50 government docs to prove flat Earth are wrong, and then it says her versus. Oh, it's not Brian's Logic, it's Basic Logic. I just misread it because I glanced at it. Is that a girl or a boy?
A girl.
It's a girl. It's just a very masculine-looking tomboy.
It's a girl boy.
Well, she's got short hair and, relatively thick jaw.
You see that female basketball player in France? She's trans, but I don't understand how they let them play in a female league.
Hey, France is cooked.
Hey?
First of all, it's the ugliest I've ever seen. And I mean, why would you, if you're a freaking ugly dude, why would you turn yourself into an ugly girl? Makes no sense to me. I can't call it.
I have no idea.
I don't think it's our job to understand the mentally ill, my friend.
As a black transgender Jewish lesbian, I find this highly problematic.
You said something the other day, and I said, "Oh shoot, Nathan really is black." I forgot what was said. I'll think of it.
Half black.
Yeah, she's going to be going through NASA documents that talk about how they left the surface of what was that, a non-inertial plane.
Have a quick listen.
Most of them are terrible. From Weck's legal dictionary is
You don't debate science in a court of law.
Objection! The aircraft trajectory model.
Did she just say you don't debate science in the court of law? Yes, you absolutely do. They'll bring on a subject matter expert that will claim they've got scientific validity, and then they'll still get cross-examined and challenged on what they've said, absolutely without question. Oh, that's a terrible opener.
Employed in this study.
If it is such that an assumption in a paper by NASA that is made for the sake of doing an equation must actually mean that that is representative of reality.
Hold on, is she positioning this that if there's an assumption made by NASA that it must therefore indicate that it is reality? Is that the positioning?
Then that also means that NASA are admitting that the acceleration of gravity is constant, which we know is not true. The air density is constant, which we know is not true. Use your noggin, Eric.
What is she babbling about?
Hello, lovely people. My name is Emma. Welcome back to
Sorry again? Say again?
She hasn't introduced herself.
Now she's about to.
my channel, and welcome if you are new. Now, ever since the final experiment in 2024...
Not an experiment. They called me up from there to tell me how flat they were measuring it, love. Okay, yeah, this should be fun.
The Flat Earth community has certainly died
It's a stereotyping fallacy.
off on the internet.
Really? I don't think so, love. I'm still here strong. Still plenty of flat earthers around.
If you missed the final experiment, it was essentially...
It wasn't an experiment. It was measurements at best. Those measurements are currently being decried by the participants as having, quote, nothing to do with Earth's surface. I couldn't make it up. Yeah, it's an experiment when you're being presented it. When I challenge it based on the measurements made, I'm told it's got nothing to do with the surface. So which is it? Is it experimental validity for sphericity, or is it, quote, nothing to do with the surface? One of the participants who spoke to me literally days ago.
To me, it's telling, because if you don't break it down right there that it's not an experiment, then you showed your hand.
What was the hypothesis again?
What's the hypotenuse, did you say?
Hypothesis.
Well, there wasn't. They just measured Earth flat with azimuth and altitude.
But it's not an experiment, though, yeah.
No, absolutely not.
essentially an expedition that took years of preparation.
So it's an expedition then, as opposed to an experiment?
A bunch of prolific flat
she
Earth
might have
YouTube-
said that then.
Oh, let's see if she gets... Oh, this will be perfect if she now details flat Earth measurements immediately. Oh, she's less than a minute. Oh, let's see if she can detail flat Earth measurements within the first 60 seconds, including her intro.
YouTubers were taken to Antarctica to see...
She did! She put coordinates on screen! Is it less than a minute? Yes, it is! Absolutely epic! She's got coordinates and azimuthal directionality on screen. Awesome. Absolutely epic. This is going to be great fun. Yes, we'll definitely cover this tomorrow. Right, I'm going to round out. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Check out Measured Flat in the info box below this video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC, now you know it's flat below.